know, and I would like to kind of know if they're alive, how they're doing. You know, my brother Francisco, of course, I think about him. You know, and I'm like, it's rough. I know I can't really do. I'm not in a position to really take care of him or nothing like that. So I just basically turned him over to God. But at least I know who, you know, who he is. I mean, I know where we came from. He and I got the same parents, mother and father. So we found William Church. I have memories of how he was, you know, before.
Oh, this must be vitamin D.
He was smart. Sure. And that's what made me so mad because somebody fuck him up. And
I couldn't find this, but there's nothing written on them, but that's vitamin D, huh? 500 milligrams of vitamin D.
Yeah.
but anyway, there are
And let's see. This from Dr. Judy, and
yeah,
they're
that's my
good.
good doctor.
But see now it said, but these are kind of these are expired. Say use before 5/6. So she was supposed to use these up before May.
Well, I'm gonna put all this in a bag that says, please discard.
Okay.
And I'm sure the nurse will know
You know.
whatever to do with all.
But
None of these are really narcotic with the exception of the Prozac.
but what I'm saying, you know, what Prozac I bring for you is schizophrenia.
Right.
Depression.
And I'm thinking I might take this vitamin D myself. It's only a couple of months past due. It's like May. It really expired May.
But I'm not, you know.
June, July, August.
And then, I don't know because usually when doctors, you know, they give it for your weight and whatnot.
It's 500 milligrams of vitamin D.
And also, if you're not getting,
If anything, it's probably a little bit weaker than it was.
you're not spending enough time outdoors, you need vitamin D. And you are losing some color.
And I do get a lot of vitamin D because I'm outside pretty much
And vitamin C.
every day. I'm outside, but you get your D from the sun.
I know that.
And C,
C is calcium.
C is not calcium, but you know you can
You
get.
eat it.
I get yes, and I get a lot of vitamin C by eating them red bell peppers.
Citrus.
And get enough.
I don't eat a whole lot of citrus, but I get.
No, I'm saying vitamin, that's what the C is.
It's citrus.
Calcium is calcium.
Yeah, but there is another one I was trying. Zinc. Zinc.
I think you got zinc in your.
Yeah, I
in your,
forget what it's for.
It's in your one a day.
I don't know if it's bones or what. I forgot. But you need zinc.
You need zinc. I can't
Yeah.
remember for what.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, she said that it was maybe mold.
Zinc is supposed to help your. I know it's supposed to help your immune system because for colds they say it's really good to make sure you're getting zinc.
Yeah.
Zinc and vitamin C will really
That's it.
help fight colds.
Yes, yes.
So
And I think they have some for hallucinations, because some people have hallucinations. Like that.
I hate when these popcorn bugs get in my
I
head.
need to, and I don't have the teeth problem.
They want me to be sick. Because if I'm sick, if it's me,
Well, what you would do is, maybe brush your teeth that week. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got my floss, so
Now and then I'm going to floss. Dental floss, yeah. You know, this is not tolerate. Have you cooked the hamburger?
it's cooking.
Oh, I did.
Like I don't love cooking.
But, you know, some people don't believe in vitamins, but I do.
You believe in osmosis. Osmosis. Taking your vitamins by osmosis.
Yeah, I understand. But I've never been a person, like I said, some people have, I ain't know. Oh, God, listen. I've never been that type of a person. Okay?
I've been meaning to ask you if you ain't gonna look up nearest Walmart to here? Where is it?
It's not close.
It's going too far away, huh?
No, I'm saying it's not close.
Well, what about Walmart?
Wasn't there one like near
You want to go for grandma?
before we leave? I want to try to make sure to get see if we can find a trash can for her, garbage can, and something else.
That's downtown.
What? No, it ain't that.
Any
There's
dog.
one like near
Any dog.
Skokie where Celeste used to work.
No,
I
I'm
thought
talking about
by that Home Depot. Home Depot.
And then I'm saying, what is
wow,
it?
they got them all around.
What I'm saying, the dollar store. There's a dollar store.
Oh right, we could go. I could go to the. I might just do that.
It's a super center on Tui, according to this.
Okay, because I'm thinking if there's one close, we can take.
One up.
Oh, I'm tripping. I was just there the other day. Yeah, I know where the closest Walmart
Because when I lived on Lord, right across the damn dollar store.
Well, I was thinking of Super Walmart because they have food too. You can get groceries there while looking for the garbage can and stuff like that. You can get everything.
Like usually I like to get my food at
Jewel. Okay. Well, the nearest Jewel's is still over there on Park Street.
yeah. Is that out? Well, whatever.
Look up Jewel's, the nearest one. I think it's still, maybe it's Howard, but I don't know. I thought there wasn't there one near Morris and Clark or something when you used to live over there.
Okay, bus. Howard bus. Go up to you. You know,
Yeah, it's in that area. Over there by the train.
Yes, up on Howard. Yeah. You know, they closed the old, you know, it was, what was that?
Dominic.
So now it's Jewel. Yeah. But it's up there on Howard.
Right, okay.
Right, and sometimes you don't know for sure. They stay open 24 hours. You know, I don't know if they have where you can sit down or I don't know.
You ate the sausage?
I know they
Huh?
You ate the sausage?
all about
What was left, I put in the plastic containers in the fridge. The clear container with the green lid on it. Is Jewel's open 24 hours? Check it out on the.
some are.
That was not it.
I don't know.
Not
No.
in Chicago.
Huh? Not in
Walmart,
Chicago.
Super Walmart ain't even open 24 hours yet.
I can't believe they don't
Well,
have some.
anyway, I think the one on Howard, like I'm saying, I really do. I don't know. And then another thing I've been trying to find out. Well, really, I haven't been desperate about it. But I know when they have the old girl.
They close at midnight.
Midnight, okay.
Well,
Thank you.
they used to have, like, you know, I say a lot of pennies.
Right.
And sometimes you can take those pennies
Right.
and you might have maybe $20.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been intending to call and see do they still because I got a lot of pennies. And you'd be surprised how those pennies add up. You know? So anytime you can get an extra dollar, I'm for it. Okay?
They got a Walmart Express downtown that say open 24 hours.
Who wants to go out and they gotta go all the way down now?
I don't even know what Walmart Express is.
I don't even care. But one thing I like about around here, almost everything is gonna be. If you don't have a car, you might have to hop on the elevator.
But it could mean you're his next target.
And I haven't been downtown in so long. You know what I mean?
That's okay.
Oh no, I'm eating sausage. Thank you.
Hey, look. You should be wiggling. Can you see it? Let me see them.
Yeah. I see them.
Did you hear him?
Are they looking your blood?
Did I hear my mom?
Mm.
What she say? What she say, mom?
The flowers in your bed, I think.
Tell me again that it's
You
real.
know, just because this thing say they open 24 hours,
What?
wonder why they call Walmart Express up there.
I don't know. I haven't been to Walmart. I probably
You
didn't want to get there.
But yeah, that's the only one they even saying. And like I said, because this phone say it open 24 hours, don't mean it's necessarily true. But they do say it is one downtown open 24 hours. And you know, most of their Walmarts is called neighborhood Walmarts, Mom. You know about that, the green ones? They ain't got a lot of those in Texas, but they got a lot in Chicago.
Your chronic plaque psoriasis made a simple trip to the grocery store anything but simple. So finally, I had an important conversation with my dermatologist about Humira.
And if you ever, I don't think I've ever been to Walmart.
Target and help block a specific source of inflammation that can
Well, Walmart had to fight to get in Chicago for years.
Most adults saw 75% skin clearance, and the majority were clear or almost clear in just 4 months.
People was afraid, you know. They think that when Walmart come to town, they make all the other stores go down.
Infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB.
Probably never been to one.
I'm not probably.
Infections are common.
I know I never been to one before I left the city. I was surprised.
I know they're all over.
Yeah, all over the country.
Your dermatologist about
Chicago special though.
Humira, clear skin is possible.
Did you go down and check the mail?
Oh, that's why I had your kids. So when do you want me to do that? Tomorrow? Mom?
Wait a minute.
Right.
It's tomorrow, Friday? That's what I thought.
Busy. Coming in. Staying. Leaving. When you're leaving work.
Oh.
Time. Coming back. Courage. Sometimes it takes a hero's choice to wake people up. Can a C2B promote change? You have no idea. Introducing the all-new A2 sound. The official pace
Research like this, you know.
New and Ted, the first words from the district attorney. Also today, the superstar Hawk is booted. The major endorsement deal he just lost. Tonight at 10, CBS 2, original reporting. Busy day, huh?
Yeah, our annual clearance event really brings it in. I can barely keep up by myself. 0% APR financing. Tons of amazing inventory. Hologram number 17 seems to have gone rogue. I'm the real fan now. 0%, 0%.
Right now, get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2015 RAV4. Or lease RAV4 for only $199 a month. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
It's all yours.
Thanks, Jan. Toyota, let's go places.
Let's mobile. Same plan, new phone, or a new ring. And that just in case. Add a new line. Or 3. An unlimited talk and text or unlimited tweets. Take a carrier store store at Target and upgrade to a
Like I said, no news is good news, blah, blah, blah.
I'm sorry?
You never heard of no news is good news?
All things mobile, all
Word.
in one place.
Word on the street.
Come out and meet us in the fair when the World's Fair Funding rolls into town August 11th through the 15th. See the 1792 halftime. Documents from U.S. Mint signed by George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. The 1913 Liberty Head nickel worth over $2.5 million. And children can score their share of balloons at the Kids Zone. Super free Saturday means free admission and free appraisals from 11 to 2. The World's Fair of Money, August 11th through the 15th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center. Free ride is on. Get USA financing for 72 months for qualified buyers, so you're free from interest for 6 years. That's on every 2015 car, SUV, and truck. So you're free to choose. Plus 1,000 bonus cash direct from Ford on cars and SUVs.
You pretty much have done everything.
Interest-free financing on every 2015
This big bag and this bag on the door.
cars and
What?
SUVs.
Oh, I think I put a bag in the room too.
A suburban woman paralyzed by a shelter meant to protect her. Here's Ted.
Yeah, it's a basket in the room.
Our best bet is to Lamar Johnson. When's the next meeting? Next week. Along the way.
You take another shot at the leader, there's definitely some issues on that.
I thought she went around.
She won't. We're gonna have to find some other way in. Top of the morning, fellow, let's go.
Where did Lisa Randall go after she met with JJ and Martin?
There's her credit card. Drugstore. 5 of them, to be precise, and she bought a single item 5 times today for rash cream.
Alright, thanks. JJ seems to come in and talk. Maybe I need to go to the drugstore.
The Stephanie folks on your back.
She said she'll let me know when they get some information on the.
Yeah.
Just $194 per month, or 0%
You let me hear that?
Urine?
I said near her.
That's what she did.
You can always look forward to what's next.
That's where I'm supposed to go to do some work when I get back.
When is that?
It has moisture-rich soil.
Oh, man.
Gentle
Oh.
exfoliators.
We only brought one car up here, so we don't leave together.
Naturally beautiful results.
My car's parked in her garage.
Who's girl?
My mother's garage.
Well, I'm saying you're not gonna drive your car, I mean, her car down there, right?
With her, yes.
Oh, she's going to.
Next time we go to Texas, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my car and I'm gonna leave. And, you know, I gotta make money when I get back to Texas.
He was on the cover, now he's not. Game over.
I'm in financial troubles. Dire straits.
Deadly explosions in China, the massive fireball seen for miles where it happened.
Holy crap.
And Ron, we had a string of nice days, but it's going to get warmer. Now,
Well, I guess it's on my screen. I think I
Although every price is making a dramatic jump, but it could get worse.
I thought it was Don't Mess with Texas.
On ABC
Because we're not in the room.
I'm pretty sure it's Don't Mess with Texas.
No.
Don't mess with Texas. That's the saying. You never heard that saying? Grandma never heard that saying, Mama.
And I'm not surprised.
But, you know, out of sight, out of mind. That's just human nature. And I don't get mad at nobody because that's my life.
But anyway,
It's so hard just surviving. You can't focus on sometimes in my life.
that's what I'm saying. But out of sight, out of mind, that's why.
For me, that's my life. I can only focus on my small little
But you
circle.
still think about your family.
Not much. I don't have much family either.
One of your friends.
Yeah, I don't have many friends these days.
Well, whatever. You might focus on something, no matter what it is, your car, your
So I
house,
have them.
or whatever.
And
Okay?
what's around you.
Right. Are important to you. So out of sight, you can't see it, but it's still on your mind.
What's-
So, you know, but when they say out of mind, that's a lie. You know, it might not be in your sight, but still you worrying about your shit that's out of your sight. You worrying about it, is it all right? You do it just still in one piece, or whatever. Because you can't see it, because you're too far away from it. So you don't know what you're gonna find when you come back.
Also, I find it easier to try not to think about things
But you have no control.
like the Serenity Prayer.
No, but I'm saying, what you don't have any control.
Like when I left Chicago, you know,
I know it's a thing.
yeah,
Because he was a strong alcoholic. Right.
It's pretty much obvious from very
God grant me the serenity
That's right, and that means what?
to accept
Because
the
I
things
am
I
not,
can't change.
that's right, I am not strong enough. That's just like when I thought I could not go a day all the time. And I drank to forget. Okay. So when I finally, and I prayed too, because I realized I didn't have the strength. But that'd be all right.
So did you face what you was trying to forget, or was it just
I was helpless.
when you say you was trying to forget? Is
Whatever something is on your mind, and it's upsetting you to the point, or you think, okay, you might do some terrible things. And so that's what it means. Grant me the power to, you know what the correct,
I'm just trying to
to correct the things I can, and there's some that I'm helpless about trying to correct.
I was just
So I
trying to
gotta get
understand
a
you.
higher power to do that for me. So that's what it means. And I guess maybe if somebody is an atheist, they don't think that way. But
I'm not talking about religion. I'm just
I'm
curious.
here you go, please. I'm saying, atheists who don't believe in God in no kind of way. You try to put religion down on atheists, so who might get hurt? Because they don't believe in that shit, to them that shit. Okay, but I'm talking about somebody that believes God. And if you come to him sincerely, all I'm trying to say, you know, so I can't make somebody believe in God. If they don't, I wouldn't waste my time. But I know he's in control. And like I said, people can believe what they want to believe. I can't make you believe like me. And nobody can make you believe like that.
Oh, Diego, do me a favor, that list you started on,
What list? I'm gonna make my list.
put, garbage can and, house shoes. Dolores needs some house shoes.
I need now shoes like
Yeah, I know, you told me what kind of.
Slippers.
Well, we're gonna try to take you to the store, but anyway, did you say, Dolores, you like, mushrooms, don't you? Not really.
mushrooms, all right. What you gotta do without shoes?
Cause I'm thinking about making a thing of spaghetti, but I don't wanna add no mushrooms to it if not, y'all ain't gonna eat them.
Oh, I see. Yeah, all right.
In the sauce.
Grandma like mushrooms.
Yeah.
In the sauce.
I
She
got
love
it.
mushrooms and sauce.
I love that. You know, because you hope that whoever put them together, they work for it. Because you know, boys are mushroom kids.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'm not gonna cook no
No,
corn.
so you know what I'm saying? A lot of things are good for you.
I love to eat
See, I'm
mushrooms.
really your favorite grandson. You just be forgetting me. When you was on lunch, you used to always try to get me to come over and cook for me. And that was one thing you used to like cooking, spaghetti. And you like wanted the sauce with the mushroom. And you want sauce if you didn't have mushrooms on it. And that wasn't that long ago. That was
Right. Because
maybe 2
there,
years ago.
because there are some things that can keep, you know, and if you don't know the difference, then you're in deep shit.
Well, I cooked up this meat and I'm making like,
Is it finished?
it's cooling off. And I'm making it like spaghetti sauce. I already put some tomato paste and stuff in it. And I seasoned it up pretty good, but I would like to add some mushrooms because I like mushrooms.
Yeah, that's good. So what I'm saying, I'm gonna do like salt.
Huh?
Salt.
What about salt?
You know, some people are heavy-handed with salt.
I don't think you even got no salt. I don't put no salt in.
I think I do have salt. I don't know.
I ain't seen no
That
salt.
wasn't 2 years ago. When did you leave, man? How long you been here?
I don't remember.
About a year,
No, more than that.
2
You
years.
been more than a year.
Yeah, more than that.
Maybe 2 years.
2 or 3. No more than that.
I'm thinking of 2008.
I had talked to her.
No?
I had talked to
I don't remember.
I I had talked to the landlord when we were getting them moved in, but I forgot his name. I got it wrote down somewhere. But I had talked to him.
His name,
He seemed real nice.
yeah, he said that. And he's got another place. But, you know, he lives next door. But he had, like he was talking about, I don't know if it's mother or grandmother, but anyway, the elderly people. And I think they live alone. And so a lot of times you gotta check on them.
Right.
Because I remember, I'm trying to think who it was, I'm thinking. But anyway, this guy, he was real nice. He had a good job. And I don't know, but anyway, his mother was elderly. So he thought, well, you know, he'll have a little bit and take care of her. Alright, guess what? One time he came in from work. She's got the TV on, and she's got about 4 or 5 plates of food.
Right.
And she said to him, she said, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Right.
I have all of them gone to eat. Right. And they have come, I don't know what to do. You know, with all this food. Then he realized he got to do something. So he had to put her in a nursing home. That's how I'm coming from.
Right.
And just like, I don't know if you remember, but that time Miss Kimberly ran out in the yard. I don't know if the car was gone. But anyway, she ran out in the yard. I bet she, I don't know if she had a gun or what. Because she saw somebody who was trying to break in the house or something. And you know, the police were there. And they, you know, I think when, what's his name came in, the yard was full of police, the house was full of police. And she was talking about these people.
Right.
And, what's his name? Calvin. And finally, you know, but that happened.
Right.
But another thing I was worried about, because her shotgun got missing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And a little Abby was there.
Right.
Okay. Now Calvin, I think he really cared. I don't know. Because, you know, he was real sick. What did he have? I forgot.
Kidney disease.
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he really cared about her.
He had a couple of transplants.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But little Abby, you know, and I found out she had all these babies and I think she's on drugs and whoring around and all that kind of shit, you know.
Yeah.
And so, you know.
Yeah.
Poor Calvin, he was emasculated and
I think he really cared for her.
but he was not dominant. He couldn't run that house.
What I'm saying is Calvin came from a life-threatening illness,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
But he was too passive to stop Abby from doing whatever she wanted to.
And in a way, somebody wouldn't always believe that little Abby would do what she did.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But you know, that's a case like a dog will bite the hand of people.
Yeah.
No matter how good, yeah, but you know what? No
He has to
matter
do it all the time.
what I'm saying is, no matter how good a person is, this dog might turn around like
Right.
and I couldn't always believe that about her. And said she was stealing, and I think her shotgun got missing, and all this bullshit, and Abby on drugs, and having all these babies, and I don't know what happened to her. So she's out of control. And she certainly didn't need to be there with Miss Kennedy. And I know Miss Kennedy had went through hell almost with little Abby. Okay? And so that's a case like, you know, a dog, like I said. You can take care of that dog, and then maybe one day you turn around and keep.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Right. And I got so mad at little Abby on I mean, if somebody to treat you like that, then you gonna turn around and be a real bitch. And I know that hurts my feelings. But she went to bat for a little ass. And see, I don't appreciate nobody like that. I'm sorry, I don't give nobody shit. You want this salsa? You want this salsa?
Oh,
I thought your
check it,
thumb was
girl.
on there. Your thumb was on
I got it. But what I'm saying is, you know, I'm sure it's a shock. When you have rescued somebody, go all your way out to help this person,
Yeah.
and then they turn around on you after a while.
Hearing so much about you in my world, you
Yeah,
must just
believe
be
me.
amazing.
I don't appreciate people like that. I really don't.
What is this?
I don't know. I don't know.
you asking me or my grandma?
I don't know.
Nobody knows.
I don't have.
Hell is this?
I don't have the guy. You know what I'm saying?
He's a famous actor.
The little
midget.
boy. Yeah.
The midget is an actor? I don't know.
Yes, he is. But I don't know what it is. All I want to know is the news. I want to know what's going on.
Everything has to be in its place every moment unless it's actually being used at that moment. Like a model home that would drive me crazy on the daily.
As a parent, you have to
The little midget, what he been in?
You can say.
Oh, I was like,
Austin Powers. He done a
Is
lot
he
of
the one
movies.
in Austin Powers?
Yes, that's
Yes.
Mini Me.
No, that's not.
I guarantee you that's Mini Me.
that's his name. Yeah.
How you went about doing it, like he's offended by that.
Did you smell something funny?
At the end of the day.
Pardon my foot.
No, I'm talking about it smell like gas or something.
That's what I thought I was doing.
I don't know what. I smell good something.
Yeah.
So sit there and let you tear it up.
I knew you know Diego. Diego.
I don't smell anything.
Do you try olives and see if they're on?
Oh, it's white swab.
No warning, the suburban
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't pay attention to this shit.
So the little midget is actually married to the blonde lady.
I guess so. I don't
Yeah,
know.
she's like a normal size.
It's a lot of midgets married to regular size people.
Come back here. Stephen, stay strong.
And then there's the program. I don't watch it, but they're all in it.
Right, the little,
And I think one was even a doctor.
the little people.
Yeah. Diego, did you check the
Something
stove?
about the little people,
Yeah,
yeah.
did you check the stove?
So it's all.
All the super deals at the
You
The
tried?
carbon monoxide detector working.
$10 off, and we spend 25 or more.
You smell something funny?
I don't know. I-
Well, you sitting by the AC, so I wouldn't be surprised if you smelled bad.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Maybe it's your secondhand smoke.
But it smells like gas. Cigarettes don't smell like that. Fire off the eyes first.
I do not smell what y'all smelling at all.
Well, you know, everybody has a sense of smell. And some people don't.
Well, I got a sense of smell, but I have always had sinus problems.
Breakfast can make you feel like your day never started. Get going with protein and 21 vitamins and minerals to help your family be their best.
You getting so mad at the things I say.
No, what I'm
It's
saying.
crazy because I say some horrible things, but you don't get mad at the horrible things I say.
No, but what I'm saying, if you have a condition like maybe you can't smell it. But somebody else can smell it. And gas is not a damn thing to play with. That's what I'm saying.
I delivered gas before.
Why he's full of energy. But mom knows it's all the
Out of control.
of natural balance. Now available at PetSmart.
What I'm saying, gas is not good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't deliver that kind of gas. It's delivered through pipes.
I think you understand where I'm coming from. If gas is leaking, you know, the whole fucking place can blow up. Okay? So
If it's a flammable gas, combustible gas. You know, most of those gases naturally don't have a smell. but they add certain chemicals like
But
sulfur
I'm
to
talking
it, so
about,
that it will have a smell.
I do say, you know, when you smell gas, you smell gas. Okay? And you know it's not normal. You don't want to be in a place where you smell gas. Okay? Because it can blow the whole fucking place up. Okay? Now, if you don't believe that,
Nah.
You could have did that a different way.
and it's good that you would smell it because you know something is wrong. Maybe all the eyes are, you know, like, you know. And so that's something to be checked. Because you're not going to smell it.
He just walked out the door. I don't know how he got there. You didn't tell me though? Because normally he'll just say, I'm going out.
I don't think so.
That's not really gonna fly with me.
And I think common sense will tell you, well, this is
I
right.
get this homework
Not-
done first thing.
something wrong
Did
here.
not want anything to do with it. And then we took him to a celebrity chef's kitchen and then did super fast 20-minute drills, and he was amazing.
Oh, Lord, my.
Yeah.
So when something
He
seems,
basically
oh,
said, you can be an amazing cook, but
I think the most sensible thing
I think it comes from two.
is to check.
Now, Vern, on
Is
the
to
other
check.
hand, he's just
Not to over.
playing video games. And this is what the relationship is like between you and Brittany. You're saying it's low maintenance, but I just feel like there's a lot of no maintenance.
I think that's
so
the most
I second
sensible
it,
way.
but
I don't know about
like,
it.
revamp the house.
Well, it
But
depends.
when you guys walk in, it's not just
Gas is-
Vern's home. It's all three of y'all's home.
Well, I currently only know
Like I say, flammable and combustible gases.
I really like getting Jaden outdoors. Me being a professional athlete, of course I want to get my son out. So we went to Stone Mountain. It was an awesome experience. Jaden had a blast doing it. She let Jaden dress me up. Anyway,
Rev, did you check it?
It's all
And
grandma.
then another thing, sometimes you can turn the gas off. And maybe it's not all the way off.
Well, if the pilot light isn't lit, the house can get filled with gas. Yeah, I understand.
We got a friend across the street from where you guys live.
Huh?
There's a party.
That's not fun. Did you like that?
Yeah, and it was okay.
Get out your comfort zone.
So like we will spill some chemicals,
And I'm going to be
you know,
more of the structure.
you don't know where they are coming from. I think that's the wisest thing. Then just say, oh well, next thing you know, you.
Relationship that Vern is now starting with Tyson. It makes me realize.
Okay.
Well, like I say, I don't smell no gas. So
Okay, alright. And some people can out smell it.
just smell gas.
Celebrity couples and see how
But let me tell you one thing.
so glad that
I
I'm
never
married.
will forget that.
Thank God.
I forgot where I was.
You got where you was?
I forgot where I was.
This time, we're not gonna do it.
What's on the south there? And like, oh, this guy, the old, his father and mother, they live downstairs on the first floor. They collect rent.
Because I missed you too. What was it done? No more.
They did all the cleanup, you know, like taking care of the grass, and all that kind of shit. I guess maybe they took care of their rent, a part of their rent, or whatever. They showed the apartments and all that kind of shit. Well, all right, further in the middle, this guy lived over. But anyway, he had been in the service, okay? And he was the older brother. He had this young brother, I guess maybe 15 or 16. And so the older brother lived with him. But this is all the building, you know, the man down in the apartment. He got it. The parents lived in quite a thing. So everybody was talking about their youngest son. Because he's running around with a lot of violence. And you could not tell enough. But now his older brother, that I said they lived in their own flat. Okay. So I mean, the older brother couldn't, you know, because he's working. Okay. But I'm sure he would try to Teach his younger brother. You know, oh, you. Turn it up. Where is that?
China.
Oh, in China.
Yeah, we done heard the story today.
But I'm talking about this something happened where
There was an explosion in China.
I'm talking about wasn't something in Elgin or somewhere.
You talking about the tornado from
Or
my
whatever.
baby mama?
Wherever.
Or you talking about what CC and them was talking about earlier?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was that, a fire? Or something, but it was, where was it? It was here, in Chicago. And that's what I've been trying to see. I think something blew
Captured
up.
on camera, hundreds injured in this deadly blast, and the toll expected to go higher.
Losing endorsements, Patrick Kane told from the cover of a new video game while under
And,
investigation.
you know, some
Sexual
people
assault
say,
case in New York.
well, I don't really know.
Shocking jump in prices at the gas pump. What's driving the increase in the Chicago area?
And they both look like Chicago's iconic bean sculpture, but only one of them is the real thing. The outrage this imitation is causing.
Live from Chicago's #1 news, ABC 7 Eyewitness News at 10 starts right now.
Well, I do know
It's the hockey version of the
I do
cover of
know
Rolling Stone, and Patrick Kane was supposed to
that
be
it
on it.
should be
Now
on the
he's not.
news.
The company dropping the
Because
black box
this is
star
very
from their
important.
video game tonight amid a race
What's that for?
investigation.
And for the first time, we're hearing from the prosecutor handling the
What
case.
is-
That was just reporter Stacey Bach
What?
live tonight in United
The
States.
TV guy, I mean, the
Kathy
famous,
Ron, EA Sports is the first company to drop Patrick
Yeah.
Kane as a spokesman, but the video gaming company had to make a decision because
Yeah.
its new video hockey games will be out soon. Next month, hockey fans everywhere would have seen this on the video game cover of NHL 16.
okay.
Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane side by side hoisting the Stanley Cup. Now Kane will not be on the cover. EA Sports tweeted this comment today. In light of the ongoing investigation,
did, when CC and them came over, didn't they say something happened about a fire or something? Explosion or something?
I don't remember that today.
Well, I'm sure they're not. They've been called, tape right quick.
No, it was some,
Something
happened
happened.
on lunch.
oh, it had just happened.
Deanna says the blood
Yeah, something had just happened, right?
Was it a blow?
It was a bunch of police or something?
Yes. And so I'm saying, ask her where that was, because I know it should be on the news. That's what I'm saying.
It's unclear how long the investigation will take. Today, the district attorney for the Buffalo area would only say this about the hockey club. Kane has represented at least 4 other companies,
And I'll tell you about this.
which sells hockey gear. Tonight, a company spokesman says they're obviously
And I'll
aware of the
tell you-
investigation and are closely monitoring the situation. Chevy ads have also featured Kane. Tonight, a local representative says he has absolutely no comment. I just
Yeah,
have no
that-
comment on the
So
situation
loud
at
that
all.
you can
I'm
hear.
curious what the big deal about this hockey player is. Did he molest some children or something?
Ads, we have not heard back from that company tonight. And again,
In
Patrick
the year.
Kane has not been charged with any crimes. Reporting live from the United Center tonight, I'm Stacey Vaca.
I think you hear, right?
Eyewitness
I
News.
can hear.
Kathy and Ron, back to you.
Okay, well, where's Patrick Kane, the number one story?
In China, 2 massive explosions killed at least 17 people. In addition to the dead, hundreds hurt, many reported in critical condition. The blast happened in a warehouse that stores hazardous materials in the port city of Tianjin. According to one state agency, the second larger explosion had the force of 21 tons of dynamite. Windows blown out on high-rise apartments, office buildings
Wow.
destroyed. A fireball caused by the explosion
Wow.
into a parking lot of 1,000 new cars, burning the paint off all of them.
New Town warning to CTA screenwriters to be on alert for a man who was wanted in a series of jewelry thefts. Police released surveillance video showing the suspect on the CTA platforms. They say that he seeks out women wearing valuable necklaces and then rips the necklaces off before running off the train. So far, at least 3 thefts have been reported.
Former President Jimmy Carter reveals he has cancer
What?
and that it has spread. Mr. Carter was in the Chicago area for a book signing just a month ago. He says the disease was discovered during liver surgery. A
Oh,
local liver specialist says the fact
the former president even had that operation is a good sign at the age of 90.
It tells you that he's in pretty good shape because, usually that's not a minor operation. And so, but I think that, he's been very active from what I've seen in the news. And so I suspect that he'll recover just fine.
President Obama said Carter wishes for a fast and full recovery, saying he, the First Lady, and America are rooting for it.
Something that happened.
Puget parents rallied after a suburban school closes suddenly just 1 week before the new school year was set to begin. The Walsh family has 7-year-old twins who attended Medina Christian School in northwest suburbs. But last night they received an email notifying them that the school will close. Recently, an administrator and the school board chair stepped down. The email cited the resignations and low enrollment as 2 reasons the school is closing. For the Walsh's daughters, the news was tough to hear.
They were sad and they started to cry because, they're friends, they miss their friends and their teachers.
Walsh has already enrolled her daughters at another school. Medina school administrators
Yeah, they say she did not say it. They did not say it was an explosion. They said it was a lot of commotion with police cars and stuff, and they didn't know what had happened. But it was across the street from where you used to live, Forest Lawn or whatever.
Right.
But they didn't know what was going on. They just knew it was something going on.
So it should be on the news.
Yeah, well, it might be just something, I don't know. Could have been an accident.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, somebody could have got hit by a car.
Well, whatever. Usually when a bunch of police are around, something's going on.
That's right.
And usually it's on the news.
It might have been just called to investigate something suspicious.
Right.
Who knows?
Fuel treated here
It might be on the
more than just
And so it might be on the news.
And now one of its
Maybe.
distillers
Yeah.
is down, likely for weeks.
Maybe.
Unfortunately, with the waiting,
Well, anyway, like I was saying,
unfortunately, the consumer's going to pay a
And
You know, when I
this
had the
news
water
viewer
bill.
says gas at this Rogers Park Marathon jumped 40% overnight.
The boy
That
felt
is just a sign of what's to come. We
I guess he feels so important because they're his parents,
25 to 50,
are taking care of the building,
75 cents a gallon higher.
collecting the rent, and all that kind of thing. And then I guess this apartment, where their oldest son lived in the service, and the younger brother stayed. And maybe their apartment was free, I don't know. But anyway, I mean, that's something their parents influenced, and you just put all the things they were in order. All right, and then your oldest son and younger son, they have an apartment of their own in the same building. But,
right.
I filled up on Monday.
all right,
Stewart Park, Rob Elvis, ABC 7.
so this boy,
Okay, good timing. Thanks, Ron.
you know,
Well, the $400,000 bonus for ongoing University
I
of
don't
Illinois
think he's
Chancellor
old
Phyllis
enough to
Wise. The unanimous
handle
decision
it.
made today by the university's
but
board
he
of
tried to
trustees.
keep him on the
Wise
break.
resigned last week within a year left on her 5-year
So
contract,
one time,
following reports that she used private
The
emails
older
to avoid
brother-
scrutiny. The dean of the College of Liberal Arts and
The
Sciences,
younger
Barbara
brother-
Wilson, will serve as
Who
interim
is that?
chancellor.
About 2,000 non-union workers at Chicago
Is
Public
that,
Schools are going to have to start paying their own
what's
pension
her name?
contributions. The district
girl
decided to
first.
stop making its
Who is that?
contribution as part of the effort to deal with the pension crisis. This
Alicia.
affects only
Oh.
central office and
Alicia?
non-union
Yeah.
employees. CPS,
One of her
CEO,
web
Claypool says
Mhm.
everyone
Yeah.
must
When
sacrifice
she first got
and
with
cut
the
to
Gennaro.
classrooms. The additional costs for workers will be phased
Yeah, I
in
heard
over the
it.
next several years.
no, because she doesn't right there.
News exclusive
Yeah, but
tonight.
she stopped permanent. She
Let me
believed she went natural a while ago.
Busy at work.
she's
I would
been
do
going
that
natural,
over.
yeah.
Yeah, what did she do?
With Mayor Ron
The
Matt
whole
Cheryl.
report.
Kathy, it is an urgent call for action. The brand new 100,000 Opportunities Initiative. Nearly
What did
30
you do?
companies holding a massive job fair tomorrow.
I mean,
Writer, oh yeah, that's
Oh.
old.
I mean, she's always been
across the
smart.
country, and it's all
That's
starting
why I'm
right
saying
here.
I
Oh,
don't,
okay, that was back in 2012. Oh yeah, that's old.
Locked up. And so much
Not too old.
They get
Well,
to-
Yeah,
2012.
my mother never said this.
We're doing
It's nice. Big
Yeah, but
that was 3 years ago.
that's what I'm saying, it wasn't like it was 10, 20 years.
But there's a news report about her when she got with the Gennaro Legion. You know how to pronounce it, right?
It says she was the executive something. What
Yeah, that's when she first got with them.
Yeah.
She was always smart.
Have teamed up.
I never thought she
will
was
be
smart.
offering jobs on the spot
But
to
I-
hundreds of
Oh,
applicants
yes, you-
tomorrow. Ages 16 to
What
25.
does she do?
March
She's a
the 20th.
journalist.
Oh, you always have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5.3 million of
And
these
she was
individuals
good.
in our country.
Right.
Well, she's now she's VP. She like helps people advertise
This is our
Yeah.
online.
as a city.
So she's almost like trying to be an advertising executive now.
That's what I'm saying. She's always been smart.
But she's a lot more independent.
That's what I'm saying. She's always been smart.
He says the
You
city's
know, I remember.
investments in job training will combine with the private sector and
Okay.
community groups,
She
helping
could have
survival
been.
event have
She
ongoing
could've been a
local
prostitute.
impact.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be I was hoping she'd be an attorney.
Oh, yeah. She could have been what you call it, a drug dealer.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
damn right.
Oh, yeah.
So you did say prostitute that first time.
Any other country.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
whatever.
they, you know, I feel that way about all of them. Alicia, Toya,
So far,
Celeste.
4,400 people
They're
have
all
signed up
doing
for
very
tomorrow's
good.
event.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
they all would have been.
1,600
Why is that?
Prostitutes.
Why ain't no drug dealers or
Yeah.
gangbangers or
Momentum
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Kind
and
of,
they're not doing good. They're
Right.
not doing great.
honest,
Yeah.
A wonderful opportunity.
decent things.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So
Sheriff.
I'm proud of all of
Oh,
them.
you're
That- that's what I'm saying.
Illinois leading the country with new
But
standards for
anyway, when
using
I'm getting
police body
back,
cameras.
Also, seen a series of traffic tie-ups along the Chicago River
All
tonight.
right, I'm
And they say
trying to see
invitations
where
to
that. Oh, I live
sincere
on the
support
first
flattery,
floor.
but not everybody happy with China's new version of Chicago's
They-
meme.
And we have clear skies out
They
there.
live-
Copycats.
They, that's good, Diego. They lived on the second floor in the building, not in Gardenville, not in.
Yeah.
Okay, now the older brother street, and I said he been in the service, you know, all that stuff.
Right.
So anyway, I don't know what possessed him and his young brother and his gang, bang. I mean, well, you know, I don't know what his name is. But you know how kids like to, these are all young guys.
Right.
And they like to roam in the So somebody got the bright idea to steal this motorcycle. I don't know where they got it.
Mm-hmm.
Brought the damn motorcycle up
Mm-hmm. In the apartment.
in the apartment, set it near the kitchen stove.
Right.
All right, it was one of the youngest friends that lived next door,
Mm-hmm.
and this woman didn't want her son fooling around with
With
it,
him, yeah.
and she had got after him many times,
Right.
you know, but he would sneak, you know,
Right.
young people.
Go hang with them.
All right, so all at once, that fucking apartment blew up.
Yes, I remember that.
Blew out
Right.
because the fumes from the motorcycle,
Yeah.
the
Ignited
stove,
Stove somehow.
blew
Yeah.
that old motherfucking place up.
I know. I remember that.
All right, her son is dead.
Mhm.
The other boys were dead, and what you call the oldest brother, he's fucked up.
When,
But-
yeah,
The younger brother,
yeah,
he came down
on fire.
and tried to break into this place. He's on fire,
Right.
and the woman slammed the door in the face and get away
Yeah.
from here. And she didn't realize her damn son up there dead.
Yeah.
I
I
never
remember
forgot
that.
that.
I remember that.
Right. And so the older brother, you know, he didn't know his brother was dead.
Right.
So a lot of times they would come to see how he's doing. Because he went well. And he would ask how so and so. They
Right.
said, oh, well, he's in the hospital, but he's doing all right.
Mhm.
They didn't want to tell him, you know, for a long time. His brother dead.
Right.
And all of them up there were dead,
Yeah.
except him.
One more way for
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And I never forgot that. And then I was thinking about, I was thinking about the woman that she had been telling her husband, stay away from him,
Right.
because it no good.
Yeah.
And then slammed the damn door in the face and didn't realize until sometime later I was up there dead too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never forgot it.
Right. Yeah. That was something else.
Right.
I recall. that.
Right.
Around.
But he didn't, yeah, but he got, he eventually got all right. I don't know if he got completely all right.
Right.
So overall.
But he recovered.
But that was so sad. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
it was.
And I'm saying, like, he, you know, he slept with me motherfucker. Like her son is so good and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And don't realize, and then she gonna slam the face of the ear of this one on fire.
I mean, a lot of mothers are
You know,
Mm-hmm. A lot of mothers are like that.
Be like that.
right, you know,
They'll think that their son is an angel.
Oh,
And he
right.
the leader of the clique.
right. You understand
Or
where
not
I'm coming
necessarily.
from?
Or not necessarily.
So what are those mothers? They stupid, right?
Not necessarily the leader.
What are they?
No,
If your son is a big time
no, but
criminal
what I'm
and
saying,
you don't know, what are you?
but what I'm saying is, you know how your friends, so-called friends, you
They
know,
were young. They were kids.
They were young,
Okay.
okay? And it looked like anybody older. I know you don't bring a goddamn motorcycle about 25 stones.
Right.
Okay?
But they were young kids.
I think there's ought to be safer.
And I know that mother felt really, really bad.
Oh, she did?
And probably guilty of
Oh,
Oh, but hold on a
she
second. Sound like that woman was a real piece of doo-doo.
I don't know.
It's a
about-
dude on fire trying to get help and she slams the,
Yeah.
She didn't
her
know
son. I'm glad her son is dead.
No, but I'm not.
Because she's gonna watch this man burn to death in front of her and not help him.
And that's
That's
part of-
exactly what she deserved. I hope she's died in the mental hospital. That's how
No,
is-
I don't see
I
it.
know. That was part of the justice.
you gonna watch somebody burn to
That's
death?
not-
But I'm saying I don't see it that way.
She slammed the door in his face.
Right.
Yeah, that
But
was
you
pretty
didn't know
cold.
her child laying up out there.
That was cold for her to do that, you know. And like you said, she thought her son was.
That's what she get, because that
Too
dude on
bad.
fire was somebody else's
Wait
son.
a minute.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You heard of karma.
Yeah, that was karma. It got her. It bit her in the
All
butt.
right. Okay.
I like karma and I believe in karma.
Bit
But
her in
look,
the
bro,
butt. Bit her in the butt.
let me show you some
Good.
pictures. I'm sure you've seen them before. But this was when we first got to Texas.
I want to wash.
What? Tonight?
Alone. I want to wash
Tonight?
with his. With
I don't
his
want you doing tonight.
Just alone. Diego, maybe you do it before you do sleep. I mean, I really, because it was, I wanted to try myself this week. We weren't in Texas, were we? You talking about this picture where you was.
Who is that? Who is that? I see you. Who is that?
Just one of the other classmates I had
Oh.
in our welding class
And where was it?
in San Marcos, Texas.
I thought it was Texas. That's what I'm trying to
Is that Dockport?
Of course. What are you thinking, Mom?
But what y'all doing?
Okay.
We work with welders.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
We take metal and we burn it
Well, I know
together.
what a well-
So
we
you was,
break it apart, or-
you was 15
But we
or
work
16?
with very explosive things. We work with explosive gases. We had already moved past gas welding at this stage because you could tell by the way we dressed, we arc welding.
That was after Marcus died? What was that?
Yeah, Marcus died before this.
You, okay.
So we have been in Texas maybe a year and a half.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, his job for it's like 1995.
You was 16. Cause you made,
17.
I was gonna say you made 16 the day after Marcus died, didn't you?
Right.
Your birthday was like the next day. That was really,
Yeah.
really sucked.
But yeah, I'm just a kid right here. And we had to work with some very dangerous stuff.
Imagine.
But you see the gloves, and as you see, these firefighters. I saw somebody catch on fire in one of my welding classes before. That was pretty funny.
Funny, huh?
He wasn't dressed right. He shouldn't have been welding when he was welding and trying to be
Well,
clean.
insulation, right?
Well, it's protective gear, but he had on his street clothes. Like we should always, this is a coverall right here,
Mm.
and then this is a welding jacket.
Yeah, but what I'm
You
saying,
should always have at least non-flammable clothing on.
that's what I'm saying, insulation. It's not help. That's what I'm saying.
Fire retardant.
Yeah.
Okay, now this was my job. This was many years later. This is in San Antonio. Remember this job, right?
I don't know, was that that well or what?
Right. We deliver propane. These are our propane tanks, and you see all the little propane tanks.
Uh-huh.
This is Fraser Calabria Road.
But,
This is the truck. Now I was like 23 at this time. This is the truck I used to drive. And as you see, we deliver all kind of, and you got to keep them separated. Right, I deliver non-flammable and flammable
And
gases.
what, little propane?
Oh, all this is the little tanks are propane.
That's what I'm saying.
This is oxygen. This is argon. This is propylene. It's like propane, but it's a little bit more flammable. But you gotta, it's special laws. You gotta put them in the truck correctly. And this is me in the cloud. See, that's my hand right there. And this is liquid nitrogen. But when this thing, it kind of leaked. So when we would fill up the bottles, the liquid nitrogen would come out in a big old cloud. And you see that's frost. All that's frost because liquid nitrogen is really cold. And when it hits the air, it starts boiling. It boils, but it's boiling at a very low degree. That's how you can get like cold burns, because it boils at like 90 degrees.
What I'm saying is not bleaching.
Well, it turns into gas almost instantly, but if, say for instance, I had a big old cup of liquid nitrogen, and then I pour it, like say if I poured it on the table, it would just boil on the table. And just the table is not going to really do no damage to this, but if you did it on your skin, you would get frostbite instantly. And you know.
Could have killed you.
Frostbite can kill you, but for the most part, in this condition, like these, what we delivered, almost soon as it opened, it almost turned into gas instantly. So it can burn you more than likely, and you might have to go to the hospital depending on the injury and everything. But liquid nitrogen is, I used to deliver that to like research centers, like they would.
Is it old?
Yeah, it's really
That's what I'm
cold.
saying.
It's refrigerated liquid nitrogen is what this big tank is right here. And my boss was really smart. He invented, like, if you drive around San Antonio, you see these big white tanks. Hopefully I can find a picture of them.
That's TNCC.
Uh-huh.
Is that TNCC? Yeah,
Of course.
that should be. That thing looks so cute.
Little Tay and CC.
That's Tay. That was
Okay,
Tay.
now this is the picture I was talking about. These tanks right here. And like I was showing, I took that picture so that I could show my boss. Like I could zoom in, which I had to. Okay, so like I was showing him, we had a defective tank, and you might have seen these around San Antonio. But they hook them up. He invented a way to do this, to make this, because these are liquid nitrogen containers.
Right.
But he invented a way to turn them into gas now. And like this gas wasn't supposed to be leaking out like that, and that's why it's covered with ice like that. That's all frost.
Right.
And it was defective, that's why I had to show him.
Right. Gotcha.
Because if it had did something with it, it done blow something up.
Well, it's not really gonna cause too much damage unless an idiot gets to playing with it. Like they see a smoke coming out of it, they're like, oh wow, oh I could touch it, and then they touch it a few times and they think they could play with it, and then they get too much of it on their hand, and then they're gonna completely burn their hand and end up suing my boss.
That's what I'm saying.
Because instant frostbite isn't like when you go to sleep in the woods and it slowly sets in. That instant frostbite, you know, once it happens, you're gonna be screaming and hollering and running around, and that's what all these tanks were. Most of those are liquid nitrogen. Then in the background, I was only 23 at the time, and my point is, somebody got to do it.
Right.
I was only making $9 an hour to do this, and those tanks are really, 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 really heavy.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say that you can see it could be a dangerous job. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's a very dangerous job. Like they don't even play. Like my license, I lost my hazardous material license a while back, and to get it back, it was really hard. It took me some years to get it back. You know, I just got it back. You know, I got it back, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because in other words, you gotta know what the hell you're doing.
What is that down there? Is T?
That's Tay. That's CC.
Where is
And that's
that?
their little friend.
Some
That's it, Gail.
Oh, yeah, school.
Okay, I'm listening
And
to
that's
Carl.
Tino.
Hey, Gail right down the street.
Yeah.
And that's Tino in the middle.
Yeah, that's Tino in Birmingham.
Yeah.
That's when he was staying with Jose for like the first time we stayed with him. And then that's me at the Alamo Dome. You can't hardly see me.
I was gonna say, sure, that.
I was at the Alamo Dome and I ran to the middle of the flow, But y'all know who that is.
That's you?
That's Sean.
Yeah, that's Sean before he was
Couldn't see your
paralyzed.
face.
He could still walk back then.
Uh,
See, he got legs.
Yeah.
What, his legs were cut off?
No, he's crippled now. I mean, you know, paralyzed now, but he was able to walk.
Oh, I see.
That's Sean.
That's
I
what
can't
he's
see
saying.
his face. But even if I saw it, I probably wouldn't recognize it. It's been so long.
And of course, y'all know who the handsome one is.
Oh, yeah.
But I am the most handsome on that picture.
You
Right?
are the most handsome on that picture.
Yeah, right.
He thought he was.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are again.
That's when I first cut my hair.
Oh, look at all that.
Okay, that.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's scary.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on a second. Right.
President T.O.F.C. credited the Joe Madden 5. It shows talent to play at such a high level so quickly. And that buzz continued into extras at Wrigley. Second inning, Chris Bryant throws a solo shot into the right field basket at 16. They were all tied up at 1 in the fifth.
That's at Mama Abby's house.
One up the middle.
This was years and years ago.
Yeah, who is that?
And here is
Right here? That's Tay Tay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This was when I first transferred my probation back up here. And Tay Tay was like we were really close. She didn't want to go nowhere. She wanted me to take her everywhere with her. Oh, my little baby. Hard to believe that she used to be like that towards me, ain't it?
All right.
I know you remember that picture. Mama
Oh,
Abby's
that
house.
was, yeah, that was my baby's house. We had went over to my baby. Yeah, she would live anything.
Oh, good.
And she didn't really know. T was there that day. Keisha was there that day.
They came by, okay. And she was acting shy, so.
Well, she didn't really know any of them at the time. She was only like 3. And she just wasn't used to everybody yet because she used to. We used to really be, we was real protective of Tay. She was the first baby.
Oh, yeah. Look at her.
Many years ago.
Mm.
That's Celeste.
Yeah.
They got a lot of pictures of Celeste.
Yeah. And she's going to dinner. Some people are not. I'm not. I ain't getting that.
You know what that is, right?
No, what is it?
The Twin Towers
Oh, in Chicago.
in New York
Oh, yeah.
before September 11th.
Yeah.
And that's me and Tino at
No, you
19.
can't see it. I can't see. Oh, okay.
Me and Tino at 19.
Mm.
We were still the same height.
Mm.
He was just starting to get taller than me right there.
Is he taller than you?
Oh, he's about 5 or 6 inches taller than me
Oh,
now.
really? Oh, and that's he's going to take. Oh,
That's Tay. That's before Cecil was born.
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
That's me.
Okay, taste. This is kind of hot, but I want you to taste it. Tell me it's not. I don't think it's. It's not too salty or not because I didn't put no salt in it. But that's gonna be the spaghetti sauce. Tomorrow I'll cook the spaghetti and add it. I want to add some mushrooms, but we ain't got none, so I'm
What
gonna
is
buy
that?
some.
Is that your mother?
That's Miles, ain't it? Little Damien, DJ, I call him DJ. When he was baby, I think in car seat.
That's the boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, girl.
That's Stephanie little boy. When he was,
Yeah. Before he got that first haircut, everybody thought he was a girl.
Briefly, the NFL is moving Super Bowl media day to primetime media night. In the fire.
Well, James is pretty good, but not a lot of garlic.
Well, I can add more garlic powder because you got powder, which I like. I don't like garlic salt.
Me, I said salt.
That's see how cute he was. He was a little bitty cute baby.
Before his haircut.
Oh.
It's a cutie.
Mm.
Look at him. He was such a cutie. Look at him on this, riding on his back. He riding on Diego's back.
I'm saying some garlic.
That was after we had already broke up. And that was like the first time he saw me.
Looks like that's me.
That is you. That's at Keisha's house.
Oh.
When she had the house with the crazy guy that
Yeah.
before he lost his mind all the way.
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say was the dark.
He crying on
Nah, he just
there.
spoiled it.
Fussing, whining.
The camera, he used to always try to play with that camera.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a cat. A mean cat.
Everything like that. I'm gonna take my medicine. Yeah.
You ready?
No, I'm gonna take before I go to bed. Which would be
And that's after the surgery when the deals almost got him.
yeah, that's this dog.
He was shaved right there and he was sewed up right there. And there's another one on the other side.
He's gonna be alive.
Oh yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, my mom had to pay for that. I told her to save her money.
You know what? I don't think I told you about my dog.
It depends on which one.
I only had,
The German Shepherd.
yes, that stepped in that live water. I kept picking his paws and crying. And, you know, then my mom said, oh, she's trying to get penny off of him. You know, the line boy. And of course, you know, and so I took him to the vet. And I used to go by to visit my dog. And I told him, the vet, I don't give a damn how much it costs. He would pretend and save my dog. And so I go by there and he and then finally he got well, but like the doctor said, he'll never grow real high. Because it suddenly didn't grow. I said, I don't give a damn, he's alive. That's the main thing, he's alive.
That's all that matters
Right.
sometimes.
Because my dog will love me. And like I said, I don't care how much it costs. Please leave my dog with me. And I'm serious about that. Man, all that money.
Easy come, easy go.
You don't know. Money's still like put my hands up like I wouldn't work other than that. Like, no.
And this is when my happy family was still together.
No.
Yeah, we really didn't have no clothes on. It was fun.
You were naked?
No, but I had on shorts.
We had on clothes. You said we didn't have no clothes on.
Yeah, I just wouldn't get. She made me put on a dress shirt, but I wouldn't put on no pants.
Well, whatever.
But you can't tell from most of the pictures because of the way they edited them.
Well,
Like that, you can't tell.
Well, I know you've been to the museum. All right, of course, there's the Statue of David.
Your favorite one where he's butt naked.
All those in, you know, those statues are mostly famous people and whatnot. They're mostly nude.
Okay.
And my thing is, there's nothing more beautiful than the naked body. It's the way some people perceive it, and they want to destroy it.
Well, also those statues came out of a different culture. You know, those were made like, and a lot of those were made in ancient Greece.
I said
ancient
in
Rome.
Jesus' time. Yes, I understand that. I understand that. So there's nothing wrong with the naked body. It's the way some people perceive it. So they want to destroy it. Okay? You come in the world naked. And believe me, when you get to your destination, you're going to be naked.
You come to the world naked, but you haven't gone through puberty yet. So your organs,
Well,
your private parts aren't sex organs yet. They're organs for the But that's my point. Nobody want to see a naked man.
But what I'm saying,
Seeing a naked.
some people see someone naked and they see the beauty.
Oh, I like naked.
And that means men, women, children, anything. But there are some people who see evil in it. And so they want to destroy it. And like I said, nothing is more innocent than a naked baby. You think you're supposed to come here cold? But some freak might look at it as something evil. What are you doing? Put your frown all on your face.
Hey, where did you get that from?
It's my pillow that I was heading over there and it got wet. He cute.
You had that a long time,
He
ain't
cute
you?
and I cleaned it. But I took the pillowcase off and everything. It needs to be washed. I don't want to lay down on none of that stuff till I wash it. That's why I said.
That
You
shit was
want
full of
to
pillowcase.
wash it for me?
Tonight?
Yeah, I wanted to wash it tonight, but I know, you know, a minute I
Don't you have other pillows you can use?
I have my cover and everything I want running to wash with things.
Well, not
My
tonight.
towel.
Why didn't you do it earlier, no?
That's what about not tonight.
You don't feel comfortable.
No.
Right. See, that's the
So do you have any color that you
I
can
like
use?
to do it like my towel, and his leash, and his collar.
Yeah, just put it somewhere.
Like it.
I do it before I leave in the morning. Okay, so that's
It's in the
a.
black bag by the door. I'm gonna put it up.
Yeah.
I think I had told y'all about the fact that
Yeah, do you have a pillow? Because I think I got 3 in there. You have 1.
But also, I clean this more clean pillowcases.
Well, I have that pillow there, but I was using that other one to lay on, lay my
The-
stomach and my side on, but I got my pillow.
There's more clean pillowcases.
Yeah, I'll put one of
Did you
those.
see them?
Yeah.
I think in that basket.
Yeah.
That's my lizard. When he was a baby.
Oh. I don't like that. I had fish. I had turtle. I had a canary.
That's
And I even had a white rabbit.
that's Lorraine, Abby, and my mama hiding around the corner.
Is that in this place?
Uh-huh. And that's Lorraine. And that's my mama. And her first car. Right? That was your car? That picture where you can see the Robert Taylor's in the background? And you in front of the car?
No, that's my baby's car. That's, matter of fact, that's not her car either. That was just somebody else visiting in the parking lot.
You really should see what that place look like now. They tore down everything over there.
Where's the TV guy?
I ain't got no TV there.
Remote.
That might have been my Abby's car.
I know it's another car parked right here.
That might be her car.
Where's
You had the remote, I think. Is that the one?
I don't want to hear that.
Factor last night and gave the Donald Trump version of an apology, which made it very easy to see why he's been divorced a couple of times. And then at a campaign event in South Carolina today, Trump gave out Lindsey Graham's personal cell phone number.
I gave his number, and I found the card. I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202-228-0292. I don't know. Maybe it's, it's 3-4 years ago, so maybe it's an old number.
He should be in jail.
202-228-0292.
And I never go.
So, I don't know. Give it a shot.
He's bringing, I have to say, he's bringing the same level of class to this presidential election
Oh, I
that
bet
one
my
does
mother.
to a stall in a public
And
restaurant. Lindsey Graham, he tweeted, this is what he tweeted today, probably
Yeah, that's
getting a new
Marcus.
phone.
Yeah,
I
but
phone
that's my
or his
mother.
one.
I think that's in Marcus's apartment too.
It is. It was.
Oh, okay. Nobody say my mother.
You was at the same party.
For president of a
Yeah, I was
sorority or
there.
So I
something.
think that's Jose.
That's what I'm saying.
16 months to go.
Right behind you.
So why is it so black?
Where could this be headed, Guillermo? Nowhere good.
I can't
Nowhere
see
good.
it. Oh, no.
All right, time for a game now. Our
Oh,
friends
I
at Cisco built us a big, beautiful video screen. We call it the Wall of America. It lets you be a part of the show from the
That's
comfort of your home. Let's
your
fire it
birthday,
up now
Diego.
for a
No, it's
thrilling
not
edition
Cisco.
of Dare Roulette.
What?
Here we
No,
go.
I thought it was. No. The Big Green birthday cake.
No, I don't know about it.
Me and that lady Dottie.
Yes, my funeral and his birthday were together.
There they are. Hello, everyone. How you guys doing?
I mean, my birthday and his funeral were together.
No,
Wow, what a crew we have here.
No.
Look at this.
not really, because at his
Since I love you,
memorial,
I think
when
she
was
knows.
his memorial? I had on a white dress. No, I had on a white dress. Did I change out of my white dress into that casual outfit?
Who's that in there?
Now here's how this works. We have a little device. One of you
I
will be
think we had
selected
ours
selected at random. And then Guillermo will spin a wheel. We have a big wheel. It's populated with dares. Are you ready to be daring?
That's my baby's house. That was Hudson Kingdom and her husband. That's Daddy.
Thing, and we'll see who lands on this true means Dorian. We do not know who will land on.
I think that's in Dorian. I think it's in Dorian and Little Abby.
Where is it? Oh, is that him with the braids?
No, Vinny, I have an uncle, Vinny.
Is that him with the braids?
No, this
Oh, all right.
this should be Dorian.
That's what I'm saying.
And the braids, I think it's Little Abby there.
Oh.
Oh. Are you Italian like my
Oh,
uncle Vinny?
Lord.
Me, Ray, and
You don't know.
Flores, Latoya Simmons Flores.
What do you do, Vinny? Can you tell us a little bit about
Ray
yourself?
and Alicia.
I'm an volunteer.
I think that's how they did out
Oh,
at their
that's a
house.
good thing to do.
Somewhere.
That's very
Where they
nice.
stand
Yeah,
on the
okay,
west
well, you're
side.
ready to date.
So.
Well, this is something
Tino,
that
Alicia,
could potentially be
and
embarrassing.
We had one out there. Right, yeah, that's hard to see.
Oh, yeah, so dark.
This is a dark picture. That's me, Tay, and Tino.
And it is going to land on.
That's me. Tay is jumping on my back. She's like 3.
Okay.
And Tino standing over
Right,
both
I
of us.
make very poor decisions on
And
the
there's
wall.
Tay and Alicia.
Okay.
All right, so grab a pen
Latoya.
and head back to the wall. Looks like you've done a lot of work on that wall too. This will be a change.
Tay.
Vinny, are you 9 feet tall?
No, why am I tall?
It looks like your head's about to touch the ceiling. Yeah.
Oh, there you were in this film,
Yeah.
Oh, there you look. There, yeah, now
Yeah.
So let me find the nearest wall.
you look. Yeah. Wherever you
That's
Yeah,
my
right
baby.
there. Okay, that's good. Yeah, wherever we can see it. Okay.
I couldn't believe it.
Is that a Sharpie you're using?
No, that's Calvin.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
Oh, no,
So
that's
we
me.
are going to have to repaint that wall, I guess, huh?
But I'm sitting it. That might be Calvin, because I know that's his computer.
The back of his
When
head.
I said we,
I'm talking about the one that's standing up
Oh,
there.
yeah, that is me.
Down here.
Because I got on black cat, but that's his computer.
Yeah, but this is you here, right?
Yeah.
And you just looked at that because it's a bigger version of it.
Right.
Let's see who we land
That's
on.
me all upside down.
Here we go. And
I think that's George or Celeste.
No, is it George or his mother?
Manny is doing his own posted comedy
like
show
a
there. How you doing, Manny?
I think that's
I think that's George and Celeste.
Well, you're in Winston-Salem,
It's
I
just
see.
the 70s.
Yes. And that picture on the wall, that's you and your
Looks
wife?
like a woman to me.
No, that's
I
not
think
her.
it's his mother or her friend.
I think it's a
Because
woman.
they had short naturals back then, little short afros.
The Guy Ritchie's new spy movie, The Man.
I don't think that's a woman.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's his mother or his mother's friend. I forgot her name.
Superman himself, Henry Cavill, is stopping
In
by.
jeans and a blue shirt like that.
Yeah.
Women wore blue collar shirts like that.
Yeah, especially some of Dolores' friends. Some of them were pretty
That's a blue button.
masculine.
It's a blue button. On.
She had a couple of ladies that, lady friends that dressed
Reba
like me.
McEntire.
Dolores.
What, me?
Dolores Faulkner, George's mother.
Oh.
That's Diego. You're doing Diego. So Celeste, who else? Because,
Some Faulkners.
yeah, that's that time when Dolores took him.
That's a good hour for them.
Imagine dying, giving yourself a wedgie.
Yes, Tango with the
What do we
little
got?
brother.
Let's see what else we have. Let's see. Here we
That's
go.
when we had to rent apartment.
And we land on
And grandma.
Black Falcon look like my mama.
That's her.
Is that her?
That's me.
Don't you look good?
Reagan, how you doing, Reagan? You're in Houston, Texas?
That all look like
Well, what do
you
you do
look
for a
good.
living, Reagan?
Yeah, say you got some of you looking good too.
That's her, yeah.
Okay. All right. And what's that picture with your name on it I see on the top shelf there?
Well, it's always a beautiful.
Yeah, show it to us. And give yourself a wedgie while you're up there.
That's Robert.
Is that Robert?
Of course that's Robert.
That's Robert in the wintertime in the truck.
You put it in a pitcher of beer and then drink it.
And that's
Oh, I
me
see.
holding
And then
the
you
shot.
save it
Yeah,
until you have kids and then you throw it out.
Damn.
Yeah, okay, all right.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to get nine.
Spin the wheel, Guillermo,
That's me
spin
and
it.
him
Oh, yeah.
at the,
It's going to be a hot weekend, nonetheless. Hey, okay.
Thanks, sir.
me and
So
Dave.
a desperate attempt to rescue a little girl, and it's all caught on tape. Trust me, you'll find out your tissues ready.
A cop upstairs, in the upstairs apartment from Abbott.
Quit holding the secret.
And that was her son, his son. Yeah, policeman and his wife.
Right. Okay. I do kind of remember the people upstairs. And the kids. I didn't see them a lot. So they never did talk about what happened around the corner, whatever.
The news,
Well, that wasn't a big deal,
Right.
right?
It wasn't no big deal. That's why I said might be on the news, might not. Yeah.
A bunch of police acting bad. That stuff won't get the news. That was, well, the news don't generally like reporting when police be here. When police do stuff like round up a bunch of kids.
Just Tires. Get instant savings when you buy 4 Select tires. And you can get mail-in rebates up to $120 when you buy 4 Select Goodyear Gumbo tires. Details at any of our Chicagoland stores or justtires.com today.
I'm almost through.
Signs are everywhere. The Lincoln Summer Invitation is on. Get exceptional offers on the MKZ sedan, the luxury small utility MKC, the iconic Navigator, and get a first look at the entire new 2016 midsize utility Lincoln MKX. Your choice of MKC, MKC, gas or hybrid, for $369 a month with private sign.
To check out and see what's
Choosing
going on.
from the $4 menu is not for the indecisive. Incredible values away. Behold the original double steak burger meal. The
Well, I
top
heard a rumor, I don't know how true it is, but I heard that after those 2 police officers got shot in the
What's that
Brittany
sound,
Greens,
Master?
that the police wouldn't respond to any calls at the Brittany Greens after nighttime.
So I heard something like that.
The $4 menu, where all meals are under
I got a
$4.
documentary on her.
And
I know about her. They got videos of her feeding her baby and changing diapers, all kind of stuff.
everything. That's
No, I saw that for the first time. I didn't know she got a pilot's license.
I think this is a different one than the one you're talking about. Cause I
No, y'all think about the lady on my documentary with no torso. She don't have legs. She just have arms. The mechanic girl. That's the one that y'all saw on my computer a little bit the other day. She was born with no torso, no bottom torso. She just had arms. She's a mechanic. And I said she's amazing.
Savings when you buy 4 Select tires. And you can get mail-in rebates up to
She had a baby
$120
eventually.
when you buy 4 Select
But y'all didn't make it
Goodyear
that far into the
tires.
documentary.
Details at any of our Chicagoland stores or justtires.com today.
I don't know. I'm sure almost everybody's heard this.
Message
All right, I don't have hands. I mean, I don't have whatever. And
Alabama man uses his iPhone's camera for light when his sister's car went down a cliff about 100 feet and he was trying to rescue his niece. Tyler Blake Kimbrough
was desperately trying to get to 11-month-old, his niece, there out of the car. Kimbrel had been following them in the car behind when his sister lost control in front. Sister was okay, but the baby status at the time obviously was unclear.
The first thing I saw in that video when I was looking at an angle was what looked to be like a lifeless body laying there, but I knew there was hope.
Yeah, she's alive. I'm not lying to you, Destiny. Uncle Blake's gonna get you out of here, I promise. I promise. That's the last thing I do. Uncle Blake's gonna get you out of here.
And Uncle Blake did. He was trying to calm his sister while he rescued Breeley's spine, as you can see in the video. Has understandably gone viral.
At a time when police officers across the country are under a lot of scrutiny, a Facebook video is putting some Chicago police officers in a really positive light. A man shot this video of 2 Chicago police officers on a playground with several kids at the Milton Brunson Elementary School on the west side. Michael Edwards recorded the video and posted it on social media. Edwards is a young father who works at a local church. Wanted others to see the moment.
So I said, before they leave, you guys thank them because they didn't have to fight with you guys. They could have just said, nah, that ain't what we are here to do. I'm just grateful, and I told them, hey, we appreciate you. I don't know how often you hear it, but I'm going to tell you, we appreciate what you did. Appreciate what you just did. You didn't have to.
And we appreciate the fact that you posted that video because it is so refreshing to see. The police department has not identified those officers.
And he has not to be identified himself, which is why you saw the shadow there. Great story. New art exhibit coming to Garfield Park. The project will use sculptures and light to highlight the famed glass panels of the Garfield Park Conservatory. The project is called Solar Rise, and during the day, it will use sunlight to create new shadows and lights to project colors. At night, LED lights will illuminate the project, both indoors and out. It's expected to be on display September the 23rd.
Garfield
It's not on display yet.
Come on the news here.
Very cool though, picture of the Garfield
One airline wanted to ask passengers to step on a scale before boarding the plane.
Oh, and there's Forrest Anthony Rizzo turns in one of the catches of the year as the Cubs go for their 6th win in a row. You have got to see this video.
Thank goodness he didn't step on nobody. Almost did.
Yeah, see, I was talking about that.
What?
Did somebody come and take that from us?
So you're free to choose.
I think it's
bonus cash
Because this is at the apartment.
right.
So you're free to save.
That must be
Financing on every 2018 Ford,
I
plus
got it packed up.
1,000 bonus cash on cars
In
and
some of the things I
SUVs.
got. He's talking about
Bring the Ford Friday soon at your local Ford dealer. Stanley Ford is the first company certified asthma and allergy friendly. It's our new standard.
I was thinking about this picture like the other day. That
Introducing the newly designed Western Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram of Barrington. I'm
It's still in your pocket, right, Mom?
All new dealership facility where you can browse an
It's still in your pocket, right, Mom?
Don't miss the summer clearance event right now at Western Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram of Barrington.
What's mobile? Same plan, new phone, or a new plan. And that just in case.
It's
Add a new
Tino.
line. Or 3. An unlimited talk and text for unlimited tweens. Take a carrier store detour at Target and upgrade to your shiny new everything. And now when you buy a phone, get 20% off your Target run. All things mobile, all in one place.
Tino and Tay.
This letter took inspiration. Inspiration to
Zoya,
discover a place
Tay,
where I could change my
Mom,
path.
Tino, and
Turn a job into a profession, make a difference to me, my
that's me and Jesus Christ. No joke, that really is Jesus Christ.
with the National List.
Play that. Play the part of it.
Inspiration will happily give you this. But 2 weeks notice.
National Lewis University. Professionals who achieve. People who inspire.
We
Those are always been skinny.
Then everyone else pretty much tried to follow. We call it the Southwest. But other airlines probably use more colorful language. Look, fares. We don't just have them. We invented them. And here we go again. Book for as low as $73 one way now at Southwest.com.
Oh, I was not gonna show that to do it. Well, he's seen it.
White Sox.
You probably got that picture.
Friday and Sunday on WGN.
Told you I got some pictures of you looking good.
It's so dark.
Protein
Oh,
can be
yeah,
lean,
yeah,
and
well,
useful medicine researchers say
What is
protein
your-
can
what is your
help
mother?
prevent body fat if people choose a high protein meal for
I
breakfast.
like
Yeah, that's your
Many
mother
people
and that
skip
shit.
breakfast altogether, others choose high carbohydrate meals. According to this
You never
study,
recognize
adding
your mother
protein
in
in the
pictures for
morning
some
will
reason.
prevent people from adding
Y'all
weight
spend
as
so
they
much
age.
time together.
I know, but
Bacteria may help smokers
You
kick
know,
the
my
habit,
mother was real
specifically
like
a nicotine-eating bacteria
pretty
that
like right
robs
there.
the addictive substance of its power over people.
This is like the
The Journal
darkest
of the
picture I
American
have of
Chemical
her.
Society reports scientists have found a bacteria that feeds on nicotine without making people sick. When the enzyme breaks down the nicotine, it
We
dulls the
always talking
effect
about
of
you
people,
want
making
pretty,
them
but you
more
sure
easily
crack them
able to resist
poses.
cigarettes. In lab tests, the bacterial enzyme
I guess
NIC-A2
this you ain't
broke
one of your
down all
boyfriends?
nicotine in blood samples within 30
because I'm
minutes.
not photogenic.
A new
You know who
finding
that
will help
boyfriend
doctors
is?
better
No, I
detect
don't.
cancer. When MRI scans are used to look for disease, it
I wasn't
contrasts
born when
the
that picture
I
was
don't know who
taken.
that
cancer on
is.
the
But
screen.
that's you and
Researchers
some
at Case
man.
Western Reserve University say they've developed a new type of contrast that highlights smaller
What?
tumors
Lonnie,
and the
baby.
tiniest cancer cells that have spread outside the primary tumor.
That's the
Currently,
one I'm
there's
saying.
no
His
imaging
They
sister.
sit on the
technology
white
being used
couch.
that can detect tumors or
His
metastases
sister.
smaller than
Oh,
2
the battery
millimeters.
just died.
This method
His
can detect
sister's the
cancers
one
as small
that,
as
where you
300
record at?
microns.
What?
Why you got to
If
plug up?
hackers can take control of car
What
with
is this
a
girl
text,
record?
researchers
That's
from the
the
University of California, San
His
Diego figured out how to hijack a car
sister.
remotely during a security conference in Washington, D.C. They showed how to take over control of the car's windshield wipers and disable the brakes using the Corvette.
So is that somebody
They
grandma
used
was
devices
dating?
insurance companies provide
The
the customer with
17-year-old
options to save on
punk.
premiums.
Really?
Yeah, really. She was a cougar.
It was robbing the cradle before it was popular.
She was a cougar.
Says it will
I
waive
couldn't get away
passengers
from
and their
She
carry-on
was a
bags.
cougar, and
It
he
looked
was
like you
on
wasn't
you.
trying too hard to
No.
get away.
She kept you in shit. No, he was that young. He was only 17. And his sister, what was his sister's name?
If you love me.
What was his sister's
South
name?
African forecast looking
You
down.
look like you was pretty fond of him yourself.
Yeah, it was so long ago.
His sister's the one that came out her apartment with a
Let's
dog,
start though with
and-
Tropical
and
Storm Hilda.
also
It's
her
continuing
and
to
Marcus
chug
and
along
them.
with
and
45 mile per hour
encourage me,
sustained
don't cut
winds. The latest
Trina.
trajectory
Don't cut
information
him.
pushes it
Please,
well south of the
please,
Big
no,
Island
no,
of
no.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
And as a result, tropical
I was
storm
gonna
watches,
cut
which
Trina.
have
All of them, all of y'all. I don't know if you ever did. You never packed last grandma. Because your daughter and your granddaughters and
and then eventually just a remnant of
That
lows.
was
So
his
you
sister
could
that
say
came
goodbye
out
to
of her
tropical storm
apartment. And she
Hilda
lived
very
right across
soon.
the hall from Dolores.
Temperatures across the area
And
tonight
that's how
will be upper
Lonnie
60s,
seen
low
Dolores.
70s. A very pleasant,
I guess,
very comfortable
you know,
evening out
because
there.
his
A lot
sister
of clear
lived right
skies,
there.
but clouds are approaching from the
She
north.
was right across the hall.
Okay, so wait a second.
High today of 61, overnight last night.
Grandma
down
ain't that
about
interested in weather.
61 degrees.
I know you
81
are.
the high, I should
17 years
Now
old.
this seemed like a good story, and we got photographic proof. So, okay, Mom, I'm sorry. Okay, now what was the story you telling?
I'm saying,
The man in that picture is Lonnie, or the boy in it.
That's
I guess
Lonnie.
you consider him
He
a
was
boy.
17 years old. That's right.
And so
And I'm like, what?
somebody was trying to fight Grandma over
He
him.
younger than me? No, I remember we were talking last night about Trina and them coming over, harassing grandmother and Dolores. She had Marcus with her, making us. We were just talking about it last night. You do remember how they were coming over there,
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
I started to cut the girl's throat that time
Yeah.
when I finally, seen her. Because
Yeah.
I had been hearing about her, and then I finally saw her, and
And she was mad at Grandma over that guy.
Tino.
no, Trina was bringing Marcus and them over there because she was making them, she was
You remember more than I do about it.
she was making them be little terrorists and criminals.
There you go.
Supposedly she had them breaking in schools or something and
There you go.
vandalizing and stuff.
Will you do me a favor?
What's the flavor?
Put a little ice in there and some water, please.
Okay, you ready to take your medicine? Because it's really late and you're gonna forget it.
Yeah, I thought, she said she's gonna take it before she lay down.
Right.
Yeah, so that's him. That's
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Lonnie. That's you and Lonnie
Oh, brother.
sitting on the couch
Yeah.
at grandmother's apartment.
Yeah, well, whatever.
And
Monty loves me.
yeah, right. I guess he did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, you would like that. What was that movie about?
Oh God.
What was that movie about the boy, the young man fell in love with
Oh no,
not the
The Graduate.
not the Graduate.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't who was it? It wasn't Al Pacino playing that part. It was
That was the
was
Graduate.
it Dustin Hoffman.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah.
Dustin Hoffman that played the Graduate.
Oh, maybe it was
And
Graduate.
Miss Robinson.
Miss Robinson.
Yes, right.
Exactly.
I think that was about his
And he was in
birthday.
love with the daughter,
Yeah,
but he ended up sleeping with the mother.
yeah, but I
And
think
at the end of the movie, they run off and they get on the
Yeah,
bus and they
it's
just
getting
looking
married.
stupid next to each other.
leaving
I didn't
married.
see the end. I don't remember the end like
Well,
that.
they got married.
I saw some.
No, they didn't get married at the end. At the end, Dustin Hoffman ruined her wedding.
Yeah, because she was American lady.
And he convinced her to run out the chapel. And they run out the chapel. And it was crazy. Ah! And there's a big fancy wedding, all kind of rich people. And he run there looking all crazy. And he convinced her to run out the chapel.
The daughter?
Yeah.
Right. And then they get on the bus and they just sitting there. And like they sitting there riding on the bus. And like you can see it's setting in that they like, okay, what are we going to do now? And they just ride because, you know, her family was rich.
Yeah.
But she rebelled. And Mrs. Robinson made all these threats that if you don't leave my daughter alone. Now that's a psychological movie.
Right, but some old women falling young with, I mean,
So,
young.
oh yeah, I didn't see
and
all of
vice
that.
versa, you're right.
I don't remember all of that movie. Okay, so the part about he was
Miss
in love.
Robinson was not in love with him.
He was in love with the daughter.
Miss Robinson was using him to make herself feel young and pretty than her daughter.
Right.
Okay, she seduced him, right?
Right.
Because he was supposed to have been marrying her daughter.
Yes.
That's it. Okay.
No, he wasn't supposed to be marrying her daughter, but he fell for the daughter. He had just came back from overseas serving in some kind of military. And everybody was proud of him.
Right.
And when he came back, he met her, but she was already engaged.
I see.
But he had always been in love with her. But he didn't see her because she was off at college. And he didn't see her until after Miss Robinson already seduced him.
Okay.
Miss Robinson seduced him. And, well.
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch it one day.
Some older women don't like that.
Well.
Yeah, I'm not listening to it, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, you know, it reminded me your little relationship affair, whatever you call it.
Well, here's the picture.
Reminded me of The Graduate.
Well,
So do you remember?
The part I remember. The part
I see it.
Yeah.
So do you remember him?
Yes. But what I'm
He
saying,
was infatuated with Dolores.
well, what I'm saying, love is love. You know.
Because she was
It's so hard to believe that they're very different age, though.
She
How
was
old was Grandma?
in her 40s, I guess. Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe 50.
Of course I'll go with him.
So it's about the same time this picture was taken?
Yeah. It was
Maybe
around
so,
about
I
that
don't
time,
know.
right? Because I.
So
well,
you was about
or
18
no, it was.
or 19.
This was before I was pregnant, I think. I was probably pregnant with Celeste when that picture was taken of Dolores and Lonnie. Because when I seen him, I was pregnant when I seen him.
Okay, now there's some good
When I
history.
met him,
But he wouldn't leave me alone.
I seen him. I was pregnant
And so where is this? Where
At
this
the
white couch is?
at grandmother's apartment
Where is that?
on Ellis. Me and grandmother I lived with grandmother when I was pregnant with Celeste. I had moved in with grandmother and left Mama Abby's and moved to grandmother's apartment there with that white couch there. And then Dolores had got an apartment like across the street. And she was in an apartment right across the hall from his sister. And I can't remember her name, was Nancy or something.
I don't know. It's been so
Sandra
long.
or Nancy.
I don't remember.
You was adorable.
And
Mom.
I think she had a big
That's
German
funny.
Shepherd. I was a little 18-year-old mama.
You know that happened so long ago.
Do you remember where this picture was taken?
Yeah, I think me and George had went to the museum or something, and he took my picture. I think he took that picture of me and the baby, me and Celeste. She was the baby.
Oh.
Yep. And I think that was it.
But it's been so long
Some
ago.
museum of science and industry or something. There's grandmother too on that couch.
Where?
You jump back.
I don't
Well,
know.
me and Grandma saw that. And Grandma didn't believe that was her mother.
Oh yeah.
Well, who is that upside down?
That was Francisco.
What's he doing upside down?
Yeah.
That looked like a prom.
He got the picture messed up, but
yeah,
that was the prom he went to with that girl. I
don't know.
I can't remember her name.
So he kind of like dark skinned
He
girls
loved
too.
dark skinned girls. Yes, indeed. He loved black skinned girls. He didn't like.
Well,
that was his preference.
You know what I mean. If you care for somebody, you care for
Then me and Celeste.
Well, us men are different. We usually, if we like steak, we like steak.
Me and Celeste.
We like chicken, we like chicken.
And that's me and classmate.
Mm-hmm.
What's her name? Anyway, yeah.
I used to love them.
In college, we were.
Yeah, I used to love them.
At the teachers' college.
Yeah, I used to love to see y'all do that. That was very good.
Yeah, we had done some little dance off of like Mary had a little because we were going to a teachers' college to be teachers, elementary school, early childhood development. And we were doing like a little dance off. Mary had a little lamb and different things, we had them put on.
But you did a lot of things too.
We had put on that little skit. There's me and
Northwestern, I think.
Now that looks familiar. That's
me.
apartment I lived in before, ain't it?
No, you weren't even born.
So that's probably the radio that I'm recognizing.
I don't know, something similar. But me and George were living on 59th place. We had got an apartment on 59. And that was me with my Angela Davis look or whatever.
Jesus, look at Celeste's legs. Is that Celeste's leg? Yeah, that's Celeste's leg.
Part of her leg, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
She's holding her bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, strong legs.
She was holding
now,
her bottle.
who was that?
Diego and Celeste and Nicole, I think.
That's Nicole.
That's George's niece. That's his sister.
Doreen.
Doreen's baby. Oldest daughter.
What the hell was that?
Oh, that's me when I was about 4 or 5 going over. Wait a minute, go back.
Yeah, because I see something like Mark.
Yeah, Marcus was in your belly.
Where am I?
I was blowing out my candles.
But is that me standing in the blue thing?
That's right, and that's why I put the pointer arrow to your belly. Marcus was in your belly.
Curtis.
I see.
And Curtis, you could see his hand or something.
I don't see
Well, you can see his. Yeah, he got his hand on his hip. She can't see that.
No,
you gotta pick it up. Let me
No,
see.
that's not a good picture. You're not gonna be able to see it even if you. I didn't scan that good. You can't really see the picture.
Me and Pancho. He's trying to blow out the candle too. He's blowing. I'm blowing. There you are. And there's Curtis's hand on his hip, like a waist or whatever. And so we got.
I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know.
Oh boy.
Push the next arrow.
Did I write this on here or you did?
You think I did?
I guess I wrote that on
You
there.
must have. I know I didn't. What about?
You know how to go to the next picture, right?
Well, when I pushed the arrow, it turned the picture sideways. Okay, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not doing this right.
Right back on.
You clicked on that, right?
I guess so, yeah.
No, I meant this arrow. Or that one.
Oh, well.
Yeah, me and Diego.
And
And there's Sean holding Tay when she was little.
yeah, but Diego.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't watch it tonight.
What?
I thought I wanted him watching.
She said she don't want me watching.
Oh,
yeah.
It's only one load.
But I don't care.
It's
It's
stuff
really-
I wanted to.
I still.
Because I wanted to have Blue's leash clean before I take him out in the morning.
Why would it bother you so much if I did one load tonight?
I know you did.
Every
50.
night I've been doing like 6 loads.
Exactly. So if you got tired or whatever, do it. If not, if you don't want to, don't worry about
I
it.
do it in the morning, like Grandma's saying, grab a couple of her pillowcases. It's just you don't know
I
where
don't
they
need
at.
but one. I'm all right. I know where they are.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
Yeah. This is my an old. This is my old school idea or something. I was pregnant with Celeste. You see, my face is even kind of
Yeah,
fat.
we think this. What is this down here?
There's Ray holding Celeste when Celeste was a baby. This is Ray. This is at Mama Abby's house. Both of these. I think both of these are at Mama Abby's house. And there's Ray, and that's Celeste.
Celeste was walking early, huh? She looked real young in that picture.
She was, I don't know, she's about a year old when she started walking. But she was, yeah, she was young.
And she looked kind of pushy.
Yeah.
Like she looked like she thinks she owned that whole room.
And she might have been about 18 months, a year and a half even, yeah. She was short.
Boy, that is an afro. That's an afro.
Yeah. And my
Oh,
nose
my mama.
was fat, my face was fat.
No, I think it's very. I mean,
It's too blurry.
yeah.
Well, you know, it's the angle. It's the one of them older laptops.
Okay, but not here. Huh?
This too is hard to.
Is it? Hey, there.
No, this is me and two co-workers. This is when I work. I was there. I was bending over getting some food. We're having a little party at work, and this me, and that's me. And both of these at Mama Abby's house. And
Well, you know, like it's so blurry.
right, hard to see it.
All right.
And there's Doreen and Pooh.
Yeah, that looks like Doreen. Right?
Doreen and George's brother.
Is she still alive?
Yeah.
I really thought she looked so sickly.
Yeah,
She did. Always, you know.
Yeah, and there's Michelle, the other sister, and George. And I think Michelle holding her baby, Glenn, when he was a baby. And Doreen, she holding her little girl. Nicole, and there's Diego sitting with them.
What is this?
That's Tino and his graduation.
Oh, I see.
His high school graduation.
Yeah, but see all that white girls on went out of win.
It was all boys high school. He went to Leo High School. All boys had on white tuxedos. They really were sharp.
Yeah, right.
And black ties.
Oh,
and
man, I know it's big.
that's Diego in San Antonio with the CBC, Christian Boot Camp graduation. That's his friend Keeman. And Keeman is from, not Russia, but I forgot, he's from some other country, some of them. And then Celeste and Diego. And that's a check. He took a picture of a check he got. And that's his certificate for math.
Is he good at math?
Yeah, he placed.
You know, my
I think I told you he placed like 3rd or 4th in the whole state.
But I'm still saying my mom grandmother was good in math. They can look at a problem and tell you my math is always been math.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And that's you and Diego.
We were in San Antonio at a movie, coming out of the movie, I think, or something. We had went to a movie.
Oh, that's your dad.
Me and Francisco, my father.
Right.
Yeah. And that's grandmother, me, Celeste, you, Tech. My grandmother was sick just before she died. That's the same thing upside down.
Yeah, but I'm looking at your dad's Snow White.
Snow White. There's grandmother and Dorian at Mama Abby's house. And the girls again, Celeste, Tay and Cece and Celeste, and Diego holding Cece, and that was in San Antonio, Texas, and me and Celeste when she was little.
Where did Diego?
I guess he went in the bathroom.
Yeah, I think he did. This is a check, ain't it? Oh, well, who is that?
Diego and Stephanie.
Oh, good.
But they got their masks on for like
Ball. I told the story.
something like New Orleans Gala Ball.
You know, that's cute.
It was the Shriner Ball.
That's really cute.
Yeah. And AIG, I guess you showed her these, right?
I don't think so.
Some of those, yeah. I think you're getting back to when we started.
Oh, okay.
Go back though, cause Grandma wants to see 2 pictures back. That's Lorraine.
There, who is that?
That's Lil Ray and Lil Abby. In front of
Little
Chris.
Abby?
When she was little.
Yeah, because I don't say it looked like
And
a
Mama's
old
peeking
person.
out the door.
And that's me peeking out the door.
Oh, I see.
And Mama Abby's house.
But I mean, it looked like somebody old in that checkered coat.
That's little Abby
Oh, I see. Okay.
when she was little.
Oh, okay.
That's me outside.
In the parking lot, facing Whitworth.
I don't think that's Mama Abby's car though. It could be. Yeah. The Dan Ryan and the projects. Robert Taylor behind me. Yeah. The little Ricky.
Yeah, we some dark girls.
These are some people from San Antonio Church. Janice Flowers and who is that? Kimberly and Jarrell
Yeah.
and little Ricky. And me and Mama Abby. And me, Mama Abby, and James Powell. With his Batman cape. Right. He was one of Calvin's friends, classmates, whatever. And
I remember him.
that's you and what's her name?
That's Diego.
Diego.
That's Danielle's mom, and that's Greg.
That's Gregory. Yeah, he in prison, right? Pretty much for life.
Her and I was in boot camp at the time.
Well, I can't always see that.
Yeah, he's one of those sad cases.
Yeah.
What happened?
One of those he grabbed a girl in school.
Yeah.
They put him on. He grabbed her breast while they was in school, so they charged him with aggravated sexual assault. Gave him probation. He got out. He was asleep on the couch because his mama kicked him out, so he went to go stay with the local dope man. So he was sleeping on the couch in the dope house, and the cops came in, and there was some cocaine right there on the table. And they knew that wasn't his cocaine. They knew he wasn't a drug dealer, but he copped to it because he was scared of them boys. So he copped to the cocaine case, but since they knew that it wasn't his cocaine, they let him back out on probation, and then supposedly he assaulted another one.
Who was
He
he?
was older now.
Who was he?
No,
He was somebody we
Didn't know?
a neighbor, yeah.
yeah, he ended up getting, I think, 65 years.
But I mean, I didn't know him.
No, this is in San Antonio, Texas. Somebody
Oh.
was our neighbor and stuff and friend, you know.
Also, that girl that had charged him with
Rape or something?
yeah, that girl, she supposedly charged another one of my friends of rape who was white and rich. And when this happened after Gregory, but when she charged the white boy, they end up exposing her for who she really was. She was
a liar.
She was, she was on drugs. She didn't want to father and all the things she was doing. And the white boy, Chris, he didn't get no time behind it. They, like I said, they ended up humiliating the girl.
See, and
But
things
Greg
like
still didn't get out.
right, things like that seem like, you know, it should have helped exonerate Gregory or give him at least time served or something, pardon his sentence or something. And he ain't hardly never really did nothing.
Yeah, Greg.
But he in life, almost in prison for life.
That's one of them funny stories. That
And
boy,
he was a little sheltered little boy
he only got to run the streets for maybe 6 months.
and ended up locked up.
And then his mother and his sister don't want to claim no accountability for that. But I'm gonna leave that alone for him.
I
Because we're
know.
in Chicago.
I know.
That's Texas stuff.
Right. Yeah, that was messed up. That's pretty messed up. Poor Gregory.
They won't write the boy or nothing.
Yeah. I think that's really bad. It's sad.
Yeah.
You know, because he was what? 17? How old was he?
Well, he was probably 17 when it all started, but 18 or 19 by the time they finally gave him that really long sentence.
What
But
a
like I
shame,
say,
right?
he never really had a life because
Right.
before his mom never let him play outside, and she was real protective. She was one of the, I think she was super religious at the time too.
Yeah.
But she was overprotective, didn't let them play outside, used to beat the hell out of them. She was like a movie character, the way she treated her kids.
Very obsessive, yeah. She's
a fanatic or whatever.
yeah, she pretty much was a fanatic of, you know, about some things. Yep.
And they both, her and the daughter and the mama, they played a blame game with each other. It's your fault that all that happened. It's your fault that all that happened.
Yeah, right. Okay, who's this thing up?
It really was pretty sad. Did you take your medicine?
Not yet.
You ready, Grandma?
Yeah, she gotta take that medicine. You brought her water, right?
Oh boy.
For Wednesday morning. That's all we had got set up. Argie's gonna be here next week. And hopefully set up the other medications.
I want a cigarette.
Okay. Take your pills and I'll give you a pack.
Because I'm going to bed soon. And I think everybody else to go to bed and relax.
As soon as you take your pill, I'll give you a whole pack.
Yeah. Okay, what is it? Is this in?
He ain't got nothing else on here.
Oh.
I don't think you want to look at.
Oh boy. I'm still trying to see the news.
Yeah, the news. I think the
You
news
watch
is
the
off.
news, Grandma.
It's off. I thought you saw the news. It's 11, almost 11:30.
Remember we watched and you was hoping they was telling you about something on nothing, they never
And
did?
they never did.
Well, maybe they don't have all the details.
Right, and then maybe they're not going to even mention it because it wasn't to them that important.
Yeah.
You know how they do. It just, you know, stuff happens every day that we never hear about on the news. You never see on the news. It's like, why would they waste their time, you know?
Right.
That's how their attitude can be about some things.
Right.
Some things are not newsworthy.
And the train station is just stuff that happens around those train stations, around the red line. A lot of stuff happens there every day. And that's what tripped me out about the news story. They talking about he snatched 3 chains. And he's on the news for snatching 3 chains?
Yeah, I know. I was looking at that thinking back. I was thinking back about how often did we see that happen when I was even living here. I would see that on the train, literally see it happen.
Well, you know what? I never will forget.
And try to make sure I didn't have nothing, like advertising for them to snatch.
Yeah, right.
You know.
But I never will forget this young boy. I don't know if they do it too much. Nice, clean cut.
They go a picture you ain't seen.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I was down in Texas. Yeah. But anyway, he was clean cut.
Right.
And he was so polite. You know, like some come through. You gotta can you give me some money or something. And they got this attitude, you know. But he'd have a smile on his face. And he'd say, the homeless, you know, homeless. Real nice young man. And if you could just give me a little something so I can get a sandwich.
Ooh, I wish I could show this to the girls.
Oh, yeah.
Try to talk about they wasn't never in love with Chris Brown. They tried to say that last time I was up here.
Let me see. So I know it's too small. Probably can't see it. He's looking at this wall.
He ain't never like
at my
Chris Brown.
house. That's the wall in the room where I had let. We did like a paint project on the wall. Me and the girls. And they put their handprint on the wall and everything. And somewhere they wrote something. They love Chris Brown or
In the
something.
black letters.
Okay. And you know.
It's the only
Now
one,
they don't. Yeah, here's his name, Chris Brown. Okay. Hi, Nana V, JJP for Jashante Jaria Hopkins. That was her. She put her initials. And JJP Tay Tay was here. Hey, Uncle Don One, JJP. Jashawn, what she put?
Okay, Grandma, we going.
I'm gonna do it. I can't do it all at once.
Jay Sean,
Yeah.
Shante, Joshua, and Celeste.
Joshua.
I don't know what that Joshua is.
Josh was the baby that died.
Oh, that was tallest baby that died.
And that was like real recently after it happened.
Oh yeah.
No,
This was 10/4/92, 1992. Yeah.
Well, anyway.
Or 10/9. It's hard to see what that is. Class of 07. Class of 07. Well.
So anyway, what was I trying to say? I'm gonna get ready to feel. I'm going to business. What time you said this nigga figure?
It's almost 11:30.
It's 11:20. Yeah, 11:25.
Yeah, I'm going to business. What? Okay. So what else I was like?
Oh my God.
Who the hell is that?
they in my clothes.
Who?
Tay and Cece got on my.
Oh.
They got on some of my clothes
Oh,
and they dancing around acting silly. Where was that? That was
Where's the dog?
I guess that was at my house.
Right here.
Oh.
Next to me.
Okay.
No, I think that. Wait
I'm
a
thinking
second.
that was
Oh.
at my new house. It was a new.
Oh yeah, that is the house.
I had.
That's the front door. That's the little banister
That's
thing.
right,
Little
that's
bedroom door.
Yeah, because I had stuff all in boxes. I had none packed. I guess a lot of stuff. And yep, they so silly. Found hats and stuff of mine to put on.
No, that's fun.
And clown around the house.
Yeah, that's fun. I remember that when I went to Texas.
That's right. That's right. That was
Yeah.
I think we might have been at Cape Gun building office.
I don't remember.
I went maybe to Fairfield.
But
Yes, stay with her parades.
yeah, but
Got you at that full time.
I got pictures
Yeah,
like that.
had that full time.
Yeah, I got pictures. You know.
From those pictures. And here's Celeste with the group of ladies. She was doing something. Okay, how do you turn this up?
I was gonna say
Those little round next to the X. Push one of them twice. Yeah.
Twice.
Click on it twice. Either tap the mouse pad or push the one on the left.
Or push the arrow on the left?
Tap it on the mouse pad or push the little clicker under the mouse pad on the left. Or right click. Yes. No, it's left. No, yeah, that one.
Well, still I move.
It ain't moving. Okay, maybe if I put it on the and try to move it.
Oh no, it's not gonna let you rotate those for some reason.
Oh, well.
Oh.
There's Celeste and the little ladies, group lady she was with. That's Celeste, and it was some kind of fashion show thing or something.
Celeste?
Yeah, they were modeling. Oh, big girls modeling something.
I'm saying, look how slim.
Yeah, well,
You took them already, Grandma?
I think she's more slim now than she was then.
She definitely lost weight.
No, she's not slim now.
Did you see her? You didn't see her the other day, Grandma? She was here 2 days ago.
She ain't too
Or
big
3 days
now.
ago.
She ain't too big.
So that's the smallest. She's at her smallest
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
There's Dolores again.
Pictures.
There's Tay. Cece and Tay. Me and you. Me and Cece. There's that wall again. All the little paint and stuff on the wall.
Did I do anything? I don't know.
No, that's from a time maybe
Oh,
when they,
another time.
maybe
Oh,
when they
okay.
were just there the two
Oh,
of them, I don't think. Yeah. Maybe you were there. They tried to write your name, Grandma Dolores, Dorles.
Wait a minute, because I'm going to bed soon.
Yeah.
Well, y'all want to wake up early this morning?
Yep.
Well, y'all sleep very late.
Had to sleep late.
Well,
Ain't
you
been
go to bed so
ain't
late.
been getting no sleep.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's when I had Smoke and Scatty, my cats.
Oh, I remember.
No, I had to get rid of them. My
Well, I
allergies
love my cat.
got
Yeah.
too bad.
Yeah, I love my
She
cat.
didn't have no tail. She was so pretty. And
What's your
Smoke.
music cat? What's your music
She
cat?
was just born without a tail. Her mama didn't have a
Manx.
tail. Their mom didn't have a tail. They was from the same litter, but
Well, I'm saying, don't they have Siamese cats or something? Don't have
Siamese.
tails?
Those were Manxes.
Oh,
That's
whatever.
her. You can see she ain't got no tail.
Yeah, but they didn't have a tail at all. You know, not even a little stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
She was so pretty. And then he got a tail. They was from the same litter.
Right. Well, you know,
Yeah.
that can happen even to humans.
Yeah, they was really cute.
Yeah, humans have tails.
Look at him.
Oh, he's fun.
Yeah, he liked to play. He was a real friendly, playful,
Yeah, he was a cut. What you call him?
playful cut up.
A cut up, yeah.
She was
More
picky.
laid down.
Picky. She didn't care too much
Yeah.
She didn't like people.
for people. If she didn't know you, and she would fight him, her brother. She would.
But she was more aggressive.
She would fight me.
She did not like people too much.
Yeah.
That's why I named her Scaredy Cat.
Named the tiger.
She would run away from you and hiss at you. You know. And,
Well, she wasn't to be messed with.
Nope.
Well, that's it.
Yep.
Oh, well, I'm going, like I said, I'm going to bed soon.
I'm making spinning house.
I'm making
Black pepper.
black pepper.
You ain't got no black pepper?
Oh, yeah. Well, I still say I'm making all this.
Yeah.
I'll check it twice.
Yeah, because I'm gonna make a list.
Good. You got a list.
Yeah, I got it.
And I gave it back to you.
I know I got it somewhere. I got it.
Your card, you had it together with your link card.
Yeah, I know. Cause I haven't used my link at all.
They move
Right.
so fast.
You haven't used your link card.
Right. But it's a lot of things I know I gotta get cash.
Right.
Okay, you understand? I know that.
Yeah.
I know my limitations.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I can't get everything I want, but I gotta try it. You know what I mean? You try to get the things you need. You know, because I could walk for the moon and I can't get it. That would be a little crazy.
Ain't none of these like real pictures, are they?
Yeah, but you gotta open them in a special way. I was just trying to see any that grandma might be interested in. Grandma
What's
probably.
that down there?
Which one?
That's not a real picture though, is it? That's
Yeah.
some kind of playful thing.
Well, you know, there are some people, well, I don't know because
Cartoony thing.
you know, but some people play chess.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a video. Okay, that's something.
And what make it so bad, they can play chess from different countries.
Oops, he gonna hit his mom or whoever that is.
What is
Sit there.
that? Are those
Ooh,
people,
They made it. Oh my god.
are they people or what?
Yeah, they making it look like he opening Christmas gifts and he got one of them laser swords and he starts swinging it around and cutting up the lady sitting behind his grandma, whoever that is, chopping them up accidentally
Yeah.
while he's playing.
You see that, grandma?
Oh yeah, a little bit. But what I'm saying, there are people who play chess in different countries.
Right.
You know what I mean?
All over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
Diego used to play some kind of stupid game on the computer with people all over.
yeah, I think that's
I don't
interesting.
know what
But
the
you
next
know,
thing
one
is.
thing I'm so glad they got.
Mafia, whatever. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad they got rid of. And if they could get rid of something like that, I don't know why it's a lot of shit going on they can't get rid of. But you remember Dungeons and Dragons?
They didn't get rid of it. It's just that it's just
It's not in the news like it was.
Right.
People not as afraid of it as they used to
yeah,
be.
it's just
Because
that you don't hear about it, but they still
But
play. People still play it.
I know when Doran was young,
Yeah.
they would play this Dungeons and Dragons, and I never did like it
Yeah, well, people still
because
play
it became very dangerous.
People
What was
still play
dangerous
it.
about it, Grandma?
So what?
What was dangerous
They
about
could
it?
kill people and and all that. It was just really weird. And I was so glad when they stopped playing that shit because I don't like things like that.
You said they could kill people.
Well, they could do over mess up a whole lot of shit. I ain't like it. And so I
They
think
got some people got so caught up in
And,
it,
yeah.
fixated with their imagination.
Right,
And they
right,
do that with a lot of the video stuff.
you know, and you know, so it was terrible. I thought it was very terrible. It started out sort of interesting, and then it became, oh my goodness. And the kids, they became so obsessed with this, you know what I mean? And I was glad when they.
Well, like this anime.
Anime, I
It's called, I haven't heard much about it lately, but anime is it Chinese? Is
I
it
don't
Chinese or Japanese video game thing? And they have all these characters. It's kind of like, I guess it's like a sci-fi or something, but anyway, the characters, they can kill each other and stuff, kill people, whatever. And
Right, I mean, you know, it was
they keep
dangerous.
chopping each other up, and I don't know.
No, it
it's
became very
It's a
dangerous.
cartoonish video, but it's real bloody and violent.
Yeah, but this was real. You know?
Okay.
You never heard of
Well,
it?
kids,
Of
because
course I've heard of it. I know people
And
play
with
it.
the-
Rob
with-
liked it. My little stepbrother
Well, I
liked that
said
game.
Doran and his friends liked it, but I didn't like it.
But it wasn't what people thought it was. It wasn't a gateway to hell like
I
people
think
thought
somebody
it was.
did. I think some people did get hurt. I don't know. But I
Yeah,
didn't
some
like
people
it.
did some stupid stuff.
You know, I mean, I said I didn't like it. You understand what I'm saying? Because it was violent. On Nightline. What was on Nightline? That's usually interesting. Locked up for life. Locked up for life. Who was it? Locked up for life.
Is now doing that could change the fate of so many Americans.
I didn't know Nightline came on life.
Plus, Milk Brothers. They're not related by blood, but they are nursing from the same woman. The picture gone viral and ignited a debate tonight. Is it okay for mothers to breastfeed one another's babies? And from Wonder Woman to Supergirl to
But they talk about
longer sidekicks, these female superheroes are breaking down the doors to the boys' club. But first, Midnight Live Fun.
It's Macy's One Day Sale Saturday with a preview day Friday.
Well, what I'm saying
Spend 50 on select merchandise.
is,
Your pass to 200.
like,
Earn 20 points for Macy's One Day Sale.
there are babies, and the mother's milk might not be good for the baby. And they can have mothers that is good for any baby. You know, and they can even sell their milk.
Actually, there's a lot of women that make a lot of money off of that.
Right. It's a settle.
He went back
I did that.
on purpose.
I'm trying to hear it.
Get set and save with an 11% rebate
Because you do something interesting.
Hurry in and save big.
But I think that's funny, but maybe somebody's milk is not good for the child. And here's somebody with whatever, and it takes child.
Well, actually, they're asking that all women in America that can nurse will donate their milk to this program for women in Africa and other
I think they do.
Other third world countries
I
where
think they do.
where
I don't
people are
know.
having problems.
Yeah, because they sell the milk or whatever.
But yeah, you can also sell it too, but that's we're selling it is usually for, you know, richer people. But you can donate it too if you're nice.
Yeah.
You're nice enough to do such a thing. 623 million.
I think we all know that politicians in America don't often agree on much, but tonight there is an emerging consensus on both sides of the aisle that we are locking up too many nonviolent criminals in this country. Case in point, the man you're about to meet. He is serving 55 years for selling weed while carrying a gun. He would be doing less time if he were a murderer. But there may be new hope for him, and my Nightline co-anchor Byron Pitts has this update.
Good. It's ridiculous to give it people
photos spread across the
like
kitchen
that.
table. On a trip down memory lane.
For selling.
Looks like one of the Beaver. But here in the Angelos house, there is pain and anger amidst the laughter.
There ain't no black dude that was selling weed. Gonna keep them niggas locked up.
16-year-old Jesse Angelo and his 18-year-old brother Anthony have been seeing their father in 7 years. It's nothing to do with a lack of love. Their dad is in a federal prison 2 states away.
So bitter because of that. Sad, angry. Some of all the above.
Mostly sad and then anger after. Sad because there's nothing I could do about it. And angry that they shouldn't have done that to me.
This day marked a bitter anniversary. 11 years to the day since their father, Weldon Angelos, was sent to prison for 55 years. His crime? Carrying a gun and selling 24 ounces worth of pot.
What do you think of the law to send your brother away for 55 years?
I don't think it makes any sense. It's like pennies worth of marijuana.
24 ounces.
How could somebody be doing life for that?
It's not a penny's worth of marijuana.
She said it's like pennies worth.
In the 1980s, the federal prison population has quadrupled in size, from 58,000 prisoners to more than 210,000. Many, like Weldon Angelos, are serving decades or more for non-violent offenses. Salt Lake City, 2002. Weldon Angelos was a 22-year-old aspiring music producer, father of 2 young boys. He founded his own recording company, eventually collaborating with big names.
Oh,
like
wow.
But Angelos also got involved with selling pot. The police caught wind. They set 3 stings, buying about $1,000 worth of marijuana from Angelos. During the deals, police say Angelos had a gun in his possession. The critical detail that made this case so extreme. The case went to federal court. Angelos was convicted.
Mindless is a good word.
And under the
Spanish
law, Judge
must
Paul
be
Costello
Spanish.
was forced to
Sound
stop
Hispanic.
him still. Do you ever think about him?
Yeah, I do think about Angelo. I sometimes drive on the interstate by the prison where he's held, and I think that wasn't the right thing to do. The system forced me to do it.
Under federal mandatory minimum sentencing laws, Angelos was facing 55 years for the gun and marijuana charges combined. He was a first-time offender.
Mandatory minimum is a sentence that says the judge has to impose a particular minimum number of years. It ties the judge's hands.
But it was designed during the Reagan administration's war on drugs to send a message to drug dealers, this won't be tolerated.
So mandatory minimums can be used to send a message, but at some point the message gets lost.
Paul Cassell has
First
time
time
convinced to
offender?
teach law. But says the Angelos case still weighs on him. The reason he agreed to speak with us about his ruling, something federal judges almost never do.
If he had been an aircraft hijacker, he would have gotten 24 years in prison. If he'd been a terrorist, he would have gotten 20 years in prison. If he was a child rapist, he would have gotten 11 years in prison. And now I'm supposed to give him a 55-year sentence? I mean, that's just not right.
What does the Angelos case and others say about the minimum sentencing laws in the country?
Well, I think we need to change them. Most of the time, our federal criminal justice system works well, but there are some situations where it fails. And the Angelos case is a prime example of that.
Appointed to the bench by George W. Bush, Judge Cassell believes Angelos isn't the only one paying a high and unreasonable cost for these laws.
I thought the sentence was not only unjust to Weldon Angelos, but also unjust to the taxpayers.
It costs close to $29,000 to keep one person in federal prison per year. Weldon Angelos' bill after 55 years will be $1.5
Wow. One person for a year.
That's what I'm saying.
Just ask his sister Lisa.
It's hard. I just keep telling them. I said, you know, we're going to keep fighting. I said, we won't stop at anything.
She's made good on that promise, running petitions, filing appeals, even testifying before Congress. But Lisa knows only an order from President Obama can help set her brother free.
Right now, our only hope that we have is a commutation from President Obama.
That's a dream that may be closer to reality than ever before.
This is costing taxpayers across America $80 billion a year.
In July,
It's
Barack
crazy.
Obama became the first president to visit a federal prison, part of his aggressive new program to commute nonviolent offenders sentenced under harsh mandatory minimum laws. Offenders like Weldon Angelos.
We have to reconsider whether 20-year, 30-year life sentences for nonviolent crimes is the best way for us to solve these problems.
Since March, the president has commuted the sentences of 68 prisoners across the country. But so far, Angelos has not made the list. Today, he sent us an email saying he's both encouraged by and nervous about the clemency grants. Hopeful his case will be next. For the Angelos family, a renewed sense of hope. Hope that there will soon be an end to phone calls like these.
Where's calling from?
Weldon Angelos.
An inmate in a federal prison.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
Weldon Angelos is now 35 years old.
I never thought in my lifetime that this could actually happen, especially in America.
Phone calls his only link to his boys, now nearly men themselves.
Everyone we talked to, as I said, they feel like your sentence is just outrageous. The judge called it a crime that you're there. How does that make you feel? Do you get frustrated, angry?
It's difficult to understand it. I mean, I felt my sentence was definitely unnecessary, and that a 55-year sentence is not going to do anything more than a 5 or 10-year sentence would have done, except shorten their life.
What parts of this experience have been hardest for you?
The difficult is basically missing out on my son's lives. I was super close to my son, so not being able to be with them as they grow just kind of hits me the hardest.
Beneath the teenage swagger, we discovered two sensitive sons, wounded souls. Just watch as they watch this old family home movie.
I hope Jesus ain't watching this, man.
The sound of their father's voice, both reassuring and heartbreaking.
I noticed both you guys perked up when you heard your dad's voice.
Just being around them, you can feel their heartache. You can hear their laughter, and it's really been hard for them.
When he teared up, you teared up.
Yeah, it was really hard to see that because I know how bad he hurts. And seeing what they have gone through by losing their father, it's just emotionally destroyed me.
There are literally thousands of families in America like the Angelos tonight, mindful the price should be paid for breaking the law, but asking, pleading, how high should that price be? For Nightline, I'm Byron Pitts in Salt Lake.
You get the least amount of time for raping a child.
How long has he been in there for that?
I forgot.
Not as long as Jesus' mom. With my point,
Well, she been in there for.
she been in there for 11 years and she
But
didn't
I
have
mean,
a gun. It was
for what?
marijuana.
Just selling marijuana too?
She delivering it, she was in the car driving it.
Why has it taken so long to break up the boys club?
And they know that wasn't her drugs. But that's what I'm saying. This happens to way more black people. Way more black people are paying for that marijuana law. She's in federal prison. She's gonna get a furlough this month, but she's been locked up for over 10 years.
She getting a furlough, meaning she's being transferred.
She gets to come out for a little bit. She gets to come out for like a week and visit her son.
Wow.
Jesus was tiny when she got locked up.
And that's time that we can invest in our athletes.
That's why I get mad,
It's
man.
crazy.
Obama finna let all these white people out.
He's been letting black folks out already. He's already let 68 people out, and I don't know how many are black, but some are black.
Not most of them,
Some are definitely black.
but most of the ones who get those times. This is my point. If 60% of the people who have to pay for that, then 60% of the release of people should be black.
and reduces
If
the
we
risk of
60% of the ones that get the brunt of those crimes and those crazy laws, then 60% of us should be the ones released.
Well, in a way, it seems like you could kill somebody.
Yeah, but less time.
Maybe
You'll get
a
less
lot
time.
about it. You know what I mean?
You'll get less time than he
Depends
was
on who
getting.
kills.
It's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Get less
kill a
time
black
than he was
male,
given for.
Ooh. Now that brings me, I'm glad this all came up.
That's crazy.
Because Crystal, what's her name? I just found out about it. Now y'all heard about this lady. And this is
black
perfect.
lady that got time for shooting at her
No.
husband. Oh,
This is a woman that y'all all have heard about. Crystal Magnum.
Crystal Magnum, that's her name?
Y'all don't know the name.
No, I never heard
I don't remember about a name off the top.
I never heard it.
But you know who she is, I guarantee
No, I
you.
don't.
You know why you know who she is? You know
Why?
who she is because she accused 3 Duke lacrosse players of raping
I
her.
never heard the story, Diego.
The Duke lacrosse rape case?
I never heard it.
You never heard of Duke lacrosse
No,
rape
I
case?
didn't.
That's the black girl,
Right,
and they were white.
right.
No, I never heard it.
At Duke, the school, the
Yeah.
boy supposedly raped her.
At
She
Duke
was a
U-
stripper, went over there.
Duke University.
She's in prison for murder right now.
Why?
For murdering a black man. So when she accused the white, and this is something she done, this woman has done horrible things. Right now she's in there for murder. She was staying with an older black man. She was taking advantage of him.
But she was white.
No, she's black.
Oh, okay.
She's black, but she accused 3 white guys of raping her. And it was all on the news.
And she didn't make the jail though for that. She didn't make did it right. They got her off
But the
for
point
lying
is,
when they found
right,
out she
they,
lied.
they proved real fast,
That she
like
lied.
a week after she accused them white guys of raping her, her picture was in Newsweek the following week. They had some cell phone pictures of her. But yeah, this is her right here. And like I say, nobody's heard of her. They don't even know her name, but the Duke lacrosse rape case is super famous.
I think I heard something like that.
Of course you heard. It was
For
big.
a long time, yeah.
But don't nobody know after the Duke lacrosse case, she murdered the man that she was staying with. A black man. An older black man who she was staying with. And she
Why
got
did
like,
you kill?
huh?
Do you know why you killed?
Yeah.
What the
Well, first of all, let me.
She was taking advantage of him, huh?
Right, okay. Right now she's sentenced to 14 to 18 years. Okay.
For killing that black man.
Now, this is her early life. In 1993, she claimed, when she was 14, she said she was kidnapped by 3 assailants and driven to North Carolina and raped. So this was like 16 to 17 years before the Duke
When
case.
she was 14 years old.
Who were the assailants? Black or white, whatever?
She said it was white.
Oh.
She was lying though.
Oh.
Even her dad said she was lying, and her mom said she believed her, but it's just not possible that it happened. This is what her mom said. She thinks that it was more likely that it happened when she was 17 or 18 years old, shortly before she made the police report. Max X's husband, Kenneth, he believed the incident occurred as well. But, like they say, it could not have happened in 1993. This is her own mother. Her mother believed the incident could have occurred, but it wasn't, not in 1993. Okay,
Some other time.
so she graduated high school, joins the Navy. She marries some guy. They get divorced. Her husband says that she threatened to kill him. Wait. Her marriage quickly broke down. She reports to police that her husband threatened to kill her. But the charges was dismissed when she failed to appear in court. But anyway, you push on that one. He basically was exonerated. In 2002, that's when she accused those dudes of raping her. Wait, no. She was arrested on 10 charges after stealing a taxi cab of a customer. This was before Duke. She was arrested on 10 charges after stealing a taxi cab of a customer whom she had given a lap dance. This prompted a police pursuit at speeds up to 70 miles an hour, occasionally in the wrong aid. After being stopped, she nearly ran over a police officer, succeeding only in hitting his patrol vehicle. She was found to have a blood alcohol content of just over twice the legal limit. Ultimately, she pleaded guilty on 4 counts: assault on a government official, larceny, speeding to elude arrest, and driving while impaired. Serving 3 weekends in jail paying $4,200 in restitution fees, and being given 2 years probation. In 2004, she gained an associate's degree, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Duke Lacrosse, that was in 2006. Now, I just want you to think about all the things I read that happened before 2006 and things she's literally convicted of. Okay, arrest after the Duke Lacrosse case, because we all know about that. 2010, she got a call to the residence by her daughter. Her 9-year-old daughter called the police.
9 years old.
Her daughter called the police on her mom.
9 years old.
Right, her daughter.
Yeah.
Called the police. When the police arrived, they say they found Magnum and her then living boyfriend fighting. They said she then set fire to some of his clothing in the bathtub in their presence. This woman ain't got no shame. In front of the police, she set his clothes on fire. The building suffered heavy smoke damage. They arrested Magnum on charge of attempted murder, first-degree arson, assault, battery, identity theft, communicating threats, damaged property, resisting an officer, and misdemeanor child abuse. So, she got $1 million bond. Blah. She was released, lived with a friend's house, electronic monitoring of bowels.
I guess they took her child.
She was allowed to visit her 3 children, but only under supervision of social services. Blah, blah, blah. This woman is blah, blah, blah. This woman, blah, blah, blah. This woman still messing up. Messing up. This woman, blah, blah, blah. Then finally, they decided to do something about this woman. 2001, following accusations that she repeatedly stabbed and seriously injured her second boyfriend, Reginald Day. This is the older guy. He's like 10 or 15 years older than her.
Oh, the guy she was living with was her boyfriend, the older guy.
Not the one that she assaulted in front of the police. Not the one she set.
Right,
she set him on fire, so he got a protective order against her.
Oh, okay, but yeah.
Now this is Reginald Day, the guy she's living with in 2000.
That the one she killed eventually.
Right.
Yeah, he's her boyfriend. Okay.
She was charged with assault and a deadly weapon with intent to kill or inflict serious bodily injury.
Eventually.
Well, 10 days later, he died in the hospital. Then she was charged with murder.
That's what I'm
I see. She assaulted him. He didn't die right away. Wow.
But it is death because of what she did.
And she was released on bail until trial. So she killed the man, and she still got out on bail.
Wow.
At the trial, she argued that she stabbed Day in self-defense. She was being assaulted by him. The prosecution argued that the forensic evidence supported Day's dying statement that he was attempting to get away from Magnum when he was stabbed. She was found guilty, and Judge Paul Ridgway sentenced her to serve a minimum of 14 years and 2 months and a maximum of 18 years in prison. A version of her story was featured in an episode of Wives with Knives, a very interesting show, I must say.
Wives with Knives, I've never heard of that.
Wow. Exactly.
Wow.
And this is my whole point about how women get away with murder. But could you imagine Mia Tino? How would y'all feel about Mia Tino if we behaved this way? Would y'all have our back?
Having that kind
This
of
is a perfect example of a woman who uses sex as an offensive weapon, and she uses it defensively when it suits her purposes. And she did it to so many men over decades. She was like 31 or 32 at the time of the Duke rape case. So,
but she was a professional.
Apparently, then she started young, lying on people at 14.
obviously she saw that musical Chicago, and she decided to make that a model for life. But again, that show Wives with Knives. My whole point is
she was on that. That's a reality show. Or
no, it's just one of those shows that because it's like Snapped.
You didn't see the movie last night?
Yeah, movie last night.
What the last night movie about Chicago?
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't you see it?
Yeah, we both sat here. Yeah, we all sat here and looked at the
right.
Yeah.
But my point is, why is it so hilarious when women kill men? Now, I'm just saying, could you imagine, we watched Chicago. Now, could you imagine if that was men singing and dancing about women? Would that be acceptable on any type of movie or any type of show? Violence is only acceptable if it comes at the hands of women. And a lot of time, these women are crazy. Like I said, I saw that thing on domestic abuse. They say most cases of domestic abuse these days are men being physically abused by women. Oprah ain't never talked, well, I ain't gonna say never, but that's not what you hear.
Well, you know, I mean, I really don't know her personality and all that bullshit. But I do know that maybe some women have been beat the hell out by their man. And finally just can't take it anymore. And go.
Well, this woman obviously had a father and a mother who raised her, and she had no reason to be doing all that stuff. Tawana Brawley, we saw that case. I know we watched that video the other day. Oh no, I don't think Grandma saw that. But you remember seeing that, Tawana Brawley? The lady that Al Sharpton got in trouble for? Because she said that she was raped and she wrote nigger on herself. For no, well, the reason was she didn't want her father to know that she was having sex with her boyfriend. So she gonna go and the cop committed suicide behind that.
But I still say there are people who do anything to try to protect themselves.
That was terrible.
But you know, talking about that, I'm trying to think. But anyway, what was it?
Well, Reginald Day, why is his life insignificant? Why this lady didn't hit the news again? None of those times. After the Duke Lacrosse case, she messed up the one boyfriend, set his clothes on fire in front of the police.
Right.
She's acting such a terrorist that her 9-year-old daughter is the one that called the police.
Right.
That never hit the news.
That's crazy.
And now she murdered a man.
Right.
And nobody knows
Not
about
on the
this.
news.
It's
all over the news when she lied on them Duke students and them white boys. That's
and this
true.
is why I have to check my racism.
I remember that.
Because the whole reason I looked it up is because I was in the basement thinking, I am a little racist. I'm in the basement thinking, that poor girl was raped by them rich boys and they got away with it because they was rich. And I was just thinking about how, the case was handled differently than any other rape case I've ever heard. Since when a woman says somebody rapes her and they put her picture in Newsweek the following week? So you're supposed to protect women that claim they get raped. But, I was wrong because she wasn't the sweet little innocent victim that she claimed to be. I did that little research on her and I found out, what the heck? This woman has been going around beating and burning and killing men. And we ain't heard about her since the Duke case, and she was doing stuff like that before and never stopped doing what she did, but it's not important no more.
Well, maybe she
is something else, son. I know that. And she's only going to get about, 14 to 16 years for killing this man?
Maximum of 18 years.
Wow. That's
but of course she claimed, and they mentioned that the jury was like, it was like 7 men, 5 women. And, she claimed the man was beating her and, you know what I'm saying? Now, I will say the man did admit to dragging her out of his house by her hair.
But wouldn't you,
No, the reason he drug her out is because, like I say, he was an older man and she was steadily bringing men over her house, so he was trying to kick her out.
Yeah.
And she wasn't trying to get kicked out.
Okay.
So,
wow.
It kind of was self-defense, but at the same time, if a man is trying to drag somebody out their house or anybody's trying to drag somebody out their house because the person is doing such a thing, women kill men for cheating all the time, which I'm not saying, I think you shouldn't be able to kill a person, period. And that's my whole thing about this whole thing. If it's equal, it's equal. If a woman murders a man, she should be treated just like a man that murders a woman.
Yeah, murder is murder.
Well,
and no one human life is more valuable than another.
Well, that's what people say.
Well, anyway, I know what it was. I'm in the mental hospital, so my children are in foster care. Maria, Francisco. All right, they're in foster care. All right, so I would go and see them when I could. And the man was a policeman. I don't know if he was plain clothes or what. And the woman, I don't know what her problem was. But anyway, Maria told me that when, like she's taking a bath, he's in the bathroom. The man.
Yeah.
I forgot it, but they're real. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is he doing in the bathroom while she's taking a bath and he's gonna dry off and all that, but I couldn't say maybe it's the wife. But he's a man. And I didn't like that word for shit. So I said something about it. And they said to me, why Miss Rose, yeah, in your condition. Now I know what good the social worker is. I told I want my kids out of it. Because he has no right. You know what I mean? Now when he got to dry off and all that damn bull. You know, shit. And she said, why Miss Pryor in your condition? Because I'm in none of us, you know what I'm saying? That I would go and see my kid. Are you really, you have no right to say anything about the way you're doing. My line seemed like he rose up.
Well, I've had that
Wait a minute, from my feet, almost choked. And I'm ready to go, oh. But something said, that's what this bitch wants you to do. So she can say, this woman has no right to take care of what she's crazy herself. You understand where I'm coming from?
You remember that, Ma?
I she remembers the job. So,
Well,
but anyway,
I have all my memories
but
passed
wait a
on.
minute. So anyway, I say, you mean to tell me that I have no right to the way my children are being raised? And she said, well, really, Miss Pryor, in your condition. You understand where I'm coming from?
Remember, I thought you said they told you that they made that nasty comment when you complained about hearing that my hair had been pressed.
I'm not talking about that.
You don't remember that?
Hell no. You know what I'm talking about is you told me.
I know, I told you.
Because I wasn't there.
I told you that I didn't want him coming in the bed, right? I
Right.
told you that, and then you reported it.
Right, because
and I think that's why they moved us out of there.
Right, but
Yeah.
anyway.
I remember that.
So anyway, I'm saying, you know what I mean?
They
I
moved us to
have
another
no
home.
right.
Mama Abby.
That was before y'all got to Mama Abby.
Right. That's why they moved us to Mama Abby. Right. That's what I said.
I'm trying. So, like I said, I know I'm ready to go for some.
So you don't remember that other part when you said that you had complained when you heard that my hair had been pressed?
Wait a minute, now listen. Listen. Your hair didn't need to be pressed. Don't check good hair. But you think I'm gonna go berserk almost about the next person you hair?
I didn't
know
know.
some others will.
Then
I didn't
about,
know you went
no,
berserk.
but-
I just know you said you complained. You said you told him. You said her hair does not need to be pressed or whatever.
No, but this was.
And then they basically told you sorry, but you really, you know.
No, but this was about him drying you off. Okay? I could sort of understand the female doing it.
I don't remember him drying me off.
Well, I do.
I don't remember
Then you
seeing
told
that.
me that.
I don't remember that. But
All right, you told me
I
that.
remember him sitting on the side of the bathtub drinking his beer.
But he had no business
in there.
Right, he sounded, he was a creep. But that's all I wanted
And
to know
I
if you
told
remember.
Ms. Jones, right, I told his wife, that's why I complained to you, because I told her, I don't want him in the bathroom.
Right, and he had no business, you know what I
And
mean.
I'm big enough, I know, I said, and she said, well, he just want to make sure that you do it right away. I
I'm
said,
like,
well,
what
if
the
you
hell?
really think I can't do it, don't know how, it's okay for you to come. I don't mind, I'd rather you come in there.
Right,
I don't want him in there.
right.
And they wouldn't let me lock the door, and she just kind of let her, you know.
I mean,
was
she
like-
didn't care.
And I knew
She didn't care.
You know, I had
But
to say
anyway,
something to somebody until
but-
somebody did something about
Right,
it.
and
So-
I did. So anyway, like I said, but the social worker, I guess I don't know what the fuck her problem was. Why Miss, what is it, Rose? Pryor, whatever.
Pryor, you were crying.
Well, whatever. In your condition, I never will.
Wait a
forget.
second, Mama, she couldn't have been crying.
Yeah, because me and Ray
She
was
had already, oh yeah, Ray was,
she
okay.
was with Curtis.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway.
She was crying.
But anyway, when she said that, like I said, heat rose from my feet. And a voice said to me, that is what this bitch had. You know what you do? So she can say one crazy there. You know what I'm saying? So I had to swallow. You understand where I'm coming from? I don't know if some people can do that.
Yeah, I never was able to swallow when it
But
was
what
rising
I'm-
in me. It would usually rise all the
But
way up.
what I'm pleased, but I'm trying
You literally asked the question. Why do you get mad
No,
at
but
somebody
what I'm
else?
trying to do is not give you the message to think that I'm so goddamn crazy. I'm not supposed to say how my kids. And so it was a good thing.
Right.
You know, because I was ready
That
to.
voice saved you from this.
Right. Because I was ready to, you know what I mean? But something said, like a voice said to me, calm down. That's what this bitch wants you to do. So they can say, well, this woman can't take care of her kids because she's a maniac. Oh, you get the message? And I'm so glad that damn voice, you know? Okay. And it's just like anything that maybe somebody knows that they say something to you that's gonna make you go for all this. You know what I mean? And then they can say, you see, that person is no good. You know. So anyway, but I almost choked. So I forgot who I talked to. But I told him I want my kids out of there. Explaining the situation. I want my kids out of there.
And he was a police officer.
Yes. And also he had to drive me to the train station because, they live so far from me and you couldn't get a bus or something, if you don't drive. So he would drive me to the train station like this train road. And I'm in, seat next to him and he's trying to feel my legs. I'm not lying.
And you wonder why I hate cops, Grandma? Cause a lot of cops are like that. And my problem with the cops is they get away with it when they like
I'm
that.
saying a lot of them are not like that. There's a lot of no good people. I don't care what they do, where they come from, what nationality they are. There are people that are no fucking good no matter what. Okay? You understand that? All people, they're all thugs, they're all rapists, they're all murderers and all that bullshit. Okay? All right. A no good person can come from any race. And also a good person can. All right, but anyway, let me finish. So I said I want my damn kids out of there. Because he has no business, you know what I mean? And then I'm talking about how you trying to feel my legs. You know what I'm saying? I said, hell no. So that's how they got to Miss Kendall.
Somebody should have shot that cop in the face.
But that wasn't.
To me it sounded like if he did
He was a
that
pervert.
and y'all just met him, he had to do that. He had to go all the way with somebody.
No, but he was a pervert.
Probably raping women in the back of his
Right.
police car and all kinds
Well,
of stuff.
whatever. But I got him rape a fucking mic again. You understand what I'm saying?
It's my mother, so I didn't want it to happen either.
All right.
I like it when
So I raised $1 million worth of hell. And I was glad somebody listened to me. Okay? I was glad somebody, what you doing?
You was trying to get it. I thought you were trying to turn it up.
No, I don't want to see her. So, where's that woman coming from? You know what I mean? No, I don't know what I mean. But this is my job. My innocent job.
Hey, you guys should come over.
And you go through hell and fire all the time. Try to dress your kill.
Can't tell me too much, but it's
Oh,
not
true.
what you think. You know, Spike
Okay.
is a terrific director. And to
But you
see
keep
what
getting
he
this far. I don't want to
actually
see that.
Like really, really different
What
than
do
what I do.
you got the remote? What do you? This is my phone, Grandma. I don't know what you yelling at me about now.
Okay. But anyway, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Dirk Gently.
This isn't cleaning and polishing, is it?
No.
Of course I do.
Okay.
Wish you would understand where I'm coming from.
I mean, do you understand my point?
Yes, I wish you'd understand my
Well,
point.
I mean, just like say your child. If you find out your child is being abused, it's your job to try to put a stop to it.
If you're a man, there's only so much you can do. Because the women always have a right.
Well, anyway,
You can complain about the mother
well,
being
I
abusive if you
still
want.
say I don't care. Okay. And I know one time I had a dream. Well, you know, I'm still sort of, you know, taking it. I had this dream. Now, the kids have been on this kind of but one thing, I don't know if you know what Miss Kinnaman Roof. You know me?
No, I stay with my man a lot.
Okay, well, T-Roo. Houston, she delivered. Okay?
Love your flowers with
You remember that?
buy one, get one free
I want to run for that.
Oh, well, anyway,
free jewelry,
you know,
materials, and free installation.
all right, he has the boys in their room, and Miss Kinnaman had the girls in their room. You know what I mean? So he was in charge of the boys, and Miss Kinnaman was in charge of all of them. So I remember it might have been 1 or 2 o'clock at night, and I had this feeling that someone had came in and messed with some guy, you know, whoever, that came in and messed with her. I called Miss Kinnaman, and I told her. She said, Rose, you don't have to worry about these kids. Nobody's gonna come in here. And, you know, and I said, well, I'm sorry. She said, I can understand, but please don't tell me. You know, she said, so, you know, I understand how you feel. And so I love Miss Kinnaman. I really did. She was tough to get that one. Yeah. But she understood how I felt.
She's the only one that bought me Christmas presents when I was a kid, so I couldn't help but love her. My mom tried, you know, but my mom never had no financial help with me, so. Except for my Maggie.
That's what I'm saying. I love, and just like another thing, Miss Kinnaman sometimes in the summertime, she'd bring the kids out to let them where I'm at. Bring them, you know, food, and we just have a nice time. And she, like she said, these are your children. It's my time to try to take care of your children. I mean, take your children from you. Okay? So I love that one.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from? All right.
I know what it's like. So
and she didn't play no chip.
It's easy to love, it's easy to hate.
So what?
She was an easy person to love and hate.
Yeah. Because like when a little Abby did what you did.
Breaking up with the longest relationship I've ever had. Hashtag sad but true.
Good riddance, Carly.
Hashtag 96
And I would never forgive her the way she did.
Well, now is the perfect time to head over to the Honda Summit Fair today.
Because Miss Kinnaman would go from Ellen, you know what I mean? For all of y'all, I mean for all of them, you know, up off the field.
The Honda Summer Fair today for a great deal on your new Honda.
And I know, I remember one time I had seen the kids, and seen the kids for a while. So they were coming over, and my mother and I, you know, when I got her living next door to me, I mean, next building. All right, so I had prepared all the food, you know, have a nice time, and all this kind of stuff in my mind. So after everything was ready, and I know they'll be coming soon, I went to the bar, and I'm drinking my shit. I'm drinking my shit. Well, I had been there so long, so by the time I got home, they were ready to leave. You know, they ate and everything. And I pitched a bitch. Because my thing was, you're not taking my kids. You know what I'm saying? And Miss Kinnaman, oh, I bawled her out. She said, I know how you feel. She said, but you in no condition. You know what the truth? You're in no condition to take care of your kids. And say, I'll go hell and everything to protect these kids. And so they got in the car, I'm cussing out and running, calling all kind of bitches, and you gonna take my kids? And she drove her home. All right, I'm in this courtyard screaming. I'm I don't know if you remember because they were young. I'm screaming, I'm having a fit, and my mother said, calm down. You know, she's taking my kids. You know, and all that kind of stuff. I was very upset. And all that kind of shit. And, you know, like I said, I was very upset for a long time. But then after I sobered up, then I told Miss Gunn I was so sorry. She said, look, Rose. She said, these are your children. And I know why you feel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to run a car. I'm going to try to pull out a damn car. You got a damn ass. You're going to try to take my kids. You know, she already got my kids, but you know what I mean. So I said, you know, she was a wonderful woman. She understood. She said, I understand how you feel. She said, but I go to hell and brings on these kids. So you need to never worry. Okay? I know these are your children. But in my care, they're like my children. Okay? And I understand your condition. I understand how you feel. You know, you could never turn against a person like that. But I was out of my mind. But the woman understood how I felt. So I mean. And when, what's her name? Robin, what her name? You know what I'm talking about. What's her name? We were talking about some blast.
Abby?
Abby. Little Abby. When I found out the things that she had done to Miss Finley, it really made me dislike her a lot.
Like you said, karma, man.
Yeah.
Abby has not had a nice life.
Mm-hmm.
She's had a really rough life.
Yeah, and I don't give a damn. That's the way I feel she did, but she's getting what she deserves.
Well, I guess, you know.
Oh, well, like they said,
don't
like
we
you
all-
said, karma, yeah. But, you know, I don't understand when somebody treats you, you know what I mean? And she was worried about little Abby.
But when you get everything you've ever wanted given to you, how can you ever learn to appreciate anything?
Well, like you should. Look like you should.
You start thinking that you got everything you ever got, you deserved it, and you deserve more. And you feel bad because you didn't get everything you wanted.
But what I'm trying to say is, Diego, you know, maybe a person's life has been hell. And they're going through all this, you know, you're being abused, you know, you like a dirt or something worse than dirt. And then somebody comes along and is nice to you and all that. Looks like that would make you think.
Well, Abby never knew anything but Mama Abby. She never lived with no, you know, Mama Abby got when
She
was
was
a baby.
being abused. She had a rough life.
Mama Abby got it when she was an infant.
Well, whatever. But anyway,
When she was a newborn as a matter
well,
of fact.
whatever. But anyway, Miss kind of loved Abby.
She did. That was her favorite, no
Right.
doubt.
And when she said that that Abby was stealing from her, and I think one time she drove her car off the lot, and I mean she liked to do it. And this woman had gone out of her way. Okay.
Lots of kids still in that parent. And that's one thing that I noticed. You know, I've studied a lot of criminals, and you got several kinds of criminals. You got the types of criminals that commit crimes out of desperation, and you got the types that commit crimes out of boredom.
Well, you know what I'm saying? I can understand if, you know, if somebody's abusing you, and, you know, mistreating you, and they just can't stand the sight of you.
Well, most people.
And every time they get a chance to kick you in the ass and all that kind of stuff. And then after a while, you're going to turn on them. It's like this, well, I don't know if you can call it a snake. I mean, a joke or not. What is your mother doing?
Can you hear us, Mom?
But anyway, it was a thing about a snake. Now this is a fable, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it comes, the original was the African fable of the scorpion and the tortoise. The original fable says that the scorpion came to the
I'm
tortoise.
talking about a snake, okay? Alright, somebody found this snake. Damn snake is near death. They took this snake in, they nursed it, you know, and brought it, you know, saved his life, got his strength back and health. Then all at once, the snake attacked the person who was safe and loved him. And the person said, why are you doing this? I saved your life. And so what the hell do you think? After all, I'm a snake. You understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? There are some people can be mistreated, and you can take them in and try to save them, and love them, and then after a while they turn on you.
Right, that's the moral of the story. That some
That's
people
right.
are not worth trying to save.
That's true. But when the person go out of their way to try to save this person, they don't think like that. Okay? They're doing it out of love and care.
So you think that some people we should just give up on them? Because that's the moral of that story. Can I tell you the other version, the African version? Okay, so there's a scorpion, and he sees a tortoise. And you know, the tortoise can hide in the shell. So the tortoise sees the scorpion coming up, he hides in the shell. And he says to the tortoise, hey man, I want to talk to you, man, come out. And the scorpion and the tortoise is like, I ain't gonna talk to you, man, you're a scorpion. He said, man, let me talk to you real quick. I just want to talk to you real quick. So he pokes his head out and he peeks at him. And he says, what are you bothering me for? He says, look, man, I need to get to the other side of the river. If you let me get to the other side of the river, man, afterwards, anything you ask me for, I'll do it for you. Just please take me to the other side of the river. And the tortoise was like, man, why would I take you to the other side of the river? You a scorpion. You're going to sting me. And the scorpion says to the tortoise, man, if you take me across the river, why would I sting you? If I sting you, you going to drown, and we both going to go down in the water. So I'm not going to sting you, man. Right. And so the tortoise thought about it, and he was like, well, I guess that is true. If you sting me, we will both drown. And die, yeah. So he says, all right, man, hop on my back. I'll take you over there. But remember, you owe me a favor. So the tortoise gets in the water, scorpion hops on his back, and about halfway across the river, the scorpion stings the tortoise. The tortoise, oh man, and they both start going down. And the tortoise said, man, what the hell you do that for? We're about to both drown. The scorpion said, man, can't help it, man, I'm a scorpion. But again, the same moral is, some people aren't worth trying to save.
But you don't know that.
But I'm saying that's the moral of that story.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, you don't know that.
I don't know.
You say no, but what I'm saying is, there's somebody you see down and kicked and all that bullshit, and you're gonna try to help them, save them, and then nurse them back to health, let them know you love them, they're not alone, and all that kind of shit. And then that's why they're gonna turn on you. You understand where I'm coming from? And some people are like that. They're just an ornery son of a bitch, and they're not gonna change. And you wonder why? I saved your damn life. And then after a while, this son of a bitch might turn on you and kill you with a hand. And think nothing of it. I don't understand people like that.
I think everybody's like that.
No, everybody's not. Everybody's not.
So anybody I do a favor for, anybody that I do everything I can to help them, when I need a favor, they're gonna return the favor. That's how most people are. Well, anybody that I give myself to.
Diego, everybody's not the same. You know what I mean? There are some people that they're going through hell, and here comes a person that sees this as unfair, unright, and they're gonna rescue that person, and do everything in the camera, and then that's why that some bitch gonna turn on you. Alright. But there are some people in situations like that, they would appreciate the hell out of you for saving them. Okay. So what I'm saying, everybody's not the same. And that's for sure. So you can't compare that to everybody. Okay?
So,
Now there are some people that are sincere and they hate to see someone abused. And all that kind of
well,
shit.
abuse is a very relative term, Grandma. Abuse is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, well, you see somebody walking around with black eyes, busted noses, broken noses, and all that bullshit.
What do you mean? I've had all of that. And like I say, when it happened to me, it wasn't abuse, was it?
Where did you have that happen?
Which one? A busted eye, black eye, broken nose?
Whatever.
Oh, jeez. Do you want me to name every time I've been assaulted?
Yeah.
Every time I've been in the hospital?
Oh, well, who did it?
Lots of people.
Like who? Maybe your family?
Yes.
Oh, your family beat the hell out of you, broke your nose and all that shit?
Yes.
Really? I don't know.
Tino broke my nose. He don't only want to break my nose. My mom, she's knocked me out, and she's hit me with several things. My mom has actually apologized to me for being abusive when I was little.
But anyway,
I felt I never had to feel. See, my opinion is a parent could do whatever they want to their kids. They made them, they could break them.
No, but what I'm saying is about a parent. Oh, sometimes.
Didn't you bust Jose's nose?
No, I didn't.
You never.
I never busted
You didn't
his
take
nose.
him to Cook County
But
Hospital.
but I did.
Can I
I think I
Can I
broke his
repeat
arm.
the story to you?
No, I think I broke his arm.
Okay, I heard you broke his arm too, but
I didn't.
At the Cook, this happened. I'm gonna just ask you if this happened. Did you take him to the Cook County Hospital
Damn straight.
for a bloody nose and y'all waited for like 4 or 5 hours?
No, let me tell you one goddamn thing, okay?
Okay.
Jose nose bled a lot.
Because you told me the story. Jose never told me that story.
His nose bled a lot, okay? And a lot of times I could stop it.
Okay.
And this one time, we went to the hospital because I couldn't stop it. I'm doing everything I had done, and I'm a nervous wreck, so I took him to the doctor, to the hospital, okay. But he had a bleeding condition, and also I know you might not remember, but Marcus and Jose, sometimes their nose would bleed.
Okay.
All right, so they had to go to the hospital for it. And also, Marcus finally had to have his adenoids taken out. And I think Jose did too. But it affected Marcus more than it did Jose.
Okay.
But Jose, for no reason, always his nose started bleeding. But I could always stop it. But this time, I did everything I thought I could do. And there's no, oh my God, we gotta get him to the hospital. And they, I know what we get, they got rubber gloves, rubber gloves, and they had them in the freezer.
Yeah.
And so they, had to put them all over here and everything, stuff was moving, and all that kind of stuff. And then I said, finally, they had to have their adenoids out, but it affected Marcus more than it did Jose. And then after a while, I don't think Jose got a nosebleed now. But Marcus almost died when they took his adenoids out. He almost died. But still, they didn't have these nosebleeds. But Jose, he could be just sitting all of us a damn nose started. So I don't know what caused that. It wasn't nobody beating him in the fucking nose. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, what happened with the arm? What's that story?
Aura?
The arm. You just said he broke his arm.
I broke
what
his
was
arm.
that about?
Well, Jose's a liar. You know what I mean? As long as you've known Jose, I think you'd have to be brain dead not to realize what a liar is. He can look at you and lie and say so. Okay? Like you can see him doing something. And he said, Jose, why you, I do it. That's the type of person he is. He's my child. I know him. Okay? Alright, so like I said, he has all these, you know. But what else was I saying about Jose?
You telling me a story about his arm getting broken. I don't know the story.
Okay,
You just mentioned it in passing, but you never told me the
what
story.
I'm saying is, I know Hosea did something. And he kept saying, I didn't do it, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. And I grabbed him. And some kind of way I grabbed him, and I heard the crack. What did I do? I took him to the hospital. I told him I accidentally broke something. Now, if I hadn't gave a damn, but when I saw his arm, you know, I thought, oh my God. I took him to the hospital. I didn't lie and say, I don't know, I said, I did it. I didn't mean to do it. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
But that's just my whole point about it being relative. You say that wasn't abuse, but in his mind, it might be abuse.
You know, I hate a liar. You want to know something? I can't help it. I hate a liar.
Hey.
My
Grandma,
thing is.
I've done some things to people who lie. I've caught them in lies, and I've done some things.
Wait a minute, let me tell you. My thing is.
I'll be honest. I'll tell you some things I've done.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying, Diego, what I'm trying to
pass some water to the
What I'm trying to say is tell the truth. And you might not get as punished as bad as if you lie. And when you can see somebody doing something wrong, and you say, why you do that? I ain't doing it. Because just like that time, I said, you know, you live, you know, and this one room was like a closet, but wasn't hollering up and in it, but a dresser and a big mirror. All right, so the kids mostly played in there. And no door, you know, in my bedroom. And so I could look and see things in the mirror, what they're doing. I heard Dorian crying. And I'm sitting there, and guess what Dorian, Jose was saying, what's the matter, Dorian? What's the matter, Dorian? I jumped up. Dorian's hand was in the door. Jose! And Dorian crying. What's the matter, Dorian? What's the matter, Dorian? You understand what I'm saying? I snapped the damn drawer open, and you can see Dorian. And I said, don't you see what you do? I ain't doing it. I'm looking right at you.
Yeah, Grandma.
Okay? It was jealousy.
Jealousy. But here's the thing about like abusing children. It's about, first of all, taking care of children is really, 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 really hard.
I know.
And, you know, I joke around about race a lot, but the fact of the matter is, I treat people on an individual level. I judge everybody on an individual level. So I got a lot of white friends, Grandma. I probably got more white friends than I have black, like friend, the word friend, people that I trust fully and that I do special favors for and stuff like that. Probably more white people in my life that are like that. Well, I got a couple white friends. They like for me to watch their children. One of the main reasons is because I'm so attentive. A child, nothing really slips. I see stuff, if it happened in the corner of my eye, I seen it. If it happened right in front of me, I seen it. And of course, a lot of people have behavior problems with their children. And people think that I'm real good at communicating with children, making children understand, making children behave. So I have watched a lot of children. And I actually got on tape, me babysitting, because I've abused children. And I get it on tape because I want to see, you know, I want people to see what leads up to it. But there's this one boy in particular, one of my best friends, I really don't talk to her anymore because I don't, you know, we kind of fell out. And I kind of got fed up with that whole family. But these people are what people call trailer trash, more than likely. Some white people from poverty.
Any, you know, even black people, you know, I mean, you don't have no place to live, so maybe whatever, you know.
Well, these people are considered trash because of the way they are. They got short tempers, they drink, they're loud. They're like me. They're people that I get along with. We're very opinionated, we're very open. If we say, you know, we don't bite our tongues, and we don't really people judge us, and we don't care, you know. So anyway, this is one of my best friends, and I was watching her kids one day. Now her son, she has 3 daughters, and her youngest child is a son. Now her son was very, you know, he had violent issues, which is expectable because he has 3 bigger sisters. They used to beat on him. They rough him up. But this little boy is going to be something special because he's going to be really, really, really big. He's already really big. He's really big. And
why make him special? Because he's big.
Well, because when he was 8 and his big sister was about 16, they weighed about the same. And when he was about 8, that's when his big sister couldn't beat on him no more. That's when he started, the first time.
8?
Yeah, when he was 8, he had, like, his sister had pissed him off. Because, like I say, they would, you know, beat him and punish him. So when he was 8, he had drugged his 16-year-old sister around.
8 years?
Right, he lost his temper, and he grabbed her by her hair, and he drug her around the house like having a temper tantrum. And they was really concerned about this because all of the kids have temper tantrums.
Everybody.
But he was going to be a big, strong male one day, and he's already getting to the point where he's already, you know, he's bigger, he's stronger than his next sister. In a year or 2, he's going to be stronger than Mama. But Mama got they call us twins. She got the same demons in her that I got. So, she be messing with her. But anyway, the point is, the boy got anger issues. And he also got violence issues. Like, he got serious violence issues. You know, he would talk, you know, fantasizing about killing people, and he loved guns. And, you know, the fact that I had been to prison, and in prison I had worked with a lot of young men. You know, my job was not to ignore bad behavior. My job was to, you know, make decisions.
I guess that's why those kids were in there like audio or something, I don't know. Because of their bad issues.
Well, this was a friend in her house. She was a single mom, and she was just asking me to help her discipline her son.
Right.
Because, she, you know, she was afraid that he was going to grow up and be a serial killer. He was really angry, loved violence, stealing knives and stuff like that, and scaring people, you know, trying to get to his sister with a knife a couple of times.
Well, you know what? I think the neighbors see something wrong with the child.
Right. And that's why she asked me to step in.
You know, but I mean, take him to a psychiatrist.
She has.
Okay.
But, you know, the psychiatrist can only do what a psychiatrist could do. She still has to take this little boy home. So, but the moral of the story is he has his niece, his oldest sister's daughter, was a tiny little girl. And we had already been checking him about being rough with her. And finally one day, I was there, and I got to the point where I was trying to ignore the children. I was there watching them, but it's older kids in there. So I try to, like, ignore them. And with him, you know, I would take him on walks and try to talk to him, lecture him and stuff like that. I would rarely get physical with him. But one day I heard the little girl scream, and she was probably 3 or 4. And I got all this on videotape.
Okay, well, anyway.
Because I recorded it.
Okay, get to the point.
Because things get crazy. Anyway, I heard the little girl scream, and, you know, they told me what he did. So I decided to put the fear of God in him. And I grabbed him, and I picked him up. Now, this was all kind of like intentional. Most of it was a bluff. So I told him, you know, this is the final straw. You want to beat on this little girl. Now I'm finna take a turn, and I'm going to beat on you. So I picked him up by his shirt, and I take him and I My bedroom was in the back. The house was like separated, so I take him back there, and I threw him. But I knew I was throwing him on a mattress.
Oh, wow.
I knew where I was throwing him. You know.
Okay.
But in his mind, I'm trying to kill him.
Mm.
And also his big sister who's seeing this, she think I'm trying to kill him too. But the fact of the matter, the moral of the story is, and there's been times I lost my temper and I've actually hit him. You know. But not just him, other little boys that I be dealing with. I try my best to do conversation and deal with the thing. But the point is, I have abused children. You know, and I've abused a lot of people. I've lost my temper and I've hurt people. I've seriously hurt people. And that's why I say it's all relative. This whole word abuse.
Yeah, but
because when I deal with the little boy, everybody who heard about it, they pretty much applauded me. Like the adults, when they heard what happened, they applauded me. The kids who saw it, they feel this abuse, and I'm sure that little boy is gonna, just like with Tay. She remembers some incident while I was trying to kill her and throw her in the river, or in Lake Michigan. Now, I do remember I used to, like Dorian used to do me like that. I remember one time we was at great grandmama's house.
And who did that?
Dorian.
My son.
Yeah, he held me over the banister like this. And I was real little at the time. And I remember, because you remember where your mother might have lived on the 3rd floor.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was the 3rd floor. I'm pretty sure it was the 3rd floor. But he had picked me up and he held me over the banister like this. And I remember I was clinging to his arm. And of course, at the time, you know, when you over there and you look down, I really think he helped me with my fear of height. I'm not afraid of heights at all.
Well, if some people are.
And I think that helped me because he held me and...
Who held you?
Dorian.
Dorian?
Right. He was probably about 18 at the time. So he was young. But this was the time when he started really like rebelling against grandma. This was not shortly after he had wrote something on her door, like he had carved something in that same door, that same apartment. And he was really rebelling, breaking stuff in great grandma's apartment, all kinds of stuff. But, you know, it's so many different ways that you can interpret something like that. Me, the way I look at it is that he was strong enough to support my weight. This is the reality of it. I had to break it. At first, I was like, when he did that, at first, I was scared of Dorian. Because I was really little. Yeah. So I would like avoid Dorian. You know, I didn't want him to pick me up and hold me over the banister. Like, and he realized it too, because I always liked Dorian. But after that, I avoided him for a little while. So, to some people, when he held me over the banister like that, some people will consider that abuse.
Well, I know it could be scary.
It terrified me at the
That's
time.
what I'm saying.
But at the same time, the way I looked at it is, you know, reality. Reality. I was never in no danger. The only real danger is if I would have like scratched him or bit him and he would have, you know, if I would have panicked.
You probably dropped you though.
Right. If I would have panicked, I would have been dead.
Right.
So, and that taught me, you know, don't panic. And, you know, I've been later, like early, like when I was 7, 8, 9, I would try to get up on rooftops and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, you know, right. I can understand that.
So that's you know, I was real young. I ain't gonna say nobody's name, but I remember one of my buddies, when I was probably 10 or 11, I was at his house. And I was reaching under his bed because I was nosy, and he had told me that he was gonna give me some shoes. But he was telling me, no, man, the shoes I'm gonna give you, they're not here. And I was like, well, what about these shoes under the bed? And so I started reaching under the bed. And like I said, I was 10, he was probably about 20. And he snatched me by the back of my shirt and he pulled me from under the bed. He reached under the bed, pulled out a rug, rolled it out, a shotgun fell out of it. Oh my God. And he cocked it. And he said, I told you to stay from under my bed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
But you know, when I was, like I said, I'm about 10 at the time, and when I heard and I see, and I'm staring down the barrel of the shotgun.
That's scared the hell out of anybody.
You know, I just froze. And I was staring at this man like he was really finna shoot me. But he wasn't really finna shoot me.
But he shouldn't have done that.
He was trying to make me panic.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done
And
that.
he was kind of like playing around. But I've done similar things.
Yeah, but that's not right.
When the shoe became on the other
Not
foot.
right, but that's not good.
That's the right
But I
message.
think,
But like I said, that's in the eye of the beholder.
right, but I'm thinking, I think they said that Jose was born with cavities in his brain.
Tino. Tino.
It was Tino?
I don't know about
who
Jose.
did
Jose is your
yeah,
son.
I mean, yeah, right, remind me.
Well, I'm just
But
saying,
I'm
you
thinking,
would know better than anybody.
No, but I think it was Tino.
Right. If Jose was born with birth defects, you're the only one that can tell us.
But I think even Ray, so
Right.
it must have been Tino.
Right. Tino was born with meningitis.
But it said cavities in his brain.
Right.
So I think maybe that has a lot to do with his personality.
Well, Tino, you know, he started out real slow. His language
So
skills.
it might be because of the cavities. Okay?
Well, you
It
know,
might
Tino,
be the cavities.
but Tino's learned a lot. You know, his mental development. You know, he graduated. He ended up graduating high school on time. They didn't think that was gonna happen.
Yeah, because he was, in a way, you could say he was sort of defective.
But he was born with a brain defect. He was born with a brain defect. He was born with a lot of health issues, like a lot of us. A lot of us were born with a lot of health issues that we got over time.
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, Tino definitely. Tino, it wasn't just the cavities. Tino had a really hard life. You know, when Ray started smoking, Tino was the oldest. And when they were staying over there in Uptown, things had got pretty rough for them for a while. You know,
Where were they?
we was up. They lived in Uptown over there.
By themselves?
No, they was living with Lorraine, but she was when she got real heavy in the drugs and she would start disappearing for 2 or 3 days at a time.
Yeah, Ray had an issue.
And nobody even knew about it.
Right, I said Ray had an issue.
Right. And this was the days before cell phones and all kind of stuff. So when Ray decided to disappear and people were worried about the kids, it wasn't much that people could do.
Right, but I'm saying, you know, well, like I'm saying, you sort of know your children. And Ray had an issue. I don't know what it was. It seemed like she was jealous of the kids or something like that. And she was treated the same way.
Well, children are not going to be treated the same way. You know, and that's the thing about
But I
parenting.
mean,
It's
and
hard.
then what I'm saying is, like, one child might figure, you know, maybe they being, what you call it, disciplined more than another one, or something.
Right, like me.
Oh, you were mistreated as a child.
I was disciplined more than any other child of my generation. I was disciplined more than any other child of my generation.
Of your generation?
Right. Now, out of all your grandchildren, I was disciplined more than any
But
other.
I'm talking about even the family. You know, like some might be like what you call a whipping boy or something.
That's what people use. I never used that term, but people used to say that about me.
But I'm saying maybe your whole family. Because they see you doing terrible things, and so you know what I mean.
But I kind of was a whooping boy. Like, I would take the blame for things because I knew my sister was terrified of getting whoopings. So if I could take the blame for my sister, I would. Same with Tino, I would take the blame for any of those kids.
But what I'm saying, you say you would take the blame.
Right.
And you the one that's being kicked in the ass.
I was going to get 2 or 3 whoopings a week anyway. Why not?
Well, I'm sorry, you know.
But I was also the most difficult child. That's why I got most discipline.
Rebellious.
I broke stuff. I stole
Yeah,
stuff.
you were
I didn't go to
rebellious.
sleep. I used to sneak around
Yeah,
houses
yeah,
at
yeah.
night. I mean, I used to sneak out of houses.
Right, that's what
Like, even I stayed with you a couple times. I tried to sneak up out of there. I was
rebellious.
You could say rebellious.
Well, it is
I look at
rebellious.
it as more adventurous and curious and, you know,
Well, look at it
what was I
anyway.
going
I
to do?
would
Listen?
say rebellious.
I remember when I was little, my mom, she took me to this church, and we had this little group, And I remember there was another little boy my age. And my mom was really impressed by this little boy. And I remember her saying this. She was like, boy, I wish my son could behave more like him because he was yes sir, no ma'am, and all that type of stuff. And my mom was really impressed by this little boy. She was so impressed by this little boy that I decided to look and try to figure out maybe this little boy had something. And not just that, but so I could impress him. It wasn't just so that I wanted to get away with stuff, you know. So I started watching, and this little boy had a saying, obedience is better than sacrifice. And he kept saying that. And I remember during the course of the evening, I was like, man, I don't want to be like that little boy. At the end, when it was all said and done, I felt sorry for him. Because it wasn't just that phrase, but it was the fact that he thoroughly believed that.
Right.
Obedience is better than sacrifice. And that's okay. That's a good thing. That's a good attitude for a child to have. But my attitude was much different. My attitude was think for yourself. Just because an adult said it, don't mean it's true. These adults around me are idiots. These adults around me are fuck-ups. These adults are people that I don't want to grow up and be like. So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to explore and see what adult I do want to be like. And I hope that's not too offensive to you, Grandma, but that was just my reality. Everybody that I knew was poor. Everybody that I knew, we had family issues. Everybody I knew who had ever been married people that they hated, and those marriages didn't last. I mean...
But that's not your fault.
Well, not my fault, but
Okay.
my job as a child was to observe and learn. Observe and learn and distinguish reality from fact. And I knew a long time, you know, I was fortunate. My first stepfather was Don. You remember him?
Yes.
Now, I
don't know what your situation was.
I looked up to him.
Okay.
I looked up to him big time. I looked up to him more than I should have. He was like my hero, and not just that, I thought that was my father. I really thought that was my father. And he used to take me and he used to have these little talks with me. And he taught me certain lessons at a very young age. I'm talking about like 3, 4, 5 years old. And he would have these serious talks with me, and he made me really feel like he cared about me. The way he would talk with me, take me shopping. He always wanted me to look real good.
Not pretend that he cared for you.
Well, it was
So
what it was.
I don't know.
It was what it was.
Okay.
You know, if he really cared, then he would have made an effort to stay in my life after him and my mom divorced. He married my mom. He found my mom attractive. My mom was his trophy wife, and I was his trophy son. The main reason he told everybody that I was his son, it was for, his benefit. He dressed me nice because he wanted to walk around town with a nice dressed kid. He didn't dress me, But, and that's the thing about how we're all selfish. Like even me and my son, I don't love my son unconditionally, and I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be impressed if my son grows up to be a wimp or a coward. He's already disappointed me. He's overweight. He cries a lot. That's really disappointing to me. And that's just the reality. But the whole point about the obedience versus sacrifice is that I didn't want to be obedient because I knew that
You were a rebel.
I knew that parents and adults lied to children all the time. I was smart enough and I had enough common sense to see through lies and I asked questions a lot. I asked a lot of questions, and I knew this as a child. Whenever you ask, like me, most times I asked an adult a serious question, they would lie to me. They would say something to try to pacify me. If I asked about like something serious, like let's ask about murder or something like that, or some of these really interesting things. You see somebody get jumped and beat on the street, you want to ask about that, the parent is going to say something to you and talk to you like a little idiot, blah blah blah. Those are not nice people and he's a bad guy. That's not that's not a suitable answer for a kid like me. Maybe for another kid would be like, oh, he's a bad man. I'd be like, that's not what I asked you at all. Why did that happen? Why are they doing that? What, And that was I asked a lot of why questions. And when you ask why questions, you don't get straight answers. And you don't get good answers.
Sometimes.
Because people don't know why. People know what. People know when, people know where. Why? A lot of people don't know why. Like, you can even ask a person, why did you just do that? That's a habit I got into with my son because I really want him to think about why. Why do, and me, I ask myself, when I was young, I would do all these things, and later I would be sitting in the aftermath, and somebody would ask me, hey man, why did you do that? And I wouldn't even be able to answer the question myself.
Because you don't know why.
Because I didn't know myself.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't understand myself, so I had to get to know myself.
Right.
And you know, I got lost, I got sidetracked, I smoked a lot of drugs. I don't know the point I was making, but.
No, I understand what you're talking about.
But the thing is, you know, abuse is in the eye of the beholder. You know, beating a kid could be considered abuse. Ignoring a kid could be considered abuse. Some kids, they parents work 2 and 3 jobs and they don't spend enough time with them. They consider that abuse. Some parents, they just sit at home all day watching TV. Some parents consider, you know, some kids don't grow up and think that was abuse. And that's the whole part about being a parent. And that's one of the ironic things I noticed, that a lot of parents that put a lot of effort into their kids, those kids will grow up and not only will they not appreciate that effort, but they'll hate that effort. They'll feel like it was prison and I was trapped. And then you got some parents that are free parents. You're free to do whatever you want. And then the kid will grow up and they'll look at their parents like, you know, because in prison you ask people why you here. And a lot of people blame their parents. For some people, their parents, they was too involved. They paid too much attention to them. They paid too much attention to me, and then when I finally got a little taste of freedom, I didn't know how to make my own decisions. I didn't know how to make good choices. And then you got the other one. Well, my father was abusive, and all I ever seen him do was beat my mama, so, you know, I beat my women when I got older. That's why I'm in here.
Well, my thing was like, maybe if I saw something that my parents did and I didn't like that, I didn't think that was right. So my thing was, I'm not going that way. Okay?
That's how most people do.
I'm not going to try to figure out why they did this, but I'm not going that way. Okay?
And a lot of times that could lead, you know, like those parents whose parents were too engaged, too protective, they watched everything. They decide, okay, well, when I have children, I'm gonna be like a hippie. My parents were too strict on me, so I'm not gonna be strict to my kids. Or like me, the lies. That's what I hate more than anything else.
I know.
But here's the thing: who has ever, grandma, I'm 37 years old. Who has ever told me the truth about God? When I've ever asked a question about God, who has ever decided, I'm not gonna lie to this kid? And they just told me some random stuff. If I ask 100 adults the truth about God and I get 99 answers, that means at least 98 people just lied to me, right?
So what do you think about God?
I'm agnostic.
So you don't think about God?
I mean, I think about God, but I think it's unknowable enough. I think if a person tells me they know God's name, I think they just lied to me. If I know a person that tells me that God likes this behavior and he doesn't like that behavior, I think they just lied to me. I think if a person tells me that they know for a fact this or that and the other, I think it's a lie. Or not just that. What about our condition? Why are we stuck like this? Do people evaluate the reality of that and say why we live like this? Ask about racial issues. Do they speak honestly to children? And that's my whole point. So, like, my thing with my son is that I made a promise to never lie to him. Now, I don't feel that my mom lied to me. I mean, like, she did, but not intentionally. You know, she told me that the Bible was the unadulterated word of God, and every word in it was true. I read the Bible, and I know that's a lie. To say every word in the Bible is true, I think that's a horrible lie. And most people know, everybody who told me that growing up didn't even read the Bible. But they told me that every word in that book was true. So.
Well, my thing about the Bible, I know, well, I don't know if you know, but even the Bible said there are false prophets, which is true.
I don't believe in prophets. I'm sorry, Grandma.
Well,
And see, this is my whole point. You're about to.
well, you know what I mean.
Right.
But, and there are true prophets. Okay.
Like Jesus.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or Muhammad.
Well, I'm not talking about Muhammad.
Right, because Muhammad doesn't count because he's a Muslim.
But he's a human.
Unlike Jesus, he's not human.
Does anybody know where he came from? Does anybody know who his mother is?
Mary. I read the entire Bible, so yes, there are answers to all of those questions. Yes, ma'am. Those answers are in the Bible. It's up to you if you believe them or not.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But if you say the Bible's 100% true, yes, Mary's his mother. She got impregnated by some angel named Gabriel.
Please.
She was 14 years old at the time.
Please. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Okay.
You know, I used to argue with people. Somebody talk about Jesus' mother. I don't think he had a mother. Okay? And I do remember it's some part in Revelation where it says to see the face of God. I don't know if you ever heard it. It's dead.
But also it says Moses saw his face. So that's why I say there's a lot of contradictions in the Bible.
Well, I still say that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what if Muhammad was telling the truth?
About what?
About
what?
Being the last prophet. What if the Quran is true?
I don't know that. What I'm talking about, you know, like my thing is, I might be wrong, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But my thing is, where did God come from?
Yes.
I don't think he had a mother. You know what I'm saying? My thing is that wherever he came from, and this is his universe. And so I think that he looked over and saw all this vast crap. And then I think he said, I think it'd be good, you know, like we had oceans, rivers. Then something got to be in the ocean, rivers, you know, like whales and fish and all that kind of shit. And sky and sun. And then he probably thought, well, all this is nice. But he, you know, he wanted to put things in it. So there are birds, there are eagles, there's what's called all kinds of birds belong to the bird family. But there are some birds that are nice. Eagles, hawks, they still belong to the bird family. They will kill you. They will kill you.
Why do you say that, Grandma? That's not true. Hawks never kill humans. It never happens.
Oh, bullshit. Have you ever known that a hawk doesn't kill a person? A hawk is, you know what I mean? Okay, a bird is a, what's called
There are hawks all over the world.
But I still say they belong to the goddamn bird kingdom.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
And you don't mess with a fucking hawk. Okay? Okay? But bird.
If I want to eat a hawk, can I not do that? But okay, go ahead, Grandma.
A hawk is out to kill you. And they will kill you. Okay? Alright, say like cats.
Okay.
Cats belong to the feline.
Mm-hmm.
Where do tigers and lions come from? Aren't they feline too? I still say, are they feline?
Okay. They are feline.
But lions and tigers will kill you. Okay? But you can tame a cat.
You can tame a tiger or a lion too. It happens all the time.
Well, and then I know like like circus and things, and some people have they had the interactions with the tigers and the lambs. I mean whatever, and they sometimes they have turned around and killed that frankly because they have that kind of personality. Okay. All right. There are sharks.
You can't tame a shark.
I'm not.
But
I think only a fool would think they could tame a shark. But a fish, okay?
Okay.
They belong to the same, species.
Okay.
But a shark will eat you up. Okay? All right. So there are all these things, like there are plants. Some plants will heal you, and some plants you don't know what you're doing will kill you. Do you agree with that? Huh? Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Okay? That's what I'm saying. And I'm thinking, why didn't he make everything alike?
And see, I don't doubt the Bible or God or Jesus. I mean, the book is not 100% true. There's no doubt about that. But Jesus, I think, he really did teach people. He was a great teacher. He was considered the greatest man in history. He changed history. But
or maybe he wasn't even a man.
It might be mythology. But I'm just referring to the Gospels.
Okay, but anyway,
the Gospels are good.
I just like I had a book one time where it said like the devil and God were brothers. I don't believe that.
Well, I see you got a lot of these. I notice a lot of these books are like, they're kind of like metaphysical books over there, especially like right there.
What's that?
You got a lot of medical physical books right now.
Like what?
Like this. Right here, here's a great one.
What's the name of that? I probably haven't even read it. What's the name of it?
No, wait, this might be a novel. Yeah, this is a novel. Ultimatum?
No, I haven't even read that.
This is a novel.
Well, that's a lot of them I haven't read.
So, here we go. How to use astral power. That's a metaphysical book.
So, is that, you think that's real? Maybe, I don't know. I haven't read it. And I really don't care anything about it.
Well, the whole point about that is that, like, a lot of the religious, like, you have a lot of overlapping religious theories, and I don't have no problem with that. I think that's how everybody, even the Bible says that in Proverbs. You should search for God and knowledge of God like you search for treasure, like you search for diamonds or gold.
Well, I haven't heard that.
That's in the book of Proverbs.
But
it's in the very beginning of Proverbs too.
Anyway, my understanding, devil, Lucifer, is the devil. You get that? His name was Lucifer. He's the devil.
Lucifer sounds Latin to me.
Well, I don't give a damn if it's Greek, whatever. But anyway, you understand what I'm saying? We're talking about the devil. All right, so the devil was a beautiful, according to the Bible, intelligent angel. All right. Okay. So he was in heaven. All right, and he got all his followers. And then they decided to take over heaven. And God said, no, that's not going to. So he kicked Lucifer out and all his disciples and gave them a place called hell. You know that? I mean, you understand that?
I know what you're talking about, but
it's in the Bible.
Well, actually, Grandma, modern day Christianity is not just out of the Bible. It's a mix between the ancient Hebrew religion, the ancient Greek religion.
Wait. My thing What's this? This is my kingdom. And you gonna try to take it over? Instead of kicking you out, I'm gonna kill you. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna let you come and take over my shit and all that kind of stuff. So I'd rather see you dead. But he kicked him out and all his disciples and give him his own place called hell. And the devil can come in all disguises. He's very clever. He can come in all disguises. Because if he came to you looking all ugly and scared, what would your reaction be? To get the hell away from me as much as possible. But he's gonna come to you beautiful, helpful. His thing is to lure you in.
If you're impressed by
I
beauty.
said to lure you in.
And the Bible
But what I'm
specifically
saying,
commands-
Diego, if somebody come at you all scary and threatening, and your thing is gonna try to get the hell away from that person.
No, ma'am. That's not my personality.
All right, okay. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's the way some people say it.
What's a scary person look
Because
like?
the devil is not, I mean, he's intelligent.
Just like what we was talking about
He's
earlier.
not stupid.
To you, the young thug black males, they're scary to you.
Any thug. He can
Right.
be black, white, whatever. A
Right.
thug is a thug.
Right,
To me.
that's scary to you.
Yes.
But I didn't go to college, I went to prison. These are the kind of guys I congregated with. And this is why I mention it to you often, because it's like you forget.
No, but
when everybody in the world abandoned me, when I was in
Everybody in the
prison,
world?
yes, ma'am.
Who?
When I was in prison and
Who?
nobody gave a damn that I was down there, my only friends were those other criminals.
When
When nobody would send me money to buy food,
But who sent you there?
the state of
Why?
Texas.
Why?
Because they judged me. They judged that I was evil enough that I should be stuck in a
something
cage.
wrong.
That's a fact.
I mean, tell
That's a
there.
fact of opinion.
Did you do something wrong?
That's a fact of
Did
opinion.
you steal?
That's a fact of opinion.
Fact my ass. You know what you did. Okay?
So that's what
you broke the law.
Prison is for people who break
Did
the
you
law.
break the law?
I've broken lots of laws.
That's what I'm saying.
And I still break laws.
Well, and then,
And I'm gonna
if
always
you
break
wind,
laws.
and then if you wind up in prison, then what the fuck you gotta say? Because you are not.
I'm going to try to.
But anyway,
I'm going
if,
to try to
if
be at
it's
the top of the
something,
food chain.
it's this. There are certain things you're not supposed to do. Okay.
Okay.
And if you do it anyway,
So anybody who breaks the law should be in prison.
I didn't say
They
anybody.
pick and choose which type of criminals they want
You
to
know,
go
and
after.
like if somebody say you're a thief, and somebody that you stealing, you think you should be allowed to get away with that?
Why?
Huh? Answer truthfully.
Yes.
Oh, you should be able to get away with it.
In most circumstances, yes.
All right. Then
Most
another,
people who
then
do-
another thing. Listen. Suppose you have something that is precious to you. It could be money. It could be whatever. And somebody is gonna come and take it from you, and you think, oh well. Oh well. Is that gonna make you angry?
Right. So if somebody steals from you, don't call the cops. Handle it yourself. Be a man. That's what I believe. Unless you're a woman. You think
Well,
I've never
anyway.
been stolen from, Grandma?
Everybody has been stolen from.
So don't call the
A
police.
thief is a thief.
But this is my point about what we're talking. This whole debate we're having right now. Did I deserve to be in prison? Of course not.
Oh, you can do whatever you want.
You should lock up the
You
murderers
can break-
first,
You can break
and
the
the
law,
rapists
and you're
and
not
the sex
supposed to be-
offenders first.
You shouldn't be in prison.
Not as long as there's sex offenders running around out there. And I was 18.
I don't give a damn how old you are.
So
I know you heard of Ollie on.
Right.
Okay.
So, and that's my whole point. Why do they put young 18-year-olds in prison for stealing when there are 40-year-old men who have been raping children for 40 years, Doctor?
Do they go to Ollie on?
Michael Jackson never did any time in prison at all, did he?
How do you know he did that?
How did anybody know that I did what I did? I didn't go to trial. And this is, I understand that you think that the justice system is
No,
great
but
because it's
wait a minute.
designed
No,
to
I
protect
didn't
women
say- I didn't
and
say-
white people.
I didn't say it was great, and I don't think like that. But just like
Well,
talking
you
about,
asked me if I deserve to be in prison
but wait a minute, what I'm
for
talking about.
stealing. No, I don't think. I think
said-
that's ridiculous. All the
all
time,
all the time you can take something that don't
all
belong
the time
to you.
I did from my crimes that I got
still
caught
say-
doing. The crimes that, and we only talking about what I got caught doing. The stuff I got caught doing at 18.
Did you do it?
I did got way too much time.
I said, but did you do it? Huh?
There's a lot of stuff.
I'm saying there's
And the robbery that I went to prison for was not the worst thing I've ever done.
Well, you think robbery is alright? Huh? Huh? If somebody robs something, you think they shouldn't be punished? They should be, oh well, that's all.
It should be fair. It should
Well,
be
you
fair.
want somebody to take something from you?
This is my point. It should be fair.
Oh, it should be fair?
Yes, it should
Oh,
be fair.
so somebody could rob you and you think that's fair?
Well,
It's robbery is robbery. You
Well.
taking something that don't belong to you.
right,
Okay? Okay?
right.
So if somebody takes something from you, you think you say, okay.
I have been robbed by
I
police
think a lot-
officers literally before I went to prison for it. So how is it not fair that I robbed somebody else? You could say I was robbed of an education and a childhood. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And this is my thing.
Have it your way.
Prison, sex offenders should be in prison. Thieves shouldn't be in prison.
They shouldn't. Oh, they shouldn't.
Not if they
They should be allowed to rob and steal whatever they want.
get probation and then get out on probation. You know, get a lot of chances to steal.
Do you think it's fair for somebody to take something?
I know this, the easiest crime to get away in this country is a sex offense crime. And
Wait a minute.
and since everybody
Wait a
thinks that and at the point I'm at right now, Grandma, I'm really happy
good
that the justice system is the way it
but
is.
what I'm
Because
saying,
everybody claps when guys like me get locked up for what I did. But, you know, they don't
okay,
raise
wait a
hell
minute,
and they
but-
don't
but-
raise
but-
Cain
but wait a
about the perverts.
But listen to this. Michael Jackson. You know that.
Just like you say, he in your opinion, I shouldn't even say that he was guilty. Even though there was obviously more evidence against him than me.
I don't think he was guilty. Okay? I don't know, maybe he was. Maybe he was a pervert. But I think he was framed. He might have been, I don't know. But he loved children. You know what I'm saying?
And could, if he wasn't sexually attracted to children, why would he try to get surgery to look like a white woman?
I don't
Is that a part of my
I
imagination?
don't think that he did it to look like a white woman. I think maybe he wasn't satisfied with his appearance. And he's got the money to try to change.
He got all of his masculine features turned into feminine features.
Well, so what? Look at what's his name? That guy of the Kardashians.
Kardashians. He's a pervert in my mind too.
Okay, he was a champion, but now he's transferred it. And do you believe that some people might be bisexual?
I like Hitler's idea of locking them all up, Grandma. We don't agree on the whole and that's the thing to me. In the Bible, homosexuality is evil, 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 evil. Jesus never said that homosexuality was acceptable. Nowhere in the Bible was it said.
I don't think anybody thinks that.
But society has decided, and that's why that trips me out. So the Bible says that it would be worse for me to be a homosexual than a thief. But everybody else says it's worse for me to be a thief than a homosexual.
Like I said.
Jesus got a thief as one of his disciples. He didn't get any homosexuals as his disciples, according to the Bible.
I don't know about that. But what I'm saying,
do you think
when I heard Marcus was gay, I didn't want to believe it. You understand what I'm saying? And
I love Marcus.
I did too.
That's why I don't get why you bring that up like, you know.
No, but what I'm saying,
I love Marcus.
I did too. But it took me a while to realize he was gay.
But my whole thing is, first of all,
That
Marcus
didn't
never
stop me.
committed a crime
And
that I know of.
But what I'm saying is, I'm trying to explain.
And Marcus wasn't a child molester like most homosexual males. I think most homosexual males, they were molested when they were children.
I don't know about that. What makes a person, you know.
And they repeated that same crime.
I don't know what, you know what I mean.
And I think it's really easy to prove it. I think the cops just ain't trying to bust
But
him.
what I'm saying is, I didn't want to believe that he was gay. You understand?
I didn't have that problem
And
with
I,
Marcus. He helped me
I'm
understand.
his mother.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If people were saying he was gay, I didn't want to believe it.
So
because I said he was born as a boy. Okay? He had all the intentions of a boy.
Right.
But I know Marcus, he burned. Oh. And, you know, things like that. And so, you know, I didn't, it took me a while, and I think he even told me once that he was gay. That didn't make me.
Sure he did. He wasn't, as far
What
as I know,
I'm
he wasn't in the
saying,
closet.
You know what I'm saying?
But he told me, he specifically told me not to trust gay men. He specifically told me never to drink with gay men. He specifically told me if I ever caught myself in a situation where I was at a party and there was a lot of gay men around, never leave my drink unattended.
Well,
He's the only person that gave me that
But
advice.
what I'm saying is, sometimes there are people that are gay and you don't know it.
Right.
You understand where I'm coming from?
But you know if you pay attention and you pay attention to details.
Well, let me.
You read between the lines.
Can I say something? I think I was telling you about the young man that lives in my uncle's house. I don't know, did I tell you that?
The pervert guy that ended up, your uncle ran him off because he was being perverted towards you?
No.
Or the one that tried to commit suicide?
Yeah.
But he wasn't gay, right? That was the one he had a crush
No,
on.
he
The one
was
that
gay.
military?
He was gay.
Oh, the one that tried to jump off the, and he
yes.
said if you're going to kill yourself, jump off the third
No,
floor.
but him and his boyfriend had fallen out.
That's the one that was picked on by his brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about
Yeah, because they, you know, we're gonna try to beat the gayness out of it. And even the sisters-in-law say he's gay, it's your brother, accept the fact that he's gay and leave him alone. You can't beat the gayness out of him.
Okay, but why is that any different? And see, my whole point is I'm not judging. I talk like I talk, but the fact of the matter is I do believe people have the right to do pretty much what they want to do
That's
within
what I'm
reason.
saying.
But you say you can't beat the gay out of people.
That's what I'm saying.
But you believe you could beat the dishonesty out of Jose? Or that somebody could have beat the back talk out of me?
Well, what I'm saying is, if you got a child, you know he's a thief or whatever,
you could beat it out of him.
You can try to, you know, get rid of that trait.
By
You
beating
can.
him.
Yeah, sometimes man with that.
So why is it different from homosexuality? Why can't you beat the thievery out of
But
somebody?
you can't. Okay?
I agree with that, Grandma. I think you can't beat behaviors
But
out of children.
but just like
you can educate them.
But when I you know, Marcus, even his brothers and things were saying, you know, Marcus is gay. I didn't want to believe it. And finally Marcus admitted it to me.
As far as I know, Marcus has never been attracted to a female sexually.
He was gay. I had to learn. I had to learn to accept that, and I loved him.
Me and him had a lot of open, honest
I
talks.
still say I loved him.
We had sex talks when I was
Did you
a
hear
young
what I'm
boy.
saying? I loved him.
He spoke with me honestly, and he tried to protect me from the world. So of course I always appreciate, and that's another thing, like I said, about honesty. How can I not appreciate the one man that I think honestly never tried? I think he tried his best to never lie to me. So that's why I see, and I, you know, even when it comes to homosexuals, I do have some homosexual friends. As
I
a
was
matter of
gonna say-
fact,
I was gonna
in San
say-
Antonio, I lived in a gay neighborhood
But
twice. That's one of my favorite neighborhoods to live in.
You know what?
But not all of those gay dudes are equal.
But what I'm saying is, I have a lot of gay friends. But just because I have gay friends, and I don't like anybody to be picked on because of what they are. Now it's different if they're a child molester or killer or you know what I mean, but you know, that don't make, because I associate with them, that don't make me gay. Okay.
And Marcus told me he didn't like certain kind of gay people either, and I
Well,
think I
then,
picked it up from him.
A person is a person.
He didn't like flamboyantly
That's what I'm
gay
saying.
men that he thought pretended to be women
You know what I mean?
to try to impress people.
You know what I mean? A person is a person. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if a person is gay, so what? If you don't want to be around, you don't have to be around.
That's not true.
It is true.
So if I say I don't want to be around that gay dude,
right? That's your right.
Keep him away from me.
That's your right.
He can't come.
Right.
He can't
That
come.
is.
I'm not gonna train this guy to drive trucks because he's gay.
Yeah, because that's not.
That's illegal.
That's not your job.
But if I refuse the student because they
But
were gay,
you shouldn't.
that's illegal.
Where is it illegal?
That's illegal. If
Well,
I'm a truck driver trainer and my job is to train people to drive trucks, and they try to give me a homosexual student and I refuse him,
but you know what? Just
I'll
like,
probably get fired.
You know that girl that came with you that time?
Yeah, she was gay.
All right. And I told you I didn't like
And
the way.
I really liked her.
And I told you I didn't like the way you talked to her.
What did you not like about? What did I say to her that was not
But
nice?
you were just like, she's gay. And so what the fuck? Okay. You know what I'm saying? She was a nice person the way I saw her. Okay.
She
You know
was
what I'm saying?
nice.
I mean, what?
She was nice, and I
So
liked her a
why
lot.
do you keep bringing her up?
I didn't just bring. You just brought her up.
No,
You
but
just
I
said
mean,
like a girl
but
brought.
what I'm saying, you broke up with her.
It's a little bit more complicated than that.
And I know that you was trying a little bit.
It's a little bit more complicated than that,
whatever,
and
I
she don't want
know.
me to tell her life
But
story. so I'm
anyway,
like,
you know, because there's a lot of gay women, damn, they can work like men and whatnot. Oh no, but I'm not attracted to gay women, you know.
I know. You've
I'm
told me
straight.
some stories about when
No,
you,
but I'm straight.
I understand.
I can see myself with a damn woman sexually. You know what I mean?
And that's the way the world is. Women are more comfortable around gay men than straight men are. Men are more comfortable around gay girls than straight girls are. That's generally how the world works.
But my thing is, I see a decent person. You know what I'm saying? I see a decent person.
Right, their preferences and what they do in their own
It's
private
not their
time
damn
is nobody's
business.
business.
But don't come to me with it because I don't go that way. But I can still be friends with you.
But you, like you say, it's none of our business. So why do I know so much about Bruce Jenner or Caitlyn Jenner? It's not my business. Why is he always on the news?
Why is he always on the news?
Why are they always talking about?
Well, you don't
gay
have to look
weddings?
at it, but you don't have to look at it.
So
If you don't
so
like
now I
it.
can't watch the news because they decided they're gonna talk about it.
Well, if you
This is
don't
what
like
they
it,
focus
you know,
on.
I mean, whatever is on. And if you don't like it, you know, somebody got a gun to your head, so you gotta watch it.
And that's what's so odd to me about this world and what it's turned into. I can tell my son not to eat too much sweets. I can tell my son not to play with firearms. I can tell my
Well,
son.
that's something that could kill him.
I could. So is homosexuality. It's very dangerous being a gay man.
Oh, Lord.
They're like 80% of
Oh,
all new
Jesus.
AIDS cases.
God have mercy. Jesus.
But I can't tell my son to not be gay. I
Not
could tell him any behavior is bad except for that one because of these
No,
laws.
I'm not talking about that. You know, like I said, I had a lot of gay friends. They never tried to, you know, screw me.
Now they're making pastors marry gay couples.
And
don't
then
think that's
about
right.
well, I really don't give a damn if somebody want to marry a dog.
Don't get married in my church because it's not allowed.
Right, you don't have a church, okay?
But I'm not right. I'm not religious. But I'm just saying, why is it okay to force those pastors and threaten to throw them in jail if they say this is my church and there's no homosexuality allowed here? You can get married, but you can't get married in my church.
Well, anyway.
And then the homosexual says, I want to get married in the church.
Well, I disapprove of that.
But that's what the law
I
is.
disapprove of that.
You disapprove of what? The pastor or the
Yes.
or the gay people that insist on
the
getting married in the
pastor.
church?
The pastor. I disapprove of that, okay?
But that's what his Bible tells him. And if he
Well,
really believes in God and he believes the Bible verse
Well,
that
then
says
he
God
should make
hates
sure that
homosexuality.
he should make sure that is no homosexuals allowed here.
That's what a lot of pastors are upset about.
What?
That they're forcing gay people to get married in church. Like the people who had the Christian cake shop and they got sued because they didn't want to make a cake for 2 men.
Yeah, I understand that. But are they preachers?
Well, supposedly it was a Christian cake shop.
I don't give a damn. Because if you have a place of business and if certain people you don't want to serve, that is your privilege.
That's illegal.
How is it illegal?
You can't discriminate if you have a place of business, especially in this city. It's been like that in Chicago for a long time.
But you can get in a whole lot of trouble.
Right.
You know, about that.
Right.
You know, because if, say, anybody going to be gay or whatever, but I don't like the way this person looks.
Right.
So you can't come in by shit.
Right. Like some policies have that you have to dress a certain way if you want to come in this place.
Or maybe be a certain race or whatever. Okay?
Right.
And there are places like that.
And Malcolm X believed in segregation, and
I don't care what Malcolm X believed in. Okay?
he was a black separatist
I
until he converted at the end of his life. He stopped being a black separatist.
But what I'm saying, I'm not responsible for what somebody else believes.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You believe what you believe, I believe what I believe. And maybe I might get you to understand, you know, not to be that way, and maybe I can't. And things vice versa. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Okay, like I said about Joe, his brothers tried to beat the hell out of him because he was sick.
And brothers beat little brothers for all kind of things.
But I'm talking about that.
And that's my point.
And I'm talking about that. And just like people like his sister-in-law, he is what he is. He's your brother. You cannot change him. You can beat it out of him. You accept him. Or go to hell, leave him alone. Okay? Okay. He is what he is.
And that should apply to everybody.
I mean,
it
he's
should
not.
apply to nobody,
I
or it should
cannot.
apply
No,
to
wait a
everybody.
minute. No, everybody don't think alike. But what I'm saying now, if he's a policeman, I don't like policemen. Even if he's my brother, so what? Okay. Then probably the brother that's a policeman or preacher or whatever the hell that these other siblings don't like about him, then they might separate and just say the hell with you. But to try to, you gonna beat the hell out of somebody trying to beat the gayness out of them, that don't make sense.
But that's my
Either
whole,
you accept him or leave him alone.
and I don't agree with beating anybody. I mean, in certain situations, yeah, sometimes people do deserve an ass whooping. But my whole point is, if one behavior, you know, if you can't beat somebody for one behavior, then you shouldn't be able to beat anybody for any behavior.
Well, you know, just like maybe you have a child, maybe the child is asleep. All right, you might try to talk to the child, Maybe that don't work.
I'm actually
Hey,
dealing with
might
that same
beat
situation.
The hell out of it, right? Beat it out, and that's a different thing. Okay.
I'm actually in that same situation right now. I'm dealing with that in Texas right now.
But if you have a child that is gay, you should try to beat that out. They are what they are. Okay? And if you love that child, or you don't.
Well, what about my child that's a thief? He is what he is.
That's a different thing. Do you understand the difference? Can you understand the difference? Suppose you have someone who is a killer.
I'm saying a bad behavior is a
Do
bad
you
behavior.
understand that's a killer? And you gonna try to change him? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay?
It depends. It depends on what
All
type
right,
of killer he is.
but
Is he a retaliatory
but
killer?
anyway, you can, you know what I mean. If that's your child, and if he's gay, you didn't make him.
Is he trying to be bad?
I said you didn't make him.
If you just your child.
Oh, I made him.
You made your children, yeah. You don't think you did?
No, I didn't. Because I raised him as a boy. And when I
Oh.
found out, you know, everybody was saying Marcus is gay. I said, I know he have all the equipment of male. And finally, Marcus told me he was gay. Now, what am I supposed to do? Kill him?
No.
Abandon him?
No.
Hate him?
No.
All right, that's my child. I love him.
You accept them.
Right.
Like you should
Okay.
accept all your children, in my opinion, with flaws and all.
We all have flaws.
Right.
No one is flawless.
So accept everybody with their flaws. That's the only point I'm making.
Well, the point I'm making.
If you
If
gotta
your
accept,
child is a thief, I think most parents would try to change that. Okay?
just like any behavior they don't approve of.
But
That's what
your
parenting
sexual,
is.
but what I'm saying, your sexual, you can't do that.
Well, Grandma, I didn't have a sexual orientation before puberty.
I'm talking about being gay.
You're not gay before puberty. Before puberty,
I
you're
don't
not
give
sexual.
a damn what I'm saying is,
You was
if
a child
your
at
child
one time.
is gay,
Okay.
you cannot beat that gayness out of them, or you shouldn't even try.
Should any 6 or 7-year-old be gay or straight?
I'm not talking about a 6 or 7. What the fuck? You got a little 6 or 7? No.
Well, there are
Okay.
some 6 or 7-year-olds that are gay.
Well, I don't know.
In my opinion, if you're 6 or 7 and you're gay, that means you've been abused by an adult, probably.
No. You're wrong.
About what?
You're wrong about that.
About a 6-year-old gay person?
Yeah.
What about it? That there are no 6-year-old gay people?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay, well, let's look at this little kid and give me your opinion on this little boy
Look,
right here.
oh, fuck it. I don't even want to see it. Okay.
You don't want me, you're not
No, I
going
don't want to see it. Because even when I was young, like I said, I was a tomboy. I fought with the boy. In fact, I used to rather fight a damn boy than a girl because usually that time girl wouldn't pull your ass right your face.
Have you heard of a show called I Am Jazz?
No.
It's about a little girl that's, well, it's a little boy that wants to be a little girl.
Oh, yeah, I think I did. Okay. Maybe that's a thing in his mind. Maybe it's not true. But maybe it's real to him.
That kid has been wanting to be a transsexual since before puberty.
Well, maybe so. I don't know.
And that's not the only one. There's a lot of little kids. It was a mother. The video that I was going to show you was a mother with her little bitty son. He was about 6 years old. And she was talking about how she was proud of him because he was openly gay. And my thing is, okay, then a 6-year-old could be openly straight then.
And then, well,
Or
like.
if not, then it's not
wait
fair.
a minute. And then, like you said, like a 6-year-old or something like that. And I've noticed, you know, in some cases, maybe a boy, 4, 5, 6, something like that, would rather play with dolls than, toy guns, stuff like that.
I think that has a lot to do with influence.
So what?
I think that has a lot to do
What
with
do you mean?
influence. Like if there's a, how old is this kid we're talking about?
I said maybe 5 or 6.
Okay, 5 or 6 years old. If you want to play with whatever kind of toy,
And then another thing, now listen to this. And like say you have a bunch of toys, and he would pick the boy toys.
Okay.
All right, and then they also had, I don't know if you ever saw it, but they had these little girls, maybe 3, 4, 5, whatever, and they had all these dolls. All right, they had black dolls. They had Eskimo dolls, all the nationalities. And usually one, like I think the black ones wants to pick a white doll.
and you don't think that has anything to do with
But
our society influencing them?
Please! They found the white doll more appealing to them than the black doll.
And you think that's natural?
I suppose it is. I don't know. But they were, trying to see what they prefer.
Right.
And
That's
I
because-
know when I was growing up, well, I grew up with a time Shirley Temple, I think you've heard of her.
Right.
I wanted everything Shirley Temple had. And when, like my mother got my clothes from Carson Fury, and when, like dresses and things inspired by Shirley Temple, I had to have it. And for the longest I had Shirley Temple dolls. You know what I'm saying? And then there was some dolls with like what's called mammy dolls with red big lips and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I didn't like that.
Gollywalls.
Oh yeah, I didn't like that. Then I said, what about black dolls? And my mother found a beautiful brown black doll. I love that doll. So that was great. I love my Shirley Temple doll. Then I love my black doll. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. But those with the big fat lips, how they characterize
Caricatures of real black people.
right. The big eyes, the big red lips, nappy hair, all that kind of shit. I didn't like that.
Right.
But I loved my beautiful black doll and my Shirley Temple doll. And Shirley Temple was one of her, the one who taught her to dance, I think, was a black man. And she idolized him, and he idolized her. He taught her to dance, okay? And he would be in almost all her movies.
Well, Grandma, that case that you was talking about, that's a real psychological study where they had the little black girls choosing the dolls.
Mm-hmm.
That was a real psychological study. This was.
Yeah, well, I guess you could call it that.
Well, the one that I'm pretty sure you're talking about the same thing, but this was an experiment.
Yeah.
And what that experiment determined is that
Mm-hmm.
these little black girls had been culturally conditioned to believe that white girls were more pretty than black
I guess,
girls.
or maybe so. Or maybe so. So that's why what I'm trying to say is, I don't know how funny I can make it. I didn't like the mammy black doll because to me it was grotesque. The great big lips, the pop eyes, and
Well, it sounds like you're talking about some dolls they intentionally made look ugly.
Of course.
Which they did.
And they did.
Right. And so you don't think that affects us today? And maybe we should work on it and try to change it?
Wait, what did I think I made it as plain as I could. I didn't want dolls like that.
Right. Of course not.
You know why?
They was ugly.
Right. And all black people are not like that.
Right.
So they made them look just as,
Right. And they're now representing us better and better on television.
But what I'm saying,
for the longest time, they presented us on TV horribly.
I haven't seen what you're talking about. But what I'm saying, and I even told my mother, don't they make any beautiful black dolls?
And your mother wouldn't have found you a beautiful
Right.
doll.
Right?
Because your mother cared about that. She didn't want you to think that you was any less beautiful because of your skin color.
Well,
Right?
she didn't have to tell me that.
But did she?
No, she didn't.
Your mother don't tell you?
No. Because, you know, my mother wasn't real light. I know you know that.
Mhm. And she never told
And
you
a
you
way-
was beautiful?
And my mother could, in a way, almost pass for white if she wanted to. That's how light she was.
When I was with her, she was often confused for white people. Thought she was white often.
That's what I'm saying. And some of her boyfriends were black. Okay? So she didn't think like that.
Right. Black was beautiful to her. It wasn't
No,
just
it's your character and whatnot. You know, there are wonderful black people, and there are decent people. Okay? And so you can be attracted to that. You know? You know what I mean? It's the inside that counts. It's the inside that counts. There are going to be beautiful, unrest people.
So,
And I'm sure you have met them.
so how come the ugly, nice people are not appreciated like that? Did you date any ugly men ever?
They weren't ugly to me.
That's my point. You say it's only what's on the inside that counts, but no.
It's really
Because
on
we're
the
not even
inside.
going to talk to somebody that we think is ugly.
Are you kidding?
How-
People can't help the way they look.
But, and that's the thing, you can't help the way that you're attracted to people.
Right. Okay?
Okay.
If you see somebody and you have that feeling, and maybe they have the same feeling, they don't care what color. Shouldn't the color, shouldn't you? You're human. You're a human being.
I'm not even talking about color, because there are some, you know, people. I find people attractive of every race, and people unattractive of every race. Most people are unattractive of every race, but that's not the point I'm making. You say, if what you're saying is that you should only judge people on the inside, then how come we don't do that? I don't do that.
Well,
I don't think you do that.
I do.
You chose your man based on their character.
And you're right. Okay, a decent person.
So you only dated men
We
with
have
character.
faults. We all have faults. No one is perfect.
So you only chose men based off their character.
They had to appeal to me. You know, as a decent person.
Well, in my case, I have made mistakes because I don't judge based off, and I don't even see how you can judge based off of inner appearance, because it takes time to really know a person's inner character. But physical attraction is, I'm not
Well, of
even.
course, you know, you can look at somebody and go, oh, they're so beautiful. And that person really can be unmistakable.
And that's what happens.
And you
Beautiful
know,
people-
and just like this, I'm sure you have heard the expression, but I think that a lot of people don't understand it. But like it said, you can't judge a book by its cover.
But we do.
If you're that type of person.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because most people will go to that attractive cover and they might open the book and but somebody, it might be a, you know, not too much of a appealing cover. And maybe open the goddamn book and start reading. Hell, this is fascinating. You know, and so I know you've heard the expression because it's old as hell.
Yeah.
You can't judge a book by its cover.
But I've seen the reality. People have said that forever, but I don't see anybody making books with ugly covers.
Well, I have, they still do. I mean, the cover is not that interesting. But you don't know if you open the goddamn book and start reading, you might find it different. interesting. Okay, so that's why they say you cannot judge a book by its cover.
It'd be nice if that was true.
But it is true.
So
It is true. If
so
you
Martin
go-
Luther
if
King's
you-
dream
you
has
go-
come
but
true.
if you go to get a book and it's got this beautiful, interesting cover,
You should be really happy with life then if you believe Martin Luther King's dream has come true. People are now judged by the content of their character.
are they?
I don't believe that.
I don't either. But that was his dream.
And I don't believe that books are, like I say, they spend, if I might be mistaken, but I think they spend a lot of money on research and development, and they pay artists lots of money to make beautiful covers.
Well, I have a lot of books, and I've seen a lot of books, but the cover don't interest me at all. It's not a bill.
And you read those books. If you see a book and it says a raggedy cover, and on the cover it says across the cover, "This book stinks. Do not read me."
Well,
you're
I'm
gonna read that
sure,
book.
they would put that on there.
Right. If you want to read Moby Dick, you're gonna look for a book that says Moby Dick on the front.
Do you think a cover attracts?
Absolutely. I love the library, and I've been to a lot of
That's
libraries.
all what I'm saying. A cover attracts.
People's gonna pick up that book based on the cover.
Right.
Now, if when they start to read and they like, dude, this ain't Moby Dick, they're gonna feel, tricked or
Well,
whatever.
I mean,
But
it
of
shouldn't be titled
course-
Moby Dick if it's not about Moby Dick.
Right. So a woman shouldn't be dressed like a nun unless she's a nun. A man shouldn't be dressed like a thug unless he's a thug. A man
The
shouldn't be
devil
dressed
come.
like a
Have you
soldier.
ever heard that the devil coming off disguises? And that's absolutely true. Because he's not going to come after you scary because you're going to try to run. But he's going to come after you beautiful, kindly, to draw you in.
I'm
to
lucky.
draw you in.
I'm lucky. The devil has not been very interested in me. Because he ain't came to me dressed like
Well, he might,
a serpent.
when you do bad things, and
It's
I
my
think when you do bad things, and you know when you do bad things, I think it's because the devil is influenced.
There's never been I don't think I ever blamed. I mean, I might have did it verbally, especially if I thought I could have got away with it with my mama. But now that I'm 37, I have to admit, every bad thing I've ever done was a decision and a choice I made.
And
Sometimes
then-
I've lost my temper and I've let my emotions take control of it, but I still won't blame that on the devil.
But have you ever heard the devil is powerful, baby? And
I heard a lot
anybody
of things
believe
about
that
that.
the devil's not powerful?
I heard a lot of things.
What?
I say I've heard a lot and about
He's
the devil.
very powerful.
I have seen no evidence for his really being real though. I
Well,
think
do you
that's
think God was real?
and I think that's a bad
Huh?
example for these children.
Do you think God was real? Or he's real? Huh? Do you? Do you or do you not?
I'm agnostic, Grandma. I don't
Well,
know.
all right then. Okay, so you don't
I
believe
don't
in
know.
the Bible?
No, I think the Bible is mostly something that men made up.
Okay. Believe what you want. That's my opinion.
I believe most people who believe in the Bible never read it and they never will.
Well, how can you believe in something you never read?
Exactly.
Huh? But I'm
Exactly.
talking about people who have
What's
read
wrong
the Bible.
with anybody who
I'm
believes in the
not
Bible
what
and they
I'm
haven't read it?
saying. I read the Bible since I was a child. I
Okay.
found it very fascinating.
Me too.
Maybe
It's a heck of a
somebody
book.
else. Okay. Okay.
So anybody who believes in the Bible without having read it first is what's the word?
Well,
we're
I
using
don't
for
think.
it?
You know what I'm thinking? When you say that, I'm thinking that person probably has never picked up a damn Bible.
When I used to preach the Bible, I didn't know what was in it. I had read a little bit. I sat in church and I heard the preacher say this and I heard the preacher say that. And then I would go to somebody and I would get to telling them this and that and this and that. And all you need to do is do this and do. And I hadn't even read the Bible. And I think that's how most, no, that's how most people are. Most of these people who preach these things and these different religions, they're just going off of what somebody else told them.
But there are preachers that are full of shit. Like we were talking about, what was that preacher we were talking about? that he would send you pieces of cloth that he'd prayed on.
Oh, you talking about Petey Popoff?
Well, you know, this is a black man.
Eddie Long? We was talking about Eddie Long.
No, Bria knows. But he is very, what you call it?
Charismatic.
Yeah.
T.D. Jakes?
You know what I'm talking about? This preacher. Like he'll send you a piece.
I think I know, but I can't
think of his name. He's a black guy.
Yeah, I think I know.
And he'll send you a piece of cloth that has been prayed over. And say anointed or whatever bullshit. And you send him a few dollars. He is very good. You know what I'm saying?
Can't think of his name.
Yeah, I can't think of his name either.
And he sounds like a robber. How come he don't go to prison for robbery?
Yeah, I think he's
Sound like he's robbed more people than me.
He's a charlatan, yeah.
Right.
Same with Petey Popoff. I don't know a lot of names, but I know Petey Popoff burns my hide. A white guy exploiting black people's beliefs and desperation. That the reason why we believe we're Christians because of slavery. And like I don't know, like I'm agnostic, so I don't know what is true or not, but I know that to be true.
Okay.
We was forced to be Christians, and we still force each other to be Christians.
Well, I don't, you know, Dorian is
Dorian still an atheist?
As far as I know. And him and somebody else, I said they were atheists.
Me, probably.
Maybe so.
Close
But
enough,
anyway,
agnostic atheist.
but anyway, what I said, because I can't make my child believe what he don't believe.
You know why he's an atheist?
How in the hell am I supposed to know his mind?
Have you asked him before? I don't know why.
What I'm saying is, he admits almost.
Who?
Dorian.
That is atheist?
That he don't believe in religion. No.
Yeah, well, he was atheist. I don't know if he
Well,
still
whatever.
Is. He said he was.
What? Oh my God.
We listening, Grandma. What you was trying to make a point
You
about
know,
Dorian?
you can't make somebody believe what they don't believe.
Then how come?
Right.
Then how come they say that's what happened to our ancestors?
What?
How come that's what they say that the
There is
Africans
proof.
came here with all kind of religions?
It's proof.
But they had to give them up.
It's proof
What's proof?
that they went through all this shit.
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is true.
But what I'm saying about God, religion, and all that kind of stuff, there are some people don't believe, and you can talk to your ass turn gray or wrinkle or whatever. If they don't believe, they just don't believe. Okay? And just like I used to tell Dorian, and who else was that? But anyway, they were
his buddy Ainsworth.
Whatever, whoever, you know. All I'm
That's
thinking.
what I'm talking about.
I remember it's my son, my child. But what I'm saying, I can't make you believe what I want you to believe. You can't make me believe what I believe. And it's a waste of time.
Well, they say that's how it's spread.
But what I'm saying is, if you'll let me finish. You know what I'm saying? And I told both of them, God don't need you, but you need God. You know what I'm saying? And maybe one day you might realize that, and maybe you never will.
I wouldn't mind worshiping God if I knew which one was the true one, but I don't believe that the one forced on my ancestors was the true one.
All the slave owners of God. Huh?
I don't think that's what I said.
But the slave owners were, you know, humans.
Sounds like I said, according to the history that I've studied, they didn't teach me this in school, but according to the history I studied, the Africans came over here with many religions, and they were forbidden.
They brought them over
to worship them.
They brought them over. They didn't come on their own. They brought them over.
But they brought religions with them that were unacceptable and outlawed.
Well, there's a lot of not just black people.
And supposedly there was this thing that happened called the Crusades, where Christians went around the whole world just murdering anybody who wouldn't accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. And I heard the Muslims did it too.
Fanatics.
No, the Crusaders.
But you know what a fanatic is? What is a fanatic?
I know what your opinion of a fanatic is.
What is yours?
A person whose religion is their number one priority in life.
No. There are some people that don't believe in God or whatever. And you can't force them to believe.
You shouldn't try. Because in this country, the First Amendment says we have freedom of religion.
You know what I mean? And that's wrong to try to make somebody believe what you don't believe. But just like I said to Dorian, God don't need you. He don't need you. But you might begin to realize that you need God. Okay? Because there was a time he was near death. And we prayed and prayed and prayed. He got well. And I know he, when he was about 5, but I forgot what happened. But anyway, he had to have, I don't think he had spinal surgery. But anyway, when he got, because he almost died, he had pneumonia and whatever, you know, and he's young. And really, they worked on him, and of course, I'm praying, we all pray. And when he got out, he limped. You know what a limp is?
Like,
he limped. And so I guess that was a result of the surgery or the illness or whatever. And somebody said to me, oh, he limps. You know what I said? I don't give a damn if he limps the rest of his life. And in a way, I think living is sort of sexy. But what I'm saying is, he was near death. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't care if he limps the rest of his life. He's alive. But do you know when he outgrew that limp? He really did. But my opinion was I don't give a damn if he limp the rest of his life. At least he can walk. He's well, and that's all I care about. Okay? Because he could have died. Okay? And I don't think it bothered him about limping. But after a while, it just went away. Okay? All right. So that's the way I feel about something. I'd rather have him, you know where I'm coming from? I'd rather have him alive and living than dead.
Who, what?
Dorian.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think almost anybody would feel that way. Okay? To me, it makes sense. I don't know about other people. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, he could have lived the rest of his life. I don't give a shit, he's alive. But somehow, he outgrew it. You understand where I'm coming from? And I think anybody with any care about someone, their children or whatever, and all the after effects is that they might live, I think the thing would be the person is alive.
Yeah, well, you say you go get up early. It's after 1, almost 2.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, if I go to it's 2:07 according to my clock.
Okay, so it's already after 2.
Yeah. And I wish we'd get up early tomorrow.
Well, y'all.
Is that what?
Just get some sleep, please.
Yeah, but all of us. Okay.
So I'm gonna be up.
You ain't gonna get up that early, but hey.
Yeah. Because just like y'all,
so when y'all wake up, I'm not gonna be here.
Where you gonna be?
You said.
That's the plan.
So
for
you're not.
tomorrow?
So you're not gonna do that laundry for me. I'll have to do it myself. That's. Yeah, because you can't.
Did I just say I want to go do the laundry?
You said you're not gonna be here. Where you gonna be?
So what do I gotta do? Wake up and does it have to be fresh out the dryer for you?
No, you're saying you're not gonna be here. You're gonna be going to Newberry then.
Right.
So you ain't gonna get no sleep if you try to do my laundry
Yeah, is it?
Let's get some sleep.
Right.
Because if you get up at 8, that's only 6
Anyway,
hours. That's
yeah.
only 6 hours sleep.
Yeah.
I don't want you driving my car and you ain't had no sleep.
Right. And you shouldn't want to.
Here in Chicago, it's bad enough we didn't
Right.
get on the road
Right.
driving on the
Yeah.
highway.
Oh, shit.
Driving in the city is probably a lot worse.
Right.
No sleep.
What's no sleep to you?
Alternative.
4 hours is plenty of sleep, ain't it?
Turn the TV off
sometimes,
please. I gotta go to the bathroom.
We gotta stop. Yeah, stop doing that 4 hours. We need 6 to 8.
Right.
So y'all.
Because just like y'all slip is just so long, you know what I mean?
That has been treated with Craperase for 4
Kinda made
days.
up for
As you can see and I
Thank
can
God.
feel, it's incredibly morbid.
Slept late today, too.
Another 5-hour one. Holy crap.